What's up, guys? How's it going?
Life is not a fucking mystery.
Sorry, I guess music playing. I didn't realize it was in silence.
Just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing. This motherfucker.
I hope if you ordered merch, it came in. You got a chance to check it out, or it's coming soon. A lot of people have been telling me today they got it. I'm excited for it.
Come on, get relaxed. Take another hit. Headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me.
What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Lean back. Come on, get relaxed. Take another hit. Headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Yeah. I've been through a lot of shit. Seems like I got a new outlook. I said, fuck it. Fuck everybody. Why does it feel like my life is on repeat? The pressure on my chest is constant 7 days a week. I'm so exhausted, but I'm afraid to go to sleep. I fear I'd never wake up.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah, I gotta keep my head straight. No time to lose my mind.
Meat slamming time, baby.
And sometimes I wonder if heaven reserved a place for me. And if it does exist, and how much is the answer be. And sometimes I see myself at that point with no direction, no turning back. Now I see myself from this perspective, headed down a new path. My life is on the right track. I finally got a tight grasp, and you're all about to feel the
got
red.
a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
I used to plan for the worst, and now I hope for the best. Watch me move around the curse like I'm fucking playing chess. I invested in the pressure that I kept in my chest. And I learned how to use it like a bulletproof vest. Yeah, I used to read comic books and mind tripping fantasy. You know the open doors, it's an exit from reality. Sitting on the sidelines, I opened up my eyes. There was no need for compromise, no need for my disguise. So fuck your advice, I'ma live my life right. I done lit up the dark, used to searching for the flashlight. Training for this life since 1985. So fuck a vacation, I just wanna feel alive.
Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's
Hey, what's up?
It's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a
Check your
fuck, 'cause my heart-
messenger.
My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new
Is that from
me.
you?
Yeah, I'm in it till my heart stops. They wanna see me
Hold on a
flatline.
second.
Didn't ask for your acceptance. I don't need a fucking cosign. Understanding jealousy, I've always been a first. There's not a second chance. Consider this my rebirth. So here is my suggestion, a lesson for you to live by. Never take advice from a life still in test drive. Peace of mind is overpriced, so move right past it. You'll never find peace till they lay you in that casket. Stand up, salute, 'cause today I'm feeling brand new. I'm done with all the games, I ain't into playing family feud. Feeling unrestricted, I'ma take it up to new heights. I'ma keep it raw like a pussy on prime
Got a
night.
brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't
I
give
just
a fuck, 'cause my
messaged him. I didn't realize he was trying to get a hold of me, to be honest with you.
brand new rhythm, it's a brand
I've been
new
trying to
me.
finish
Got
the
a
damn airplane for the other channel so I can put a video out. It's been lingering over my head.
It's a brand new me.
Missing going to practice and all that shit. I don't know. School's almost out. I can't believe how fast this year's went by. I'm gonna grab a drink right quick before the timer gets too low, guys. Rita, welcome. What happened to you on Facebook, Rita?
With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back. I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Still black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride. with
That's
me,
so
motherfucker.
weird. I swear I've checked and checked. Somebody said that I banned you one night, and I started, and I've looked and looked and looked. You are not banned. I don't know. I can see a list of everyone who is banned. And it's not you. There are some people still banned there, about 8 people, but I don't know. It's weird. It's so strange. Brad Barton and Linwood are full of shit. That's true. But they're making money, huh?
Show me the beauty when the color fade. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. So I sit back and relax. Still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist.
Let's change the music around. I'm trying to pull up the rest of my stuff I want to cover tonight, but let's change the music around real quick.
Say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
If the timer runs out, guys, give me just a second. I'm trying to get this stuff open. I didn't realize M was trying to get a hold of me either. Probably should have stayed on top of that.
You don't have those because you're a pussy. You're a pussy where
You'll have that on these big jobs.
your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
Rita, we always was always on Facebook. She's been around for a while, like probably since I started on Facebook.
Tell you this.
And then her friend told us that she was
balls that
she was in Facebook jail, and then she just like never came back. So I thought, and then someone's like, "Oh, you banned Rita. She can't find you." And I'm like, "No, I didn't. I didn't mean to if I did." And I looked, but it wasn't banned.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
All right, give me just a second, guys. I know the timer run out, but we'll go live in just a second.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong, starving for attention. I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and...
I think M's gonna come on.
Said, this is gonna be it. Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing?
We'll just leave that there, and we'll get ready for M, and I'll bring you on, and I'll talk to you guys. What's up?
An alcoholic. Give me a
Let's
Here we go, I think
let's do this. What's up, guys? How's it going?
Get the place in the best,
Welcome, guys. I am Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Let me adjust that camera some. Jesus Christ, look at that thing. Let's see. Can I move myself within this camera? Maybe. Anyways, how's everybody doing tonight? Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit late. Oh, there it is. There's the adjustment. Let's adjust this vertical camera. Get me centered up a little bit. There we go. Anyways, I'm Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us tonight. I've been doing ball, man. Last night the ball game, we were down by 6 in the top of the very last inning. We got on a rally and scored 7, so we were ahead by 1. They ended up having runners on second and third in scoring position with only 1 out, and we ended up holding them. It was actually a really, really, really good game. It was a crazy game, but it lasted forever, man. We was at the ball field till like 11 o'clock last night, and then today I've been working on some stuff. I'm getting the plane ready to. I can show you guys that later. I'm getting the plane ready for the other channel. I've went with so many different designs, but now I got a pretty cool one going on. So that'll be on the Cold Beer Creations channel. But I did want to thank you guys for everybody starting to get some merch. So the shirts that were ordered, I got a return to sender on some of the stickers, but I ended up sending them again. So the stickers are good, but I ended up sending out extra because this person is a big fan, and I ended up getting half an envelope back, and the stickers were gone. Like the envelope was ripped in half, and they sent it back to me. But whatever. The shirts did finally go out. It was it's growing pains. I've never done this before, so I wasn't really good with it when it first started. So I know it took 2 weeks to get your shirts, but now they should be right around a week to 10 days from the time you order. It gets printed and shipped to your house. Thank you for doing that. You can get those at cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, cultclub.com/merch. Make sure tonight we might go a little bit longer tonight. So make sure tonight share the video, like the video, give it a thumbs up. Do what you can on Facebook. Make sure not only the videos, but the Facebook page. Be following the Facebook page. That way you get the alerts and stuff when it comes on. I know a lot of people like the videos, but don't follow the page at all. And you still get alerts that way, but you don't get them all. So if you like the page, you'll make sure to get all your alerts and subscribe on YouTube. This channel, Cold Beer Confessional, and the other channel is called Cold Beer Creations. That's the one where I do crafts, and we're building an airplane right now, a Berkshire airplane, and I've got a crazy viral video idea for airplanes and stuff. So make sure you like and share, subscribe. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. We're going to go over a bunch of stuff. I think M's got some stuff first, but we're going to go over a bunch of stuff as well. If you want to go above and beyond, if you want to support the stream financially, you're more than welcome to do that by leaving a tip at cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, cultclub.com. Or if you're coming from Facebook, the much easier way to get there is to buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer, buymeacoffee.com, or buymeabeer.com/coldbeer. Those links will be in the chat. The bot will send them out periodically. I'll drop those. Like I said, we got a merch link, cultclub.com/merch. Telegram. You can join our Telegram, which is where we all go to coordinate when we're going to troll. That's the Telegram channel there. And we got a Discord too. It's pretty good. Those are the best ways to get a hold of me, either email, Discord, or Telegram. And there was one more thing I was going to say tonight. I can't remember, but I'm sure I'll remember it later. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. May is kind of a weird month for me in my PTSD. Sorry if you feel like I've been like away or distant or doing less. I cut shows and May is a really weird month for me. But we're getting through it, and we'll keep pushing through. I don't think there is anything else to cover, so let's hop in. M's still coming. I think he said he needed about 10 minutes, but it's cool. We'll pull him in whenever he gets here. No big deal. I'm not going to show any of his stuff till he gets here, but yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Griff Be Gone. Yeah, it's not me. It looks like I'm putting out right around 3,000, which is where I leave mine at. Sorry about that. So let's switch over to where we can see some more shit. M says he's coming now. He also sent me some things that he wanted me to pull up, so keep an eye on those. M coming now. Turn on the desktop audio. We'll get M in here, and let me pull up these things that he sent me in Messenger. Oh, the name of the show. The reason I put the name of the show is I don't think Brad is Brad still not on his own webpage. He said that he was going to call and have a come to Jesus meeting, a come to Jesus meeting to his hosting provider or some shit because his webmaster put down the wrong video bitrate and nobody could see it. Like I don't know what's going on. But Brad's webmaster and his mom, the webmaster's mom, not Brad's mom, are apparently like doing the deal. So M said he's in StreamYard. Let me see. Hey, I can hear your audio. They can't hear you yet, but let me get your camera in right quick. And then turn on. Let me just grab the camera. It's either going to be me or you I'm fixing to turn on. Oh, it's neither of us. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let me do this. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, am I in?
Yeah, they can hear you. I got to leave the stream, then I'm coming back. I'm trying to put you on top. It won't let me though. All right, let me adjust the camera. But yeah, they can hear you and they can see me and half of you. But I'm fixing the camera now.
Well, what's up, guys? Good to be on the show. So I saw someone complaining about his mic, Will's mic, not too long ago. So I'm sorry if mine is terrible.
Oh no. Oh no. No, you sound good, man.
Yeah, is that all right?
Yeah, you sound good. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? Glad to be on the show. Been a while, Will.
Yeah, I know. I cut back doing shows and stuff and trying to start the other channel and doing a bunch. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I'm on like every once a week now that I'm not doing daily shows. But I did it for almost 2 years. It was just too much.
Dude, you're crazy. I mean, I heard you just before I came on the stream saying May's a tough month, but for you. But yeah, I mean, I struggle doing 2 videos, if that, a week, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know how you do it, to be honest. But yeah, you know, every time you do a show, it's always cracking. So
yeah. I just, I could tell it was wearing me down, and like I think the shows were getting worse because I was getting, like I would be so tired, like when I went to do a show, and then it got to the point if I was dreading, like this very rarely happens, but if I'm like, oh man, I got to do a show tonight, then I don't want to do it. I want to do it because I have fun doing it, but it is easier than making videos though, so you have that on.
Well, it depends. I make videos. I'm a video maker. You know, I don't go live all the time. I love doing the Griftbusters live, but you know, I just can't imagine being live for 4 hours. You know, I'm sure I would get boring, and you seem to make the 4 hours fly by. You know, so we do different things, but you know, I'm glad to be live. And so what you're saying is going a cappella is a bit hard for you. You need us boys to come and alleviate some of the heat, alleviate some of the airtime, so you can have a breather.
That's right. That's what we got to do. But speaking of, tonight, you know? Did you say that Jordan Sather sent me a message and said that he watches the show sometimes, and when he was, you know, that part in the interview where you did with him where he was talking about, I think you were talking about it, where he said, Michael Jaco said, you climbed in with the bull and you're wearing a red panties or some shit like that. Well, on my show, the night I did it, I was like, who the hell is the bull? Are you the bull? Are you going to give him the old one horn Jaco or some shit like that? And he's like, I laughed for almost an hour is what he said. He messaged me. So I'm hoping he comes on a show or a Griftbusters or something.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, when I talked to him. Yeah, when I saw that picture of Jaco in the red panties, I was like, "Who are you to talk?" sort of thing, you know. And Jordan didn't even know I was going to show that. He knew about the picture. When I showed
Right.
it, he was a bit like, "Oh, I didn't realize you were going to show that," and then he laughed. But
He's
it is
he's
funny.
a funny dude.
But yeah, who's the bull? You know, I think the bull is the team. The team, as Jordan calls them.
We give him the old meat horn.
Yeah. You know, he was very appreciative of Griftbusters. He had a lot of good things to say, and he did say he would come on, but I've not really been able to get much in touch with him since the interview. So hopefully he gets back in touch. But you know, if he doesn't, he doesn't. He did a great interview with me, you know, and spoke out, you know, from his position, which is a position of a lot of following, you know, and
for
being
sure.
still in that, you know, the sort of not pushing Q, but you know, believing it, you know,
Right.
and he does it from more of an analytical point of view, seeing these Q drops. You know, he doesn't even. I suppose maybe he does contemplate, but he doesn't even think or think to project that it could be, that whole thing could be a psyop in itself. But he's then looking at that going, well, I'm just saying these things, and all of these other people are going and saying these fantastical things, which there's no evidence for. So at least he is looking at the evidence and only reporting on, as far as I can see, as far as I've looked, he's only reporting on what he believes is reliable information. He's seen his other guys go and be really popular over saying the quantum financial system is coming, MedBed's coming, Nazara Gazara, we're all going to be, you know, have to worry about money anymore, and everyone's lapping that up. And from his stance, he, as far as I'm aware, you know, you guys can say differently if you know differently, but as far as I'm aware, he's kept to, this is what I know is reliable information. And when he has been caught being associated with people that then become questionable, or their sources or what they're saying is questionable, he has stepped back, and we've witnessed that. So I have to give him a lot of respect, and I do hope he loves the show.
For sure.
To me, he give him a good laugh. So maybe he will. I don't know whether associating with us is necessarily, I think it took a lot of courage to do the interview that he did. I mean, he was already calling them out already and giving me respect for 30 Reasons and whatnot. I'm not sure if he will come on Griftbusters. He said he will. Let's see if he does. But
he told me he would. He told me the same thing he would too, and I don't believe the same as him at all. But I do respect that he seems to be using valid sources. He seems to get information, and at least he's throwing some out. These other guys, they don't cull nothing. Like, it could be the most outlandish story that's clearly not true or whatever. But if they think they can push it to their viewers, they push it. Like, at least he goes through it and is like, that's clearly not true. I'm not sharing that with the people who trust me.
Let's be real here. He could have jumped on that gravy train. He could be making a lot of money by pushing this other sort of information. And, you know, I'm not doubting that he doesn't make a lot of money from doing what he does, but he could be making a lot more by jumping on the popular groups train and challenging them. That's a big thing. There's a big thing for someone in his stance. You know, me and you, and you know, the others, we've not got really much to lose in terms of the fact that we didn't have a massive following and a massive money maker. You know, this could really impact him badly. You know, it's a gamble, but it's a gamble for the right reasons. It's a gamble for, and this is why I respect him. You know, it's a gamble for the truth. Hang on a minute, these guys are taking the piss, taking the mickey. I don't know if these are both English terms. These guys are taking people for a ride. You know, and you know, I don't think that he is, regardless of whether me and you agree with everything that he believes.
Yeah. No, I think he's a good dude who's trying to put out what he thinks is true, and he and I don't see eye to eye, or you either, on everything. But at least he's not peddling false information for some type of gain. So I respect him for that, and I appreciate the fact that he's on the inside and said something about him, because when I say something about them and their fans show up, they're like, oh, you're a shill, you're a Democrat, you're a Biden voter, you're this, you're that. But he's on that inside. And when he said it, I think it got a lot of people's attention. It did a lot. And someone in my chat just said it. This is the reason I kind of brought it up. I actually saw that he started. You're in his Telegram too. I'm pretty sure I've seen you there. But he started a weekly show where he's calling out some of the most outlandish bullshit that they've done and said, and all the different people, the team that's after him.
Yeah, good on him. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for that. Like we both.
I think it'd be funny.
Yeah, I tried to join one of his shows. I don't think it was one of those, but I saw on that as well a lot of things that I thought that's maybe all crap, but actually it was so hard because he was keeping it real, and at the same time, in between near enough anything that he's sharing, he was then bringing up again. We're not talking about this in Nazara Gazara stuff. We're not talking about stuff that's not proven. There's no evidence. He keeps bringing it up, and people in his chat, some of them are grilling him. And you can see him respond. They're like, "Why does this bother you so much? Why can't we just all work together? Why can't you see the truth?" And it's just like, why doesn't it bother you? And this is the point. It should do. It should bother everyone. I'm getting these comments in my YouTube saying, why do you have to divide people? Why can't we all work together for the truth? Well, hang on a minute. These people are not giving you the truth. They're selling you a lie. Right. Why is that not important?
Yeah, this we're all under the same banner. I don't like that either. I would much rather if we just have something as definite as the right and the left, I would much rather people on the right take care of bullshit that's happening on the right than for it to ever reach the left to where they can make it a talking point or a point of interest or something else going on. So like you got to take care of your own. If people are going out too far, it's the same thing when you're in the military, you're on a team or whatever. You don't want it to reach the next level if you can say something about it and stop it here locally. And that's why I appreciate, like, I voted for Trump. Like I thought Trump would win, and I wish he would have won. I wish he was president right now. I think we'd be in a little bit better situation, but we can take care of us before the left can make it some type of talking point where they try to take rights away or step on this or take that away or new laws. We fly under this banner. You can't call out other people. At least they're trying. That's the opposite of what we need to be doing. You don't just get a pass because you voted for Trump. That's not how it works.
That's exactly right. You don't get a pass because of the banner that you purport to fly. Right. If you did, we'd be believing in and be supporting people like Charlie Ward. Outlandish claims. He's the head of the QFS. The cleaning lady told him it was meant to start at the beginning of April. Right. And I was just working on a video actually because I wasn't sure what time you were going to come on. I was hoping to release it before you did, but I'll maybe release it tomorrow now. But there is a QFS advert that's been made, a skit, and I wanted to show that. So I'll put that on the video, and I'll maybe release it either after our chat or I'll release it tomorrow. But it's a promo for Griftbusters. So I did. In my latest video, it's just an update, really. One of the things to talk about is Griftbusters. Hopefully, we'll be able to shoot one next week. We just need to get together and arrange a date, and trying to get people to join us live. And I was going to show, like I've done before, one of the skits. I've got a few skits to show next time. So it's all good fun. We've got to have a laugh while we're doing this. And I really appreciate the people that are spending their time showing how ridiculous some of these claims are by making these sort of, parodies and fan art. I really appreciate all the people putting in their own time and work, supporting us that way. Well, not just supporting us, supporting all the people we're trying to help that way by adding to, we can sit here and mock people. You can do that on a live stream, 4 hours. I can make a video, I say mock people, but, highlight how ridiculous they are. But people might not be able to do that, but they might be able to create an image, or they might be able to create a small skit because they've got a bit of, acting and comedic ability.
Right. So, yeah, I saw one. I saw one where it was like an infomercial about the QFS where they're like, "Are you tired of this? Blah blah blah," and then the lady's like, "Oh yeah, I am so tired." That's a funny video.
She said to me, "Do you want me to save it for Griftbusters?" I was like, "Nah, it's your work. You put it out there."
Yeah.
So it's been shared around. But perhaps I should have said, "Keep it hush." And we'll just preview it on Griftbusters. But I can't be greedy. This lady, she's done quite a few skits for us, and I really appreciate them. So yeah, you probably have seen it because it's been on the Griftbusters Facebook page actually. So guys, if you're on Facebook, join that because you might get to see stuff early. That may be where you've seen it. I don't know.
Yeah, it is a cool page too. There's a lot of people that when I'm preparing for a show, a lot of times I'll check my notifications. People will tag me and stuff and be like, "Hey, did you see this stuff that I don't have enough time in the day to watch all the people we cover now." But there's people out there watching all the time, and they'll tag me and stuff and send me clips, and it actually helps me out a lot. I appreciate it over there at the Griftbusters Facebook page.
It's great. It's still quite a small group,
Yeah.
I'm trying not to, I've only recently joined Telegram, and that seems to, as a social platform, take up a lot of time. I suppose you don't have to let it, but I didn't want to join it, but now I'm kind of spreading my time out. Facebook was my main social platform before that, but lots of people obviously were getting banned, and they were just like, and obviously. It's not necessarily the place to be for freedom of speech. So a lot of people were leaving Facebook. So it probably wasn't the best place to promote our sort of work.
Or a younger crowd. It seems like the younger crowd are fed up with Facebook. Not all of them, but a majority of them. A majority of a younger crowd is not there if you want to reach them. It's hard sometimes.
I mean, I didn't want to join Twitter, and about 5 months ago I did, and it was very good for my reach.
Sure.
I think I ended up getting 5,000 followers, and then the purge happened, and I went all the way down to less than 1,000. So
wow.
Us Griftbusters get hit by this sort of censorship too. They censor us and they censor people that watch us because they're trying to seek the truth.
Sure.
So
they've shut down some of my videos for mentioning QAnon stuff while I was making fun of it, and they're like, "Oh no, that doesn't work either." Like, what?
They did the same to Justice. You can't mention it, good or bad, and that's worrying. Regardless of whether you think spreading information from QAnons is destructive. If you can't even speak about it, there's something much more wrong with that.
Sure.
In my eyes.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. It's bad enough that they're banning people who are for. I would much rather them leave it out in the open for public debate, but to ban people who are also critical of it, I thought that was your goal. That doesn't make much sense to me. But I guess that's why I don't run social media.
Out there as well. Like, can't we take care of it? Do you know what I mean? I guess we haven't got 12 million followers, but I see it as a growing movement, and you see people on those sort of circuits now. They're all starting to. There's loads of them starting to speak out. Jordan Safer came on my show. Kirsten W came on my show. Kirsten W. She's still. I mean, the problem I have with that, I will say on your show, she was.
You really talked over too much. If I have one pointer I could give you,
See, the thing is, I let her talk. I wanted her to sing like a canary, right?
Oh, sure.
I did feel I respected her for coming forward, but she then, after doing that interview, got a lot of stick from that crowd. And she was like, "Right, I'm ready to do another interview now." And the thing is soon after that interview, she had then given dates. She'd done the thing, the thing that we say, you shouldn't be doing. She was purporting dates and stuff. Obviously, she's a big fan of Scott McKay. She was like, "Oh, I'm ready now. I want to come back on your show." And I thought, if I have her back on the show, I'm going to have to question her for doing the stuff that we are.
She's done in between.
I've given you the respect for coming forward and talking about them first of all, but I'm not sure a second interview. I would feel comfortable. I could go in there and go, hang on a minute. You've just said this, and you're still supporting this, but at the end of the day, I don't want people to feel uncomfortable to come forward. So by doing that, I don't think it would serve a greater goal. Yes, it might be a bit of fun to see me question her on that, but is that going to serve a greater goal? Are people going to really want to come on and talk to me and feel like that I might then go got you afterwards? No.
Yeah. And she's not gonna. She's not gonna be comfortable. She's not gonna say much. She's not gonna. But you also can't just lay down and say, "Oh, I'm giving her a pass just so she comes on because of whatever reason." Yeah, I understand. Exactly. It's kind of a catch-22 there.
And I tried to do that in the first show. It was so difficult. And when she came on with wearing a Patriot Street Fighter shirt, I was like, "Oh God, how am I going to conduct this interview? How am I going to do this and not, go in on that?" And I was trying to do it as politely as possible. I've got my style, and it's proved to work in the past. I am respectful for people to come on my show. I'm not going to. People, I've said before, the Charlie Ward interview that I did months and months back, they were like, that was disappointing. You didn't get anything out of him. Like, what was the point in that? You've completely disappointed me. 30 Reasons came, so many months later, and I showed all the stuff that I actually pulled out of that interview.
Sure.
But people wouldn't see it because they were expecting me to go, "You fucking grifter, you." No, that's not how you get people to talk to you. That's what you want. You want people to talk to you. You don't want people to be defensive. They're not going to give anybody anything then. But
yeah.
Besides,
make your point. I was going to say, make your point. Make your point, and you got to hold your fundamental values and what you believe. But it's not a game of how many people can I run off and never get to speak to me again, or anytime my name's brought up, they're going to speak negatively of me just because I gave them this horrible experience when I had them on. I got a question right quick. Someone said, do you know a red-haired English Q lady with tattoos on her face that does like QAnon stuff, and she's crazy? Do you know a red-headed English lady that does it?
No.
I haven't seen one either.
England's a small island, and the web, especially the circles that we look into, can seem quite small, but actually there's a lot of people in Britain, and there's a lot of people on the internet talking crap.
Sure.
And this redhead tattooed face lady, I'm sure I would remember her. Not heard of her, but if she's making a major grift, send us the information. We'll have a look into her. Maybe it'd be fun to look into.
Sure. I was going to pull up this. You got a new action figure, right? You sent me the picture of it.
Yeah, I thought you said that your guys had seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. In which case, I thought you were saying this has already been put. I was saving it for Griftbusters, but I thought since I'm coming in your show, let's have a look at it.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's Scott McKay's action figure, aka Patriot Street Fighter, aka Patriot Street F Slur. There's two white rabbits having sex, Christ LARP, military LARP, porn hope. Useful idiot is what Robert David Steele says, and Jesus Christ himself says hell awaits. Oh, it's got platform shoes. Oh, Ashley Babbitt is down here in the corner. Wow, they went for the throat, didn't they?
Can you zoom?
Yeah, hold on. Let me do this. Open image in a new tab. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Pork and balls, false teeth.
Look at the hat.
Ooh. Father is not a general, says JFK. Jr. is alive, says Joe Biden is a clone. Hell awaits. Here's the platform shoe. Look at those shoes.
They're the same ones, I swear.
Yeah. Someone got in my comments and tried to act like I was bashing on him because he's disabled and he was born with a leg shorter than another leg or something crazy.
Well.
I figured. Yeah, I figured he would say. They're like Harley. You wouldn't know. You don't ride a motorcycle, and these are Harley boots. But I do ride, and those are some thick soles, my man. This has the My Pillow guy, fake news. Oh, it's got what's his name? Beta. What's the black guy's name?
I don't even recognise him. I missed that joke.
He does. He's a Republican. Damn, I can't remember his name right now. He's a big deal. Like, he talks like he might have some issues, but he has his own show and a lot of followers. Somebody in chat will say his name in a second.
It's not Prime
I'm
Minister.
really bad with names.
It doesn't look like him.
No. It's he's an older guy. He did an interview with the Black Hebrew Israelites. He does a bunch. He did Destiny. You know, Destiny the streamer. That's gonna kill me. Let me look right quick. Let me pull up another tab. Chat will probably tell me before I can ever find it. But
well, Dime Store douchebag.
Who is making? Is this the Groiper guy who's making all these?
So there's a guy called Groiper on Gab, and if you guys haven't watched the Griftbusters where we showed the other figures, they've done one of Charlie Ward, Mel K, and Simon Parks, and they've also done another one which we didn't share on Griftbusters. I can't remember who the other one was for, but not someone that I've really researched. But yeah, he's funny. He makes some great art.
That guy's name is, somebody just said it in chat too, Jesse Lee Peterson. He always goes, amazing. He's funny. Like, I think, like, he either has, like, a speech issue or had one as a child, or maybe he's a little bit slow, but he's a Republican Trump supporter guy, and he pulls on, like, Black Lives Matter people, and he pulls on Black Hebrew Israelites, and he just tells them how it is. Like, he's like, well, you know that black people aren't, God don't like black people more than he likes anybody else. Why you think you're an Israelite? I know who the Israelites is. Like, he lays it out plain and flat and simple. They do not like it. Did you see this? This says made to scale. 5'2". There's so many good things in these. All right, let me scroll up.
There's a comment at the top. Includes false teeth.
Oh, includes some dentures. Oh, it's got his wheelchair from the time he couldn't walk all the way to the plane. God, these are good.
So
There's a lot of detail in these.
Yeah, it must have taken some time. Respect.
Oh, Braveheart LARP. What's this? Kosher product certified. Yeah, you'll get that with the Groipers. QFS LARP. It's even got the evergreen on it. Oh, hey, look right here. It's got me on it. I didn't know I was featured. Dime Store douchebag.
You're famous, Will. You're on an action figure.
Ooh, that's a good one. At least somebody's paying attention to all this bullshit going on. He's even went through to put a reflection in the top lid of the box. Like, this has a lot of detail to it. And he makes a bunch of these. Like, everybody has one that's like semi-famous for something negative. Oh.
Yeah, he's really good. Oh. He's really good. The top left, short and bald.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I just assumed that was the brand name. Yep, short and bald. Pathological liar, coward, military LARP. It says age, retards, and Trump tards. Military lingo bingo. Oh, that's what we need. Military lingo bingo. Wow. I like that a lot.
Should get Paul on making one of those. He made the Charlie Ward's bullshit bingo.
Yeah. We get a military firing position and the general and all that stuff going on to try to get it and play it for sure. That was a good one. What was the other picture you sent?
Well,
I can grab it, but
you load it up.
Yeah.
So tomorrow night, or tonight, technically, if you're watching from the UK, there will be a video released on my channel, which is a interview with Charlie Ward's son.
Oh no.
So this is his son Glenn, who so Charlie had 3 children in his first marriage. He had his oldest son who died, who we know about, who died from driving, from a driving accident. And he has a daughter who is a football coach, quite a well-known football coach in England. And his middle son, this is Glenn, and he used to work with Charlie, his father.
Right.
And he's ended up changing his name now. There's a lot of things that are going to be revealed in this interview, but he used to work with him because Charlie, by trade, is an electrician. And so he used to work with him, and all sorts. He talks about how the fact that he never owned a property, never owned a car, things like that. You know, he wasn't who he said he was. And he fell out with his dad when he was saying, "Can you please just stop bullshitting to people?" Basically, he ended up changing his name. So I've not seen the whole interview because the interview is not actually with me. So a friend of mine, he goes by Mr. Truth Intelligencer. He's done the interview with Glenn. I've seen some snippets, and and he's told me some things that are revealed in there. So it's going to be really revealing. It's going to be good. We're going to premiere that on my channel. So make sure you catch it live if you can. Join the chat. It'll be about 10-11 p.m. undecided, 10-11 p.m. UK time tonight, technically for us, but tomorrow for you guys in the US. So that's GMT. So that'll probably be, I think, 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
So will be good enough time for a lot of you guys, hardworking guys, to hopefully get home or even start watching it on the car on the way home. Trying to get it so it'd be not too late for the UK guys and not too early for the US guys. So we're going to go about 10-11 p.m. tomorrow. Look out. I'll probably send a notification like midday. Because there's loads of people that have been asking for a week. Is it coming out yet? Is it coming out yet? Is it coming out yet? So I will set as soon as I get the video, which will be tomorrow afternoon, I will set it up and I will send out a notification. Everyone that's on my channel will get a notification, hopefully telling you, if you click the bell, obviously, telling you what time it will be. So check that out. It's not with me. However, Glenn has said that he will do a follow-up interview afterwards with myself and Mr. Truth Intelligencer. So we'll have that next week, another interview with him. But in that hour and 10 minutes, I think there is a lot of stuff revealed about Charlie. One more thing I will give you is that he's always said that he was kicked out of that cult that he was in, the same cult as Aleister Crowley, the Plymouth Brethren. He says he left the cult. He wasn't. He was kicked out because he kept having too many affairs with the other wives within the cult. Something that you could probably imagine. Anyway, I will leave it for his son to tell the story. It's
sure.
Yeah.
One thing I like to think about when something like this comes out, or I guess before it even comes out, what do you think so there's going to be people who are going to be like, oh, this was set up, this was fake, this is blah, blah, blah. What do you think they're going to try to say, like his son wants money, or his son, Charlie cut him out of the wheel, what do you think they're going to come back with?
Well, Charlie caught wind that he was doing this interview, and Charlie sent some voice notes, which are now included in the video, where you will see him say, "You can believe what you want." He tries some narcissistic behavior. But the truth will come out someday, and you can either carry on as you're doing, or you can stop doing what you're doing. One day you'll understand, all of that sort of stuff. So that's in voice notes put to him. And I think he was hoping he could stop it. Interestingly, Charlie Ward has also deleted all of his old videos from his website. They only go back 2 or 3 weeks now. I wonder why. However, what do you say people will come back with? Yeah, people will obviously come back with the same things that they come with anyone asking questions of people, that they have major cognitive dissonance because they believe and want to believe and hope to believe the hopium that they peddle, because it's important to them for financial reasons, for medical reasons, med beds, whatnot. They would rather listen to them than people shitting on their parade like us. I'm sorry, but if the parade is fake, people need to know. And this is a guy who is his son, who has changed his name, who was embarrassed, frankly.
That's a long ways to go to change your name. That clearly sends a message.
Yeah, I mean, he was disconnected. When he tried to say, "Look, Dad, can you please stop with this bullshitting?" He was, cast away from the family. However, he didn't continue to follow what Charlie was doing, and when it was brought to light recently, he thought, how terrible. People need to know the truth, and I think it's only right, me being his son, that he didn't have to do this. So much respect for him. People need to know, because people are spending a lot of money on this. People are giving their mental and emotional, time and
Their
hopes.
retirement, their savings, everything.
Oh man, the damages we can't even comprehend. I know that we report on what they could be. We report on what people have said. People have said to me in comments, I've got proof of it. Someone even said I saved their marriage. People have said to me that they didn't pay their mortgage or their credit cards or their tax for so long. They got into bad financial states, and they spent all their money on dinar and other foreign money. People have got into absolute states already. And when the other 12 million people realize very soon, very shortly, I'm sure, especially with the pressure that's being put on them, especially because of people like Glenn and information that we put out and things, they will soon realize, they'll have to realize there comes a point where you can't hide behind these claims anymore. Well, it's going to happen any day now. I'm sure it could probably go on for a few more years.
Sorry, it's a tip coming in.
Until 2024. What's that?
Ladies,
Wow.
I can be your Charlie Ward.
Go on.
Please don't kick me out of the cult,
Wait a
Will.
second. It says, ladies, I can be your Charlie Ward. Please don't kick me out of our cult, Will. Mason coming in with $100 tip right off the bat. Look at that. Thank you very much, Mason. I will not kick you out. Allow me to offer you Mariah. She's not off the table just because she's the cult leader's wife. That doesn't $100 buys a lot of people. Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's very, very generous. Probably too generous.
And
but
Mason,
thank you.
please join me for my live chat tomorrow.
One thing I was going to tell you, they were calling Charlie the what were they calling him? The Charlie the Randy Sparky. For being a electrician.
That sounds like someone from the UK. Randy Sparky. They're surely they're two UK terms. Randy being horny, Sparky being electrician.
Yeah. We use Sparky here too, but we don't use Randy. But it's Del Croy is in the chat. He's from the UK.
But you've seen Austin Powers, right?
Yeah.
You're Randy. Randy, baby.
That's where I get my entire knowledge of the British people as a whole.
As do
the documentary.
To be fair.
I got one more thing for you, Em. I have a question. So another thing that I like to talk about sometimes, or at least think about, is So a lot of these people, I know for a fact, no doubt in my mind, that Charlie Ward knows what he's saying is false, because he's went as far as to now I can't speak on you, I can't speak on Tony, I can't speak on anybody else, but he's went as far as to say that he has secret information that I work for the Deep State or MIA or MI6 or the CIA or whatever. So I know personally that he knows that he's lying, right? He's putting out false information, and I can prove it because I personally know I don't do that. So what do you think with these people, if they know they're lying, what is their end game? Like, are they just going to make their money real quick and then hide forever? Are they going to try to keep pushing it and changing and moving the goalposts for the next 10 years? Are they just going to pretend like it didn't happen next year? What are they going to do when nothing happens here?
It's not going to go on for 10 years. And we've speculated on Griftbusters. We said, what's going to happen with this tour? It would seem it's going ahead. But all this money that was put in, we saw that the wraps that they put on the buses.
Ireland. I'm sorry. I said Del Croy was from the UK. I knew he was from Europe, but he's from Ireland. I don't want to offend him. He's from Ireland.
Big up from Ireland. Big up, our Irish viewers. There's quite a few of them, actually. I didn't realise there was quite a few of them. But anyway, yeah. So we wondered whether they were going to dash with all the money, because it's quite a lot of money for that tour.
Sure.
And the tour doesn't make sense, as we've said plenty of times. What are they trying to achieve? Oh, we're going to raise awareness of our channels. Right, okay. Seems pretty self-serving to be getting... How much money did they want to take from their viewers for it?
No.
Anyway, 10 years? No, Will. I don't think they'll be going on 10 years. I think Charlie Ward is for him in particular, is in the process of disappearing. He's just deleted
Right.
over a
Could be.
year's worth. I mean, thousands probably of interviews since he was doing like 3 a day, 4 a day on average, right? He's just
Mhm.
deleted them all from his website. I think they're still on BitChute at the moment. He knows this interview's coming. He's now stopped talking as much nonsense. He's now stopped talking about the QFS because he knows that's not going to happen. So what's going to happen? His viewership's going to decline. People are going to stop paying, giving him so much so much faith, regardless of what proofs put in front of them. And eventually, everyone's going to turn around. I'm sure not maybe everyone. I mean, Greg Hallett, as an example, the fake King of England. We said this on the Griftbusters as well. You know, people thought it was going to be impossible. He'll be always grifting, and maybe he will come back. And people thought that the work that me and Justice were doing was pointless. But
Right.
eventually, it caught up with him, and nearly everyone was like, "All right, okay, well, maybe you were right, but you're still a dick." To us. Why are we a dick? We were right. But it's just because I didn't want to hear it, you know? And eventually it
Sure.
caught up with him and he had to disappear. He had to disappear because people were saying, well, I want my money back, or you're a fraud, or have you seen Justice and MC Secret Truth? Or, where's the proof of your ancestry? Where's the proof of this? And he couldn't answer them. So he was blocking them. The first sign was funneling everyone into one place on Facebook. Nowadays, you get funneling everyone to a Telegram group, right? The second thing was
Right.
disabling all comments across everywhere and having moderators stopping anyone that says anything that they don't like and deleting that instantly. You're seeing that now from the team, right? The next step was he made sort of his last ditch attempt to keep these people bottled up in this fantasy. And when his loyal followers started talking about, started questioning him, it was time to disappear with the money.
Right.
So what do I think? I think that they can carry on. I think a lot of these people will carry on. I think that we're making an impact and people standing up are making an impact. I think it's going to snowball. I think we're seeing that now. I think we're part of a movement. I think we're doing good.
Sure.
I think we should carry on doing what we're doing. I think all the people listening tonight or watching this video in retrospect are part of that, even if they are not fully on page with us and they're just curious to what we've got to say. The truth will out. These people will eventually disappear into obscurity or even, hopefully, be held accountable for what they've been doing. That is my honest
Yeah, I
opinion.
couldn't.
How long it will last could be years. Not 10 years, though, Will. I don't believe that.
I couldn't. I couldn't. I couldn't imagine doing that. Like I've made money doing this. Probably more than I deserve. Honestly, like I'm on disability, like a fixed income, and I make money off this. People decide to leave tips and stuff, and I make decent money here sometimes, and sometimes not so much. But I don't know. I feel like we've grown a fan base that I interact with. They know about my kids. They know about my family. Like I talk to them on a daily basis. They're in my groups. They ask me how things are going. Like it's almost like we
Will,
built really good friendship at least. And I couldn't
don't
imagine
say
just
more than you deserve. You put in work. What you do is work. You do this not because it's work, because it's something that you enjoy doing. But you have built a
sure.
community. You built a fan base.
That's
They appreciate what you do. You're not saying, "Give me money and I'll show you more content." You're just putting your
right.
stuff out there, and you're saying, "Okay, well, here's a link if you want to support my work." People are giving you money, like the $100 that you've been given. You deserve it. If you didn't deserve it, that guy wouldn't have thought you deserved it. Okay, you could give the
I
argument,
understand.
hang on, Charlie Ward's fans think he deserves it. But, you know, the thing is you're breaking these things down and you're giving evidence. You've built up this community. It's a different type of community to what these grifters have been doing.
Right.
They are literally you have to pay to be in an insiders club. But they will say, the fans will say, you don't have to pay. You can listen to his videos for free. But
Yeah.
they don't understand they're being suckered in. All of those people saying that are part of his insiders club. They're all paying him €11 a month or whatever it is.
I've also
I can
noticed their
guarantee.
community. I've also noticed their community. What I was going to say is I couldn't imagine just walking away from it and like taking the money and run and then hiding from these people the rest of my life. But I have noticed in their communities, if they say they're built on what they want to hear. So, like, they might be an advent follower of Charlie because they want med beds and they want this and they want that. Patriot Street Fighter is one of the guys I bring up as an example. So they want the Space Force and all this stuff to be real and all the rumors and blah, 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 all that shit to be real. If he says something that they personally disagree with, they go off. Like, me and my chat have disagreements, and we just move along, or I'll make a joke about it or whatever. They go off. They're like, I never liked this channel. You were a shill from the get-go. I'm out of here. I'm leaving. I'll never be back. And it's over something stupid like a date or a timeline or what they think the deep state's doing underground. Like, they are built on hopium, and if it's not there, it collapses. That was one of the fears I talked to my chat about. Like, when we were talking about how does this all wrap up? How does this end? I'm kind of worried that it all collapses at once, because if it does, then we're going to have all these people, like a fifth of Republicans in the United States, and really more. They're all going to be black-pilled at once, and they're going to be angry and looking for someone to use that anger against. And it probably won't be the people who deserve it, like Scott McKay and Charlie Ward and those people. It'll probably be something else. So I would much rather them wake up slowly by seeing our videos or just questioning things or doing this, because if you get 30 or 40,000 really pissed off people that are willing to do something, that's pretty bad. Thank you, Gino Craven, for the 2 6-packs. I appreciate it. Yeah, it could get bad quick, for sure, with that many people mad. I don't want to see that happen.
I hear what you're saying, and yeah, hopefully they don't take it out on the messenger. You know, that saying, don't shoot the messenger. Hopefully they don't turn around. I'm sure some will. You know, they'll be like, well, you told us about this, so you're the dick because you ruined my illusions. Hang on a minute. Think about what you're saying. Right. We woke you up to what they're doing. Don't shoot the messenger. But there's a reason, there's a saying for that. And it's because the instant kickback reaction is to try and kick out at the people that have caused you this problem by all of this happening, because they have woken you up to this. It takes time for people to break that and realize, hang on, they're not the bad guys. Okay, I've got some bad feelings towards them because I wanted that to be real, and they were the people who shattered my illusions. But eventually, over time, they then realize they might still not like you for it, but they'll realize, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't kick out at him. He only just tried to warn me.
Sure.
So hopefully we don't get that sort of kickback, and hopefully, I want all the cards to fall at once because I want them to fall tomorrow. But I don't think that's going to happen.
At one time, I was saying that I hoped Trump would come out and be like, look, this is all bullshit. This is not happening. That's not happening. Scott McKay's a bitch, and I've never even heard of Charlie Ward. But then I thought, man, that could be disastrous. One, half the people won't believe it. They'll think it's a secret coded message. And two, the half that do believe it, we could have something like happened in D.C. on January 6th, but on a massive scale. And not that I think that we're in danger of something like that. I've seen what the U.S. military can do when they want to do it, and they will do it to protect the Capitol at all costs. But it's an open door for here. See, we in the U.S., we've got like the Second Amendment and the right to carry arms and stuff. They're going to use that to not only chip away at that, if not take it away altogether, depending on who you are and what you believe politically. But they'll also use it, and we've seen it already with Parler and stuff. They'll use those angry people that do something stupid in a moment of anger. They'll use it to lock down social media. They'll use it to ban more people. They'll use it to to put out what you can and cannot say on social media. They'll use it to look what they did with Parler. They tracked everybody that was at the Capitol. They've been to their house. The credit card companies come out, and anybody who bought gas in Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C., Maryland, or a hotel room or anything, they all got sent to the FBI. Like the government always uses something like that for a power grab. And right now, the government's not leaning our way, so the power is going to be taken from us. I can almost guarantee that. So
that's right. And the people,
I don't want anybody to get hurt, but I don't want to lose anything that I hold dear. And these people are claiming to be patriots and hold those same things. Yeah. But yeah. they claim that they believe in the same things, but then they're putting them out here on the line, and they're costing us some of them, or going to eventually.
Yeah, absolutely right. Spot on there. And I think people need to think carefully now about how they react to certain things, and how that might affect the very freedoms that they think that they're fighting for.
Sure.
It is worrying.
I point people back to 9/11, and now 9/11 was tragic. I still remember it. I was in 7th grade. I watched it all happen live. We didn't see the first plane hit, but from that moment forward, we watched it all live and happen. One of the reasons I joined the military. And at the time, everybody was like, yeah, fuck those people. Let's bring on the Patriot Act. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then 10 years down the road, they're just tapping random people's phone lines. They're getting warrants through a secret court that they established. We've got people being held as prisoners with no charges and tortured and questioned. Like, we gave up a lot because we were angry at the time. And now there's going to be a sect of people that are angry, and people that are angry back at them, and they're going to give up more. And you won't notice it. You might even be in favor of it today, and 2 years down the road, when it affects you and you can't get on an airplane because you're on a no-fly list. I've been there. When I came home from leave one time when I was in the military, I was on the no-fly list. Couldn't even get a flight home in a civilian plane. Like, I've been there. That shit sucks. Even if you are in favor of it today, think about what it'll be 5 years down the road when a bunch of politicians get their hands on it and twist it and change it. And
it makes you wonder whether, it makes you wonder whether that was the reason, or that was engineered in some way. I'm saying this quite cryptically. I don't want to be.
I've thought about that a lot.
Yeah, well, there's lots. Guys, look into it. There's lots of evidence that would suggest that all was not as it seems with 9/11, and that's as much as I'll say, because I don't want to get into it too much here. But what you said hit the absolute nail on the head. The amount of freedoms, liberties, things that you were all for being changed because of the threats and the scare of the terrorists. It just makes you wonder.
Even what we got going on right now. So during the era of Trump, the left said we'll never have someone like him again. We'll hunt down the people who supported him. Anybody who worked for him will never hold a job again. They made lists. They've done all this stuff. They've doxed and canceled people, law firms that worked for him, everything, anybody associated with him. Now, for some reason, it seems like even giant lefty-controlled companies are allowing some of this banter and stuff with around the Q stuff to go with very limited activity. I know Scott McKay gets banned all the time, but he's also had 14 channels and he's not losing a single subscriber. He keeps coming back. They won't put an IP ban on him. They ban me for talking about him and say that I'm picking on him. Like, they gave me a strike and shit for picking on him, making fun of his shit. Like, it almost seems like this could be a setup to once and for all, let's drive these people till they snap, and then we'll be able to say, oh, well, you can't do this, and you're a racist, and you're a Nazi, and we're going to do this, and that'd be a way to clean up the Trump supporters. It could all be an inside job.
Yeah. The last thing I will say on this matter is, I do fully believe that a lot of these people are controlled assets, and things that they put out are controlled. And the kickback from people like us, is advised. Not always. Sometimes you can see it's a lash out. It's a human reaction. But I believe, I can't speak for them all, and I can't necessarily say whether Scott McKay is or not. I think that some of these people are being duped, misled, or even trying to believe themselves to carry on this because they don't want to be wrong. And I think there's a certain set of people that are being paid to do this. I fully believe that. And, and it makes me really concerned, especially because of the sociopathic nature of how these guys conduct themselves, and the information they're putting out, and what that could mean if some of that is controlled. What that means about the people in control. Are they, So that's what I'll say on this. But dude, I do have to go. This has been
You
awesome.
good, buddy?
What I want to do is I will rip this off, and I'll put up this is an interview from between me and you on my channel, because this was a good chat.
Sure, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
And
yeah,
I'll let you
anytime you wanna
continue
come on.
your normal viewing.
Thank you, man. We'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate your support. Make sure you tune in tomorrow night for or tonight, depending on where you are, for that interview with Charlie Ward's son. It'll be very revealing, and I'm very excited about it. Will, good to see you. We'll catch up soon, and we'll arrange a date for Griftbusters 5, which, again, make sure you guys tune in for that. Guys, you've been great today. Thanks a lot, and good night. Good night, Will.
Sure, man. See ya. I'll be looking for that interview. It sounds great.
Yeah, man. Yeah, catch me tomorrow. Take care, guys.
See you, bud. All right, let's close that out. Thank you, guys. Thank you, M, for coming on. That was insightful. I kind of like him. M's been covering the grift longer than me. I've just been getting drunk and playing around on the internet, but he's been covering these people and the grifters and the fake king, Greg Hallett, all that stuff. It was. I like to hear what he's got to say about it. What he thinks is going on, what he thinks the end game is, where he thinks it's headed, what he thinks is happening, when the cash grab's coming. I don't know. It's insightful talking to him. He's got a lot of good interviews under his belt. He knows a lot of people out there. Yeah, he does a good job. So make sure you check out his interview. That'll be tomorrow night at like 6 p.m. I think here locally. Is the stream dropping out? Oh, there's back. By the way, I saw this in chat. I absolutely believe 9/11 happened. Like I didn't want to give that. Yeah, I didn't want to give that like make you guys think that I somehow doubt that it happened at all. His channel is M Seeker of Truth. M, the letter M, like M&M's or Mike, and then Seeker of Truth on YouTube. He's also on Facebook and Twitter under M Seeker of Truth, and he has a Truth Seekers Facebook group, and we also have a Griftbusters Facebook group that I'm part of. I'm not in the Truth Seekers one, but I'm like an admin in the Griftbusters one. It's actually a pretty good group. It looks like they started. I didn't even know this. It looks like they started their thing for security reasons. Blah blah blah. So they added tour dates at the beginning. So the 10th of May was in Atlanta. 11th of May is St. Louis. 12th of May tonight would be in Lincoln, Nebraska. Tomorrow, Cheyenne, Wyoming. So it looks like they've got some of this shit going on. That's why I had the bus pulled up. I wanted to see if Cynthia McKinney was anywhere on the bus because, she quit. She backed out of the tour and didn't want nothing to do with it. I was trying to see if her picture was on there. She was supposed to have the females' buses or whatever. That's the girls' bus. I've got the guys' bus with the roughnecks. Because for some reason, Robert David Steele thinks people who set up stages are also the people who get oil out of the ground. He calls them roughnecks. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder how their first couple of dates went. See what we got. Battle Mountain, Nevada. Let's arise and ride and for freedom. I also wanted to see Scott McKay's bus. Scott McKay's bus is supposed to be even though he's not starting until they come to Texas later on in the month, because he said he just couldn't make it. It was kind of crazy to ask him to travel out and then travel back home on the bus, blah blah blah. Then suddenly he came out with a leg infection or something. His doctor won't let him go. But his bus is supposed to be in tow. Like his bus is supposed to be with the group of buses driving around until it gets to Texas and he gets on it. I kind of wanted to see what it looks like. There's another one of the buses in real life. In front of the Renaissance Hotel. I wanted to see. I would be stoked to see Cynthia McKinney still on there. She backed out right towards the end. I think she finally, the way she's kind of being elusive about it. I think she finally realized who these people are and what they stand for. Battle Mountain. There's the buses I was just clicking on. What's this one say? Constitutional sheriffs and peace officers. Oh, that's Sheriff Mack's thing. Miss Piggy loving her ride. Oh, God. Him and that damn pig. Mail this to your elected official. End all campaign donations until unrigged election reform act is passed. Yeah, they're going to pass your bill because you're in with them. Captain's log, Stargate. Oh, God. 2021-0509. Stargate, 2021-0510. Departure photos. Well, we are off for Nevada with 2 coaches and will return for the full tour launch from Atlanta on 20th May, Atlanta. 21st May, Birmingham. New Orleans is shaping up to be our first mega event. The bright news for me was that FedEx found our $20K worth of colored #unrigged caps. He was begging for money. He needed $10,000 or $13,000 a day, whatever it was, until the tour started. But he spent $20,000 on hats. And apparently FedEx lost them, but now has found them. And they're going to bring it to us at the Nevada event. The publicity team is hitting its stride. I'm spending some time thinking about what if there is a fuel shortage, credit cards stop working, etc. Below are some caption photos of our departure. Robert Don, coachmaster, and 2 master drivers. Note Dan's tattoo. Okay, and that's apparently the bus drivers. Loading up the narrative and technical team, including drones. They will have their own coach for a big push, and RAP honors CSPOA, and Sheriff Richard Mack will own this bus on the full tour. Oh, okay. That's going to be his bus on the full tour. Okay. The poop brief. Don't, if you must, fill tank first, then flush twice. Also, safety when in motion. Top-notch professional drivers. We are in great hands. Ooh, imagine getting brought back to Robert David Steele. Imagine being at the bar and Robert David Steele picks you up. Ooh. In reference to last show, Santo Bonacci is an older version of Sasha Stone. I remember him back in my radio days. I heard a lot of Grifter BS back then, too. Oh, okay. So he's like one of those, like a spiritual, intellectual, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't know who he is, but I heard Jason Q reference him for sure. Robert's home and office for the next 111 days. Note, Miss Piggy bunked in. Could you imagine getting picked up at the bar? Oh, this would be bad. And he's like, you want to come back to my bus? Oh, are you a musician? Not really. Not exactly. But I do have a twin. They pulled Cynthia McKinney out of the photo quick. She's not up there. I can tell quickly because it's a black and white photo, and she is not white, so she's not in there at all. They pulled her out rather quickly. There's I guess this is supposed to symbolize Scott McKay, even though it's so fucking blurry you can't read it. Man, that should be fun. Oh, they also took her off this artwork, and they got 2 guys in wheelchairs up front. What the hell is that? Hold on just a second. We gotta go back now. They've got new art for the tour, and instead of being her with face paint and Trump giving each other elbows, it's 2 guys in wheelchairs. It used to be this. Cynthia McKinney, Trump, bumping elbows, Indians behind them. They're both wearing war paint. Democrats, Republicans, everybody in between, and they're on a bridge. It's really tacky. It's really very strange. Very, very strange artwork. But they've apparently changed it. He also has a mace. Someone over here is holding a spatula and white gloves. There's no faces on these people, just hats, tools of war. And they're coming together with war paint on. Red, white, blue, and black war paint. It does seem a little bit racist that they didn't put black paint on her face, but they did on Trump's face. But whatever. And then we got Mount Rushmore, but they've added JFK and Donald Trump, and above them are the Native American founding fathers, or whatever they're calling it. So this is very, very, very. This is some of the shittiest artwork I've ever seen, especially like to kick off a tour or something. I have no idea what's going on. It doesn't make me want to go see something because I don't know what there is to see. It doesn't make sense. But since then, I want to see the wheelchair one. I wonder if he did a post about it. If he hasn't mentioned the Cynthia McKinney thing yet that I know of. Hell was that? I'm over here beeping. Oh, that's the other GoPro. It must be going dead or something. I don't know. Scared the shit out of me. I've been around too many IEDs to have shit just fucking beeping at my desk randomly. Oh God. So there was the artwork. I wanted to. He never mentioned Cynthia, did he? Here it is. Oh, here it is. Arise USA. We still got the founding native fathers. We've got Mount Rushmore, but thank God they pulled Trump off of it. Like, I don't care if he eventually gets to be on Mount Rushmore. If that happens, cool. But just to go on your own volition, your own accord, and put that shit up there is very, very, very strange. I don't know what the hell that was. But here's the new one. It looks like it has a couple of disabled people. It's got a midget. It's got people marching. We'll talk more about this in just a second. We're going to have an interruption here for Not News, right, Ollie? Ollie, Not News? Yeah. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me pull up your music. It's okay. Just because you're tired, we can do it quick. Do you want to hear your music? Yeah, I can't bring. Here's playing. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Let me get 99 down in a minute. Here we go.
Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news.
Hi. What's your name?
Hi. I not new.
Ollie with the 99 News. What's up, buddy? What'd you do today?
I know.
I know me and you built an airplane and we flew it.
Show them your airplane.
Pretty cool. Check that out.
Show it up here.
I'll show it to the camera. It's a balsa wood plane with a little weight in the front, and you can set the wings to either make it go up or down or do flips, turn left, turn right. It's pretty cool. That's your airplane.
You want to show them what your friend Zachary drew?
Oh, you got a present from your friend?
Tell him who drew that.
Yeah,
You gotta hold it like this.
Zachary.
Stop.
I can't see.
Hang on, buddy. Daddy's trying to get.
There's a drawing there. You can barely see it, guys. It is a drawing from Zachary, your friend, right?
Yeah, I can't see going to away.
It's too bright. It's okay.
No, away.
Why did he draw you a special drawing? Why did Zachary draw that for you?
I know.
Hey, what happened to your tie-dye shirt at school?
It don't turn. Nine get a orange.
Green and orange?
Gave you the wrong shirt.
What color was it supposed to be?
Blue, and red, and purple.
Blue and red and purple, but they gave you a green and orange one. That's not the one you made.
How dare they?
Man, that's awful. Well, what else? You made a tie-dye shirt at Grammy's too. What color did you use there?
I know.
You told me all the colors. Did you use all the colors?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What do you want to tell them? What else?
I know.
School's almost over. Did you know
Come on.
that? Hey, listen. You've got a ball game tomorrow, and Bubba doesn't, so everybody will be at Ollie's game to watch Ollie. We won't have to split up. It'll be Mommy and Daddy and Papa and Mama and Ollie and Bubba. Everybody will be there the whole time. It'll be awesome.
Come on.
I want you to see you throw the ball.
Buy your time. Oh my God.
Okay, well, tell him you say love you.
Where you buy
Ollie.
all when I knew.
Okay, he's too tired. He's got to go. Thank you for being nice while you were here.
He was very
What do you say? Don't touch me. All right, we gotta play the other intro song. Hold on. This is Meat Caboose, the Meat Caboose Show. Game over. This is Liam with Game Train.
Hey everybody, this is Liam with Game Train, and I have a question for you to start off. What do all these games have in common? Pokemon, Fire Emblem, and a bunch of other games with turn-based battles and like Final Fantasy. Yes, they all have Mario, but they're also worse than Miitopia because that's my favorite RPG.
Okay.
But in Miitopia, you play around and you can make your own characters, and you can also get some offline to be like heroes and people in villages. So, like, I made myself the wizard. I made myself the wizard. I made Tank Man from week 7 of FNF our pop star because he sings in that game because it is a rhythm game.
Hold on just a second. Don't say nothing for just a second. I got turned down. It should be good now, though. Go ahead.
Okay, but I made Kirby our knight, and I made our chef a hamburger, me, and there's a bunch of different people you can encounter. Like, I made the amiibo person a hamster. I made the camera guy who I haven't found yet because it isn't in the demo.
Hold on just a second. Jay reached out to me today, and he had gotten his merch. He's all right. He might be busy or not able to watch the show or whatever, but nothing's wrong. He's all right.
But I made the cameraman say "ah" with a giant screaming face.
You know what? That game I saw somebody play the other day, and he was an adult, but it looked like a kid's game. But he had a lot of fun with it, just because he would do random stuff. Was Scribble Knots? Is that where you just draw whatever you want?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then he come to this part where there was like somebody that was hungry, and it's like help him not be hungry. So he made him like a man-eating person, and he was eating other people, and like you can do weird stuff on there.
Yeah, I've actually heard of Scribble Knots before.
It looked really, really fun. It was Call Me Kevin was the one playing it, the YouTuber I watched.
Yeah.
But he had a lot of fun doing it. Yeah. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about Miitopia.
Yeah.
And all the characters you made. What else?
Yeah, I made the Dark Lord who steals all the people's faces. Mr. Clean from the soap commercials. I made our carefree guide a emoji. Okay. I made the granny the laughing emoji. I made let's see.
How do you win? What's the point?
How do you win? You beat the Dark Lord and save everybody's faces because they've been put onto monsters.
So you have to give them emoji faces.
Yeah, that's what I did.
How you been doing so far? You made it a long way in the game?
Yeah, I actually beat the demo. It was only a demo, but it was so much fun.
That's strange. Usually with a demo, you can see how the game works, and it might be kind of fun, but you usually don't have like as much fun as you had with the demo.
Yeah.
To play it till you beat it. That's crazy.
The way you beat the demo is you take all the faces back, and once you've saved all of them, you get the mayor's introduction, which lets you go into the castle. But the guard you walk up to, who I made a baby, And he was the serious soldier, which I thought was funny.
We'll wrap up this video game because I want to talk about something else.
And then it ends.
Okay, it ends. But are you going to get the full game, you think?
Yeah, I'll definitely get the full game. It comes out June 9th, I think.
Okay. Now we're moving on from video games now, okay? Do you want to describe to them what happened at the baseball game last night? It was the 5th inning, and we played 6. It was the 5th inning, and we were getting ready to bat for the top of the 6th, and we were down by how many?
8 points.
We were down by 6.
Oh, 6.
Yeah, and then what happened?
I need explaining. So, originally, if the limit is you can only score 5 points in 1 inning, and
or the inning's over.
Yeah, and from the 5th inning to the 6th inning and potentially the 7th inning, because sometimes they do that.
It's the rule says after the 4th inning.
Yeah, after the 4th inning, there is no limit. So we scored 7 points, and we kept them from scoring again. They got really close, though. At the final time, we tagged someone out before someone got to base, and it was the second, the third out.
The third out was actually the one they caught in the air.
Ah.
So they caught one in the air and turned a double play, and then two people got on for second and third, and then the last one was hit to the first baseman, like a pop-up in the air, and he ran and caught it, remember?
Yeah.
And they come running off the field, he's screaming.
Yeah.
So it's a good game, wasn't it? A good comeback.
Yeah.
And then that was probably the most exciting game I've been to in a while. That was very exciting. And it was late, too. It took a while to play it, didn't it?
Yeah.
So that was a really good video game, or really good baseball game. I hope you enjoyed that. It's the fun of winning.
I should talk about the airplane, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to move on to.
Okay.
Liam's been building an airplane too. I helped him. I supervised.
Dad got us airplanes, and we built it, and then I set off what I named my...
No, tell him how yours works first.
Okay. You spin it around clockwise, and then when you hear like...
So Liam got a balsa wood plane too, like Ollie's balsa wood, so the real thin, real light wood. But yours does what? Instead of just throwing it... It's got a rubber band motor.
Yeah, it has a rubber band motor, which you spin up clockwise, and then you let it go, and you can either throw it, or what we did, which made it fun, we put it on the ground, and then we released it, and then it flew up.
You know, I had those planes as a kid where you twisted up the rubber band to fly it, and I didn't even know that you could let it take off from the ground. I had no idea. It's the first time I've ever done that was with you. And I had them when I was little, and we would wind them up and throw them. I didn't know if you put it on the ground it would take off, but it did, didn't it? Even one time when I did it, it kind of made a left-hand turn, which we weren't trying to do, but it went straight up over this big tall bush and straight back down the other side and landed, didn't it? Like we did it on purpose.
Yeah, I did one that went straight up and then like glided back down and immediately landed.
And you hit the mailbox with one.
Yeah.
It went way out in the yard and come gliding all the way back and hit the mailbox.
Yeah, that's what you call it, Amazon delivery drone.
That's airmail.
Yeah, I named my airplane the Uber Eats drone.
There you go. It's pretty fun though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that plane, and it was like $4. And it had a little rubber band everything come with it, and we put it together. It was I couldn't believe how far it go. Actually, they have a kit, Liam, that I was going to talk to your mommy about later on, maybe this summer, where you take those planes like that, real light, real small toy gliders, and it comes with 2 little motors, and you use an app on your phone to fly it. Like it looks like a controller, and you can actually make them motorized. It's part of like STEM learning, like you want to get into the science, technology, and math. But yeah, they've got those online, so that was pretty awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then we're building a big plane too, right?
Yeah.
We got landing gear on it tonight. It's a pretty cool plane. It's sitting over there. It's a STOL plane, stall plane, which is short takeoff and landing. So it's supposed to be able to take off quick and land short. We've had a lot of fun the last couple of days, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Playing baseball. Liam still hasn't got his first hit yet, but he's working on it. We've been playing a lot of baseball, working on a lot of planes. He's in online learning, so while I'm here doing research on the computer or building a plane back here or whatever for the other channel, he's just sitting right there in the corner doing his homework. So we spent a lot of time together, haven't we?
Yeah. I have a question.
Yeah.
Do we have a Game Train episode May 19th or close to May 19th?
I don't know. Probably that's in. It's in 7 days. Yeah, it'll be next Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay, so the reason I wanted to mention that is I actually have something planned for May 19th. It's going to be the Game Train special, the summer special, and we're going to be talking about something fun. And it's something I've been collecting for years, and it's just been piling up. It's not a video game. It is video game related, but you'll have to see on May 19th.
Okay. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to record gameplay. So sometimes when you come to your show, we'll have you playing whatever game you're talking about in the background, and you'll be able to record game, and we'll just let it play while you talk about the game, right?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Are you done? You want to tell everybody bye?
Yeah,
We'll be
bye.
ready for May 19th.
Yeah, bye guys. I'll see you next time. Bye.
That was Game Train. By the way, Liam, tell them what, or I'll tell them. When school's almost over, right? When did you say it was over?
May 19th.
Oh, so it's over in a week. Man, this year has flown by. Like, school is over in a week.
Oh, hold on. They actually had a goal to read 40 books, and I finished it a month. I finished it in like April 19th.
Good job.
And I think me and my friend Mason were like the only two people who finished or actually tell the teacher that we finished it, and then we turned it in.
You want to tell them how it really started, that we got all the way to Christmas and realized you had only read 2 books and we had to jump your ass?
Yeah, I read.
But we got it done.
Yeah, I read like 20 books.
I get, I don't know if you know this, but when you log on to that, what's it called, Epic Books or something? When you log on to that, it sends me an email and tells me how long you've been reading there. So I've been keeping up with you. You've been doing really good. Good job reading so much.
Yeah, I did.
Get closer.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot because they just give us free time to do it.
Good job completing it.
Yeah.
Great, I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
All right, tell everybody bye again.
But the reason, the final bunch of books were probably just audiobooks, so I could listen to it while I was waiting for the teacher's class to start.
There you go. That's fine. All right, see you, buddy.
See ya next time. Be happy for the summer special coming May 19th. Bye.
May 19th. Summer kickoff special, May 19th. Now you got a date to look forward to. War and Peace. No, we ain't doing no War and Peace. It's mandatory reading in my home though. They have to read not only The Art of War, but also the Ranger Handbook. Everybody in my family has to read that when they're of age to read. That's just part of it. I'm not gonna be trying to fend off foreign and or domestic attackers at my home, and they don't even know how to set up a basic L-shaped ambush. Okay, we gotta get that knocked out. Let me turn the noise gate back on so you guys won't hear me like drink and my lips smack and all the stuff that makes me mad when I'm watching somebody. Give me just a second. Turn that up to 3. Okay. All right, let's go back into this. The new poster. Whew, the new poster. This is, it's got 2 amputees, single and a double amputee. It has, right up front, it's got some white people, some black people, wearing the American flag, holding the American flag. It does, like, I was not making a joke. It literally does have a midget there. I don't know why. Open image in a new tab. Just over to the side, it's got a tiny person in a John Deere hat. Oh, no, a green unrigged hat. Someone's pushing this guy in a wheelchair. No one's pushing this guy. He's like, I do my own shit. Everybody's holding their hand up. Very poorly drawn people. For some reason, this guy is clearly obese as well as being flat as a human at the same time. Faces start to blend. Very repetitive. Same nose on every black person. Little racist. Yeah, it's a strange picture, man. Oh God, that zoomed way in. Let's see some of the pictures, people's faces now. Oh no. Yeah, that Zoom's on point. Oh, there's an Asian guy, clearly. A lot more poorly drawn people. I don't know that this is like a movement poster. You know, this is cool artwork for like a little drawing or something. Blah blah blah. It's just not a professional, like we're kicking off this professional tour type deal. There's the bus. Oh, that one still has Trump on Rushmore, of course, not the other one, or not the actual Rushmore. It's only on the bus. I don't think that bus, that's a Photoshop job. That wasn't drawn in. That was just Photoshopped in. Arise USA tour, blah, blah, blah. No Cynthia McKinney on it. Instead, we got other people. There's clearly an older Amish gentleman. Maybe that's the one on TikTok that dances all the time. I'm not sure. There's Scott McKay and his turtleneck. Can't forget the power of a turtleneck. More black people with the same wide, flat nose. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the poster. Mount Rushmore, thank God, no JFK. Oh, what I was saying is, hell, Trump might end up on Mount Rushmore someday. Who knows? Who could possibly tell? That's a scenario that may come true one day. Who knows what history will hold for us, or what the future will hold for us, and how they'll look back on history. But to go of your own volition and put him on there is a little too much for me. Like we have people that are already on there for a very specific reason. Sorry, I have to restart the bot. It froze. And the fact that you're coming in there just doing what the fuck you want, like, oh yeah, I got it. I'll just put Trump and JFK. Would you feel the same if somebody would have really liked Obama and put Obama up there, or really liked Bill Clinton and put him up there playing a saxophone? Like, it's kind of weird that you're going, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I think it's weird they put Trump and JFK up here. Even though, like I said, voted for Trump, like Trump. I think we might be in a different spot, probably a better spot to me. Maybe not. To me, I think so. If Trump was in the White House right now, but he's not. We got what we got, but you can't just undo that by pretending it's not real. All right, the bot started back. It looks like. Sorry about that. I don't know why it froze. So that is their new artwork for the Big Bat USA tour. They had to get rid of Cynthia McKinney in a hurry. I wonder if they ever addressed it. Let's do this. Twitter. I want to see what day she dropped out. She made the announcement. Cynthia McKinney. I think it's McKinney, right? She's former Congresswoman, 2008 presidential nominee for the Green Party. She made an announcement, but I can't remember when. It just says, I would like to inform you I will not be part of this, blah, blah, blah. Experimental. Can't even say that word. Any elected official. Every literate person who reads should read this. Look at this. I'm no longer participating in the Arise USA tour. And that's all it says. She never responded to any answers. People say, what happened? Why? Blah, blah, blah. All that stuff. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't say anything to anybody. And someone said, you just got a new follower, me. This was on April 29th. April 29th is when she announced. So let's see if they covered anything from that area. May 4th. Patriot, Arise USA, Master Llama on breathing energy to defeat the deep state and DNA tampering. Arise USA, first look at coaches, inside and out. Tour objectives with Nicholas Eminem. Man, I've been out of the loop. I've missed a bunch of interviews, I think. Captain's log. Most important thing I did today was visit Adnormus in Atlanta to look at 2 coaches being wrapped for me and Sheriff Mack photos, blah, blah, blah. After paying out over $70K in bills today, which are no longer making me nervous because we are now seeing steady stream of patriots join the fight to vote with their donation of 100 to 111. Finally, I am doing one more letter to the CEO of Evolve in Memphis before filing federal suit for the missing $30K. Oh, no. What is that? For the missing $30K. How did he lose $30,000? There it is. Boom. There's the new coaches. Look out. Note JFK and DJT are being covered up and will not appear on any of our graphics or raps. While I personally think the great conversation should start with the recognition of how the deep state began its final run with the assassination of JFK by our own government and began to end with legal action of DJT in 2016 and again in 2020 pending the audits, blah, blah, blah. Our team makes decisions as a team, and the consensus was that this needed to be removed to avoid any possibly politicization optic for our nonprofit educational activity. I am a team player, so be it. So now they're a nonprofit educational activity. Okay. Seems like you're making an awful lot of profit, though. You got to watch nonprofit. Just because they say nonprofits doesn't mean they might not pay like charities. They pay a CEO, they pay spending, they pay allowances, they pay this, they pay that. You got to watch those. Check on them. These coaches are much smaller than the publicity photos make them appear. This is going to be more. This is going to be more like living in a submarine for 4 months, rather than a rolling palace, as some mistakenly might imagine. Oh wow. Rolling Palace. He's very upset that people are talking shit about his buses and his stickers. Street Fighter called to Rolling Thunder bikes. This post has been removed at the request of Rolling Thunder. Oh no, even Rolling Thunder doesn't even want to be associated with them. So Scott McKay called and said, oh, we need to get Rolling Thunder there. They're my guys. They're going to be there. They're like, hey, could you take us down from your website? This is rough. The post has been removed at the request of the Rolling Thunder. They have informed us that the media report of their parking permit being denied was false, and everything about their event is exceedingly normal, or is proceeding normal. I apologize to all of you and to Scott McKay for falling prey to disinformation. That was on May 3rd. We need to check out that Scott McKay video. There might be something special in there. From May 3rd. May 3rd. Where are we at? Captain's Log, Stargate 5-2. Sorry, I was just I was reading that one. How nations fail. Elites see no reason to sacrifice anything. Freedom of assembly. Canadians showing the way. I want to see. Surely you can't just not address it. Rolling Thunder is very smart. Who knows what these people are going to turn this shit into? Biden administration denied parking permit for Rolling Thunder Patriots ending 32-year tradition. That's not true. That's fake news. But that's not my job to let you guys know. You're supposed to validate it before you put it out there. Uh-oh, here's one inbound.
So glad I found you guys.
Oh, I'm glad you found us too. Solitaire 401. Another $10 into the cult tip. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for finding us. I'm glad everybody found us. I have fun here. We have reached out to Rolling Thunder, inviting them. Oh, I just opened it. Is this it? American flags, veterans, patriotism, pride in America, courage, pride, honor, strength. Why does it say pride? Oh, pride in America, then just pride? All the things represented by the motorcycle group known as Rolling Thunder, who have traditionally rallied on Memorial Day in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, all those adjacent are also things the intolerant leftists hate. So the Biden admin denies the group parking. Washington News 7. U.S. Department of Defense has denied a parking permit. So first of all, the Department of Defense is not who's going to put out the parking permit. To American veterans and AMVETS to stage a rallying point at the Pentagon, ending a 32-year-old tradition on Memorial Day weekend for Rolling Thunder to remember. Now AMVETS will try and secure RFK Stadium as an alternative staging area. The AMVETS Executive Director Joe Chenley tells the 7 News team he received a call from the Pentagon Friday afternoon saying, a gentleman at the Pentagon told me that after careful consideration, our permit application was denied. He said considerations involved and continued to spread C-19 in the region and the nature of our event being that we are proposing a large gathering for an extended period of time. The Pentagon released a statement on Friday night that read, unfortunately, the department has disapproved AMVET's permit request. The department look into careful consideration of all aspects of AMVET's request to include the current health protection condition status of the Pentagon reservation, substantial community commission of C-19 in Arlington County. Sorry, I missed the county. Arlington County, Virginia. A number of Americans fully VWARD across the Americas. Is that what you just across the nation? Nature of the event with its decreased ability to maintain physical distance and the large crowds in one location for an extended period of time. This event draws national attention and participation. Therefore, the risk of exposure from participants from other communities extends well beyond the nation capital. So make sure that you check your sources, because this actually didn't happen the way they're claiming. Like I think they were told that the White House lawn would be open, but they could go everywhere else. There was no parking permit denied by the Department of Defense. That was just something they spread to get people rallied around them. But I did want to check it out and see what they're saying about it. Now let's see if we can find Cynthia McKinney. May 1st. Admin, 2,050 new founding citizens in 6 days. Master Lama Rasaji Shakti, Trent Laos, Captain's Log, Stardate 5/1. I can do no better today, which is relatively frantic as I pack up, do chores, cleaning the pond filters before driving off tomorrow. Then the below as sent to all of our commanders. Arise USA consideration by all leaders of this tour. From one of my subscribers during today's webinar, I'm being told via multiple emails and comments that people want disclosure across the board. 9/11, ET, geoengineering, etc. The tell narrative and publicity reps. Hold on. Tell narrative and publicity reps that we want raw truth. We are fed up with feel good bullshit. That is why we are looking forward to lead this recovery shit show. Now, having shared that, let me also say that there's a robust discussion going on among leaders as to focus on avoiding conspiracy theories. Once we return to our political foundation, then most of the conspiracy theories will take care of themselves. Sheriff Mack. Master Lama Rasaji Shakti says the same thing, focused on getting right with God and Mother Earth and one another. See this video being posted shortly. So now that the rubber is hitting the road, we are triaging between recurring and singular themes, narrative as carried by the permanent party and narrative supplements from single speakers speaking a single time, with video interviews by Sasha, Trent, Kevin, Robert, Charlie, Ward. Supplementing the tour's education purpose without alienating middle-of-the-road folks that just want to focus on God and country. Platitudes. This is the solutions tour, not a problems tour. Among the core solutions are get right with God, mobilize citizens at every level, take down the two-party tyranny and re-enfranchise 100% of voters, create constitutional counties, fire everyone at every level that is against faith, family, and freedom. My primary role in all of this, apart from raising funds and paying the bills, is to navigate with the sensibilities of the leaders shown below. Oh shit. Oh no. Delcroix.
Robert David Steele is singing "We're All Going on a Summer Holiday." He lost $30,000 behind his empty bookcase.
Oh no. Oh no! Is that how much? Oh, thank you very much. That tip was also in 9/11. That was $9.11. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Thank you very much. We always appreciate a tip. If you can leave one, if not, just like and share the page. That's just as important. It actually is. We need to grow, and there's people who grow away from the show, and those people I need to replace with other people and to grow at a faster rate than that so the channel doesn't die. So thank you very much. Thank you for the tips. If you can leave them, if you want to help out, if you want to support that way. If not, thank you. Wow. Y'all are antsy tonight, ain't you? Glimmer of Freak, $5 in the cult.
This is for your mom to keep the lights on in the basement.
Yes, yes. The basement is very drafty as well. I wish someone would donate me a robe of some sort, maybe an electric blanket. But it can't. I'll have to wire it straight into the wall. We have no outlets. We took those and sold them the last time copper got high. We may be able to do the degree of disclosure that some desire, will not shrink from the hard questions by thinking, blah, blah, blah. 3 movies on #unrig, Wall Street Treason and Crime, and a Satanic Pedo will be out in June. Our highest purpose, blah, blah, blah. He's even kind of backing off some. I haven't seen Trump in any of these posts we've read. He's even backing off some of it. Do you think they finally figured something out? Can't believe this is you, that you replied. You are amazing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. McKinney, Von Reitz, 3 tour starts. Here we go, May 1st. Honoring military veterans, police officers, Jordan Sachs. Tour binder. So he's got a tour binder for some reason. Sorry, I was going to see if he did a show just about it or if I got to watch that mix show. And then again, maybe she just said, oh, can't make it. Who knows? I wish I still had a big drone like that. I can fly the shit out of a drone. I just can't fly an RC plane. Rise USA, the Resurrection Tour has a job opening, commercial drone operator with all gear necessary to put a drone above the convoy for at least 90 minutes a day. You can't do that. Jesus. He's going to have somebody lose their license. Let's see. What does that one even say? Robert Davis interviews Scott McKay on his 16 May event in Dallas. This is also from the 30th. So that's when she posted it, right? No, she posted it on the 29th. Okay. We'll go back to that one and dig through it if we have to. Graphic flag, captain's log. This is from the 29th. I'm sorry, log entry 07, blah, blah, blah. Schedule has changed. Commissioner, blah, blah, blah. Sheriff Richard Mack and many sheriffs have an unfavorable impression of Anne Von Reitz and American States Assembly, but I believe that this will be based on misinformation. There's nothing on here about it, is there? Hey, Beer Man, someone bought you 8 6-packs for your robe and a heating blanket. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, someone. I appreciate that. If you want to remain anonymous, you're more than welcome. If you want to put it in chat, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Charlie Ward's great video, $30,000. Oh, wait. We raised $51,000 in one night after our official launch video, and I just realized the funding page was not reflecting credit card donations in April. So we are now showing $72K in hand, but I am confident we will continue to raise funds. PayPal's deplatforming has caused our education nonprofit grievous harm. And after the tour is launched, we will file a lawsuit against them. I'm also threatening the CEO of Evolve Bank in Tennessee with a lawsuit. With my correspondence signed for by his staff, he is now complicit in misappropriation of $30,000 sent to him by my bank with one digital wrong in the wire transfer instructions. But the name of the account holder and all the digits are correct. So he put down... He put down his deposit information. Gotta have house shoes. That's right. Who's got the house shoes, Glimmer Freak? He put down his deposit information. Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about the nonprofit educational organization. He put down his deposit information, and he put down the wrong one, and they sent it to someone else's bank. $30,000 to send to someone else's bank. It's one wrong number. You got to return it, dude. No, he doesn't. The bank does that. It's not like he pulled it all out and spent it, because they will arrest you. They just did it to some lady the other day. And she was trying to fight it in court. I think it was either in Texas or Florida, of course. But she was trying to fight it in court. They don't just take it away. But anyways, $30,000 he sent it. But he's also, this is against PayPal's policy. So I can tell you right now that the way that they're claiming that they are an educational nonprofit, and what they're actually doing currently, I don't think that PayPal would agree that they're under their terms of service as legitimately advertising what they're doing versus what they're raising money for. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't go and say I'm raising money through PayPal to buy a new car, and in reality, I was just buying a bunch of cocaine with it. Eventually, I would be against the terms of service, and they'd try to shut down my account. Which, I don't know. Unrigged video, writing for the USA, tweet loose, Sheriff Mack. Yeah, Scott McKay's not going to be ready, and he's going to miss this. Debit cards to 2 new drivers, finalizing insurance. You can see this. 15th, Nevada. We can certainly meet up with Patriots at each of our stops. Drivers are like pilots. And there are not enough of them for us to do 2 drivers and drive straight on through, as I did once in my MGB, coming across, crossing the entire country in 3 days, and nearly killing myself. The most I've ever drove in once was coming back from somewhere, I think Texas or something, and I stayed up and drove, had to swing by and pick something up in Alabama. When I finally got home, I felt like I slept for 3 days straight, for sure. Hope for the outcome, absolute power. The balance in this one is still $1.4 million they still owed. I don't know. I don't think this lawsuits are going to work out. You know how much, especially if that's a company, it's a banking company, Evolve Bank or whatever. You know how much money one of those lawsuits is going to cost and how much it's going to tie up? No way. Let's just go back and we'll watch the Cynthia McKinney video that was up here. I shouldn't have went past it. I was hoping to find a standalone video, but it looks like we're going to have to find one that it's in all these things. Scott, Visionary and Scribe, it's not that one. First cut on Tour Nature, Objectives, it's not that one. It actually says her name in the title, but there's a bunch of other stuff in the title too. Jordan Sachs, McKinney, here we go. Von Reitz. Let's grab this video and then see if we can figure out what happened. By the way, I know we kind of got off on a sidetrack and we're still on it, but it's no big deal. I'm going to be on a little bit later tonight, probably. I feel well rested, feel like I'm doing well. And I want to see the Froggets. I want to see a bunch of people. Sasha Stone. Damn, what day was it on? It's the 7th. Oh, they skipped it. What the hell? It was a May 9th interview. Where's it at? May 3rd. Okay, let's do this. Let's try YouTube right quick. Sorry, I figured it'd be on their site. By the way, again, thank you guys for the tips. They go a long way, helping the channel, helping the other channel I'm trying to get off the ground, which is going to be really cool. I've got an idea for 2 separate videos that I think will go viral if I can get some help. I need some people who know a lot about like RC, like remote control planes and stuff, and I need some people who know a lot about like Arduino programming. And I think I got ideas for really, really, really good viral videos. If I saw it, I would click on it. No questions asked. There's not many like that. Cynthia. McKinney, Arise, USA. Now it needs to be from. She quit in April, so it could be from this month. Okay, let's see what's up. Our gods, situate, selective board meeting. Here it is. Nicholas Viam. Let's see if they say anything about. Let's see if they say anything about him here, about her here. I am Jamie. That's gonna be an episode. I'm really just trying to get in the swing and get some stuff pre-recorded. So when I do want to do live streams on that other channel while we're building stuff, but I also want to have a complete video ready to go. When I release one, I want to have one already ready to go in case I get in a bind and can't do both shows. I don't want to give this show up to make that show work. I want to be able to do them both. Doug Kuzma. What's not Doug Kuzma?
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Robert David Steele, former CIA, and we're going to be discussing his tour, which is very...
Hey, Bear Man, keep the change, you filthy animal. There's the 6-pack from Misty Midnight for the house shoes. I think I'm kind of warm now. I appreciate that.
Subscribe to nicholasfeniamin.com.
See you, Delcroix. Thanks for joining us, even though it's late in the night there. Whenever you can, I appreciate it.
I will leave the link below in the description for the full interview. Robert David.
That's right, Nick. A beanie. And, I would like to come out with a real. I'm a big beanie guy, like a very particular style of beanie. Like when I find one I love, I'll probably wear it till it's got holes in it. I don't like the normal ones. I would like to make a beanie with my name on it, even if it was just for me and no one else wanted it.
How is the unrigged?
That was the idea with the black T-shirt, the blacked out T-shirt with just the QR code, and then a bunch of people wanted it. It's not going to be for sale much longer if you want one of those, by the way.
This is a Marriott hotel. All right.
Oh, sure. Show us.
Basically, we have my working area, which has 2 screens, and here's the office that I brought with me, and then over here we have the trunks. Can you see them?
Yes.
Yeah, there are trunks over there. There they are, trunks. And then there's a living room, and that's my office filing stuff. And then over there's a bedroom. So I'll just stop there. I literally am not going home for 4 months.
Wow.
I am not going home for 4 months.
Wow.
This is a mission. It is a sacred calling, and it is going very well.
Okay.
Do you want to give us an overview, since we last spoke, of how, the Unrig tour has been going for you? What's happened? What's new? And how is it all going, really?
The 3 big things that I do are engage with the sub-commanders. So you have a narrative commander, you have a cyber commander, you have a locations commander, you have a biker commander, and you have a publicity commander. And I spent most of my time in consensus building. For example, the big decision this last 2 days was to take John F. Kennedy and Donald Trump off of the Mount Rushmore graphic. Because although I thought it was a brilliant concept because it outlined how John F. Kennedy was assassinated by his own government, that was the beginning of the deep state.
We read this story.
And Donald Trump was basically the turd in the punch bowl for the deep
Oh
state.
no, he's a turd.
And he started a great conversation in America. However, I'm a team player, and we're good because we're greater than the sum of the parts. So we've taken that off, and although I've posted a picture today that shows JFK when they're wrapping the bus.
Oh no! There's another one inbound. Holy shit!
Screw the slippers, get you some platform shoes. You
That's
deserve
right.
the best.
I need them thick heels, them special Patriot riding boots. Thank you very much. That's a $50 tip. Thank you. My nephew tells me that I need to buy. Mariah, what are those shoes that are like all the rage right now? My nephew tells me I need to buy some of those. He's got a coupon. Said if I didn't buy a pair that he would buy some for me because they're so Hey Dudes. Hey Dudes is what they're called. But yeah, thank you very much. Very, very, very generous. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And so it'll just be the original Mount Rushmore with the Native Americans on top. The other thing I do is manage the money. I am spending it as fast as it comes in. We made $75,000 the other night. I'm putting $75,000 in wire transfers out today, and I'm basically
I remembered it just a second ago. Saddle shoes, bobby socks.
Hurt initially. $10,000 a day was lost, but everybody has shifted over to my merchant account for the nonprofit, and it looks to me like we are going to easily survive the PayPal.
I swear, PayPal is not going to agree that you're an education nonprofit with the rhetoric that you put out there. All they've got to do is look up like 2 of your old videos. They're like, oh, this guy's nuts, and he's planting seeds of insurrection and a government overthrow and shit to his followers. This is not education nonprofit.
The disgraceful PayPal deplatforming of a nonprofit seeking to educate people on election reform. The other thing that has changed is
spinning as soon as it comes in. Yep.
As a hashtag unrig election store. It has morphed into a God and Country tour. And it has also morphed into America first, but the rest of the world also. So there's a very strong arise.world concept here. And while bigbatusa.org is the primary site for the American tour, on the 5th of May, arise.world will be.
Scooter is a poser. Oh, that's a term, a scooter. Perpetrating a fraud is what we call them. Basic.
Launched. And we already have people from Australia, Canada, and other places saying we want to donate for a tour in Australia or in Canada or in the United Kingdom. I leave that to others. My focus.
I like Crocs too. I have a pair of leather Crocs I've had for years and years.
America first basis. I have no particular interest in going overseas. My focus is on America. But I think other countries should have their own Arise UK, Arise Canada, Arise New Zealand tour. So I wish those people well. If I'm invited to drop in as a speaker, I might do that, although I'd more likely do it as a hologram or on a Zoom. I have to say I'm feeling at peace with myself, and I
good deal.
Screen share, but we've got a master lama who is going to be coming with us on the tour for multiple spots, and he started helping me think about healing America. And I got to tell you, Nicholas, there's a picture on the website on the captain's log for yesterday. There's a picture of the website as I had just finished speaking to the master lama, and I was driving down the road in Virginia. In a perfectly clear sky, there was almost like a rainbow face in the sky. And not only did I get 2 pictures from the car to document this, but I was so stricken by this that I pulled over, I stopped the car, and I took a perfect picture of, it's not a face, it's just a rainbow ball in the middle of a clear sky. I'm not superstitious, but...
Scooter is sky? Okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Yeah, they're a khaki color, and the top of them are, hold on, I'll just show you. Top of them are dark brown and leather. Leather... Crocs. They're still made out of Croc material where your feet go, like the rubber. But yeah, these. And that guy, of course, I don't have the back strap on them, but I have these. They're they're a fancier version, and the strap's completely gone. Like I don't flip it up, I just take it off completely. But yeah, those aren't bad. I like these right here now that they popped up. These are called the Yukons. Oh, by the way, somebody asked me the other day, and man, I can't remember who it was. If I needed anything for the set, or if I needed anything for the other channel, or blah blah blah, that instead of making a donation, that they'd be willing to buy something that I might need or use or blah blah blah. I do have an Amazon wish list, and it's both shows combined. It's just a live stream wish list. It's got stuff like batteries I use, and some more lighting equipment, and a filament for the 3D printer, shit like that. If you ever want that link, you all are more than welcome to have it. Just ask me and I'll throw it out there. We appreciate those too. And if you purchase it through Amazon, it just ships to my house. People have done it before, but yeah, if that's something you're interested in, you're more than welcome.
At 1 o'clock.
Sounds amazing. Sounds really good. So I want to stick on the Unrig Tour campaign that you've got, which is a great thing that you're doing. And I remember you saying that
Hey Dudes
is involved with you. Is that correct?
These are the Hey Dudes. They just they're slip on. I have a pair of shoes that are kind of like this already though. They're actually like knockoff deck shoes, like Sperry's or something. They're actually they're called Margaritaville, like the song Margaritaville shoes, but they kind of look like deck shoes, kind of like this, and they've got this same pinched hem at the top, and they're super light, and they're not waterproof. They just let water flow through them. They're not anywhere near waterproof, But these are cool shoes. They're pretty cheap. I mean, some of them are down here like $30-$40. That's not bad for a set of decent shoes. Most of them are $60. Still, they're not bad. Yeah, I'll grab the link. Give me just a second. I'll drop it for you.
Occasionally,
Susan.
But, he is very careful about complying with everything that needs to be complied with. So I want to emphasize that he's my guest and he's an invited volunteer speaker.
So how did you two get connected in the first place?
That's an excellent question, Nicholas. He found me 5 or 6 years ago. I got an email inviting me to do an interview with Sasha Stone and the whole Hamani Todd thing. And we did an interview and we got along so well. It's I have this affinity for strange relationships. For example, Cynthia McKinney and I have been a very odd couple in the #unriggedelection field. And Sasha and I just really hit it off to the point that 1 year I spent from Christmas Day to New Year's Day in Indonesia with him. And we've gotten to know each other. And I find him to be one of the best connected people on the planet. He's particularly good at connecting with indigenous leaders, sultans, and high priests, and so forth. And he's opened my mind. Now, Sasha then recruited me, and I recruited others, including Bill Binney, to be commissioners on the International Tribunal of International Justice, and particularly the commission on the commission focused on human trafficking and child sex abuse. And that led to my sponsoring a website, pedoempire.org, and to publishing 49 chapters free online at pedoempire.org by Joaquin Hagopian, whose books, 4 have been published and been in the top 500 in the world out of 6 million books within their first week of publication. And now he's about to bring out the 5th book. And so we have a website that names names. You can actually look up Chief Justice Roberts and Mike Pence on our tag cloud.
Oh, no.
My role here, apart from making this
our tag cloud,
was I gave Joaquin 2 bits of guidance when he first started this project, and I've spent about $12,000 of donors' money on this public education initiative. I said, Joaquin, every single statement in every single one of your chapters has to be end noted, and 2, the end note has to have a link to the source. And he's done that. So we've got close to, I think, 3,000 pages of documented material on how satanic pedophilia is the control mechanism for the deep state to control judges, including chief justices, governors, Congress people, legislators, chiefs of police, prosecutors, doctors. The whole system uses satanic pedophilia as a control measure. So people are being bribed, blackmailed, or brainwashed. And brainwashing, you've got the whole mind control thing, which I'm not an expert on. And most of what I've learned about CIA, I've learned since I left CIA from nonfiction reading. When I was a spy, I was a spy. I was in the street recruiting people to betray their country. And I wasn't really part of drone assassination or rendition and torture or rigging elections, which apparently CIA had a big role in rigging the American election in 2020. So Sasha's just an extraordinary human being. And I would venture to say that everybody I've attracted to this tour is an extraordinary human being. This is literally a gathering of angels.
Right.
Okay. So, he just said this is literally a gathering of angels. This is literally a gathering of angels. Awesome.
More question for Sasha. What is Sasha Stone's objective, and his involvement in the rig election, the unrigged tour with your campaign, with yourself?
Well, I think Sasha used to be a rocker and do tours and go on the road. I mean, I think at this point, for him, it's a chance to see the United States of America. But more importantly, Sasha, I think, has morphed into a movie producer, a documentary maker. I mean, his movie on 5G Apocalypse is a world standard. And I am planning to make available to him all of the film that we do, including drone footage. In fact, we're hiring a drone. I would love if any of you
makes sense.
Commercial drone operators in the United States of America. We're actually looking to hire a commercial drone operator who will fly 1 or 2 drones above the campaign for at least 90 minutes a day. And so we will film all of that. And then this will be the 5th movie that I'm making. I've made, Sasha did a quick movie for me, The Cult of Lucifer. Cynthia McKinney is doing a movie on election reform. And Peter Antico in Hollywood is doing a movie on Wall Street treason and crime. Sean Stone, the son of Oliver Stone, is doing a movie on satanic pedophilia. And this last movie, Arise USA, I hope will be the last time I touch movies. So Arise USA is going to be the story of how America woke up and took back the power at the county level. We now have parents, and this isn't my doing, this is just happening. But parents are going into school board meetings and firing everybody on the school board that voted for a mask mandate. And then immediately electing new school board members who...
That is happening.
America is taking back the power in a nonpartisan way at the county level. And that's a wonderful, wonderful good thing.
Absolutely. And your unrigged tour, I mean, how do you think it will impact the Democratic and Republican Party?
I hope it kills them both. It's time we destroy the two-party tyranny. May I lay out the landscape for you?
Please do. Please do.
All right. So, Nicholas, there's 100% of eligible American voters, okay? 17% are controlled by the Democratic Party. 13% are controlled by the Republican Party. And that 30% is the fake voting that they then use electronic voting machines. Electronic voting machines were invented to steal elections. One of the first instances of an election being stolen with electronic voting was in Georgia against Cynthia McKinney, which is one of the reasons why she's joining me in the #unriggedelection campaign. She's now no longer with the tour. She's got other things to do, and she's struggling to finish this movie, but we'll help her.
She's got other things to do. She's struggling to finish this movie. That don't sound bad, does it?
And has been cheated out of an election win. So she took this very personally. And I think she's created some raw material that is just extraordinary. But I think that, and then just to finish the landscape, then 20% of activists are libertarians and independents and Green Party candidates, okay? Their votes don't count because the system is rigged against them. 50% of the voters don't vote at all because they know it's a rigged system, all right? And one of the things we're calling for in our campaign is an end to all political contributions. Nobody, including Republicans that I admire, such as Devin Nunes and Jim Jordan, nobody should get a dime in political contributions unless they co-sponsor #Unrig the Election Reform Act and place it before Congress before the 4th of July.
So what do you think Donald Trump would say about the unrigged tour that you're doing, and also the answer that you've just answered? What do you think his views would be on that?
Let's say, first off, I don't work for Donald Trump. I haven't spoken with Donald Trump. I'm told he's very familiar with what we're doing. But I would say to you, Donald Trump forbade all Republican candidates from using his name or his image. That tells you all you need to know about what Donald Trump thinks of the Republican Party. And by the way, the Republican Party is a thief. Mm-hmm. He stopped the steal campaign to raise money for the Republican Party, allegedly to stop the steal. They haven't spent a dime stopping the steal. In fact, they've collaborated with the Democratic Party to try and get Biden kept as our fraudulently elected president.
Right, absolutely. So what is your objective at the end of the unrigged tour? What is the bottom line? What do you want to achieve?
Good question. My wife asked me that before I left. If President Trump is not reinstated as the legally elected president, this tour is plan B. I want this tour to grab every member of Congress by the balls and tell them that if they don't pass #Unrig election reform, they are all going to be voted out of office in 2022. Now, my vision, let me just finish this. My vision for 2022 is we destroy the Republican and Democratic parties, and we have 1/5 Trumpers who are not Republicans, 1/5 Sanders.
This is his 1/5, 1/5, 1/5 rule, of course.
And 1/5 all others, including the Constitution Party, which is one of my favorites, and the Green Party, which I think has lost its way, but it's a very significant part of the left of center spectrum. So Robert Steele is an educator. Robert Steele is trying to inspire a conversation in America about civics and about activism and about taking back the power. The 99% should be able to take the power back from the 1%. This conversation is a porcupine enema for the 1%.
So let's speak about the plan B. So your plan B is, are you saying that you would take the opportunity to be president of the United States?
No, I appreciate you asking that. More and more people are asking that because my profile is obviously going up. But I have always touted Cynthia McKinney as the perfect vice president for President Trump, or as a deputy vice president of the Commonwealth if President Trump did not feel comfortable with her. I personally am still holding out hope for John F. Kennedy Jr. in 2024. And if
John F. Kennedy Jr. for real,
then he would have my vote. I believe my role in life is to help stimulate a conversation and to help restore civics as a core value. And the team members that I'm dealing with, including Sheriff Richard Mack, who's extraordinarily important, and Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter, the team members and I have talked about this, and it turns out most people aren't particularly interested in election reform. They're more interested in restoring the Constitution and in talking about God and country. I have, however, done several lectures on solutions, and I am the only person in the United States of America who is actually leading a tour that will hit 50 states, 84 stops with over 90 people being featured, who is offering solutions. And among the solutions are election reform, confiscating $100 trillion from Wall Street, which can be done because it's illicit wealth, ending satanic pedophilia, terminating the two-party tyranny, restoring citizens to the vote, restoring constitutional counties where the individual elected sheriff is the highest upholder of the Constitution. An elected sheriff has the authority to stop federal, state, and local encroachment against the Constitution. An elected sheriff also has the privilege
of
deputizing as many armed, pissed-off veterans as he or she wants. Mm-hmm. Now, I think Sheriff Richard Mack and Sheriff Brad Rogers are two exemplars of what it really means to be a public servant in service to the people. And the big problem we have in America is the voters have so far removed themselves from the system that I have said this on the record. Most, not all, but most federal, state, and local officials have been bribed, blackmailed, or brainwashed to betray the public trust. This conversation is about making that point to the public and saying, I'm not going to violate any law. In fact, I'm going to wear my stupid COVID mask everywhere that it's required. I'm going to comply. But I want the public to take back the power. I am nonviolent. I am truth and reconciliation. I am an educator. What happens in the future is in God's hands and the public's hands as God gives them the light to see their beauty.
So, you say that, the tour that you're doing, is looking to dismantle the Republican and Democratic Party. How do you think that impacts the Republican Party?
It's going to dismantle it.
Is supposedly trying to build the Republican Party.
I don't think he's actually trying to build a Republican Party. Let me point out to you that for several years now, Donald Trump has been aware that the Republican Party under a Romney relative, and with Liz Cheney as a very pernicious influence, a spawn of the devil, has been stabbing President Trump in the back. I take you to the precinct level seats. 50% of the Republican Party precinct level seats are vacant because the Republican Party wants it that way. And the efforts of Dan Schultz, a West Pointer and a lawyer, to fill those seats with patriots, with America Firsters, has been defeated by the Republican Party. Let me say this clearly. The Republican Party is just as much a traitor to America as is the Democratic Party.
So how do you what do you wish for things to unveil in the situation that we're in today for President Trump?
It's a great question. Well, let me start with, regardless of President Trump, this is not a Trump tour. This is a people, not parties, authentic, inclusive, and truthful tour. Regardless of what happens with President Trump, I would like to see the public wake up. Over 40 states now have COVID vaccination passports. And over 40 states now know that the vaccine is not a vaccination, has not been tested, has not been approved, and the deaths from the vaccination are now starting to skyrocket. And that is being documented incontrovertibly. I'm expecting people to turn off the mainstream media, turn off social media, and start having conversations at the street level. And in those conversations, I think they will find that God is in their hearts, God is with America, and we will take the power back.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very, very much, Robert David Steele, for explaining that. I think a few people are curious and they ought to know what...
So she just got more stuff to do. That's not what she said on her thing, though, is it?
Quick comment. You know, for me, the nonprofit has always been kind of a hobby. It's been in the $65,000 to $250,000 range each year. But after 9/11, after Comet Pizza, after Jeffrey Epstein, after the 2016 incredible victory of President Trump, my voice has been successfully censored and repressed until President Trump. He and Alex Jones and Charlie Ward and others have managed to lift their voices up, certainly including you and David X22, Sergeant Report, and others. Nicholas, I never in a million years imagined that I would raise $1.2 million in the last 6 months, actually the last 3 months. And of that, I raised $350,000 to fund the movies at $1,000 per person, and everyone gets a screen credit. And then around the 7th of March, talking to Juan Osavin, who did not put me up to it, but I said, I'm thinking about doing a tour. He said, Robert, that's not a bad idea. And so I announced that I was doing a tour. I took the first donation for $100 on the 14th of March. Mm-hmm. Since the 14th of March, I have raised close to $700,000. And all of it is documented. All of my bills that have been paid, like to the coach company, $187,000, to the graphic, to the bus wrap people that I just paid $47.50, to the audio company, $57,000, some special technical things for $50K each. I am bulletproof on the money.
Do you think that Donald Trump and the military, do you think that they may think that your tour may cause a conflict against their plans for the last 20 years of the takedown of the cabal? What are your thoughts on that?
No, I don't. Not at all. First off, I think Donald Trump is our legally elected president. I think the military has recognized him as such. I think Biden is a joke, and Biden may not even be alive. But
oh God,
I believe
he's not what?
Is like a guerrilla commander. Only, in fact, what we're doing is we're running a peace caravan deep into the heartland. And as God is my witness, I would not be doing this tour if I thought it undermined President Trump or our military or our veterans or our sheriffs or anybody else. This tour, while it is not a Trump tour, it is not sanctioned by President Trump. He may never mention it. This tour is of, by, and for people. And we've had a moron recently in Alaska say that we're being funded by the Bush cabal. We're ignoring that moron.
Oh, God. Who's the guy in Alaska that's calling them out?
It's featured in Scott McKay's rap, and it's featured in Sheriff Mack and the CSPOA. And I can document beyond doubt that with the exception of $170,000 from one Patriot in 2 wire transfers and $50,000 in a crypto transfer that was immediately converted to fiat, with those exceptions, every single donation has been in the $100 to $111 range, with about 15 checks for $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, and I think 2 checks for $10,000. And I can document that. I can show that.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Anybody who accuses me of
that's the cabal handing out that money, though.
Absolutely. No, definitely. Robert David Steele, no, thank
you.
The
Bush cabal hands it out to other people and asks them to donate it to you.
Say to the listeners before we end this interview.
Go to Nicholas's websites.
Thank you so much. Listen, it's been fantastic. Thank you. God bless. And we'll speak very soon.
Wow. Now we know. They're just saying she's busy. I don't know that she's busy. They did that on the platform. They feared, voted Creepy Joe. They misunderstood the relationship with the Lord. So weird. Everyone they dislike is dead or a clone. Of course, always. Everyone they dislike is not only that, but they're a pedo guy. They've been arrested. They've been assassinated. They're a clone. They no longer exist. I'm telling you, like, I've never had any type of accusation ever leveled against me that had anything to do with any sexual acts or with adults or minors or any. But as soon as they show up and they know that I'm talking negatively about Scott McKay, that's the first thing they want to say is, "Oh yeah, this guy. Oh yeah, I heard that he does this and he was arrested and he's on a watch list and he voted for Biden and it's crazy." That's just their go-to. By the way, Let's do Froggets first. Let's do Froggets first. So this is from last night, 22 hours ago. Let's check this out. Some of my favorite guys here.
Hey, everybody. Doug here from the Frog News Network. A lot going on today. I had an emergency, so I didn't get the thumbnail up and the show up right away, but we'll deal with it. Here's what we got. We got a special guest tonight. Christine.
You're just running late, is what you were trying to say, right?
But let me go on and call some places out. I'll get you guys on just as soon as we do our little opening here. Where are y'all watching us from tonight? Ontario, thanks. Welcome to the show. Indiana, welcome to the show. Arkansas, welcome to the show, guys. Hey, how are you doing? Nice for you. Thank you for joining us. Michigan, Tallahassee, Roanoke Rapids, Kentucky. We're filling up fast. Make sure you share this out and please like and share. Please like and share so we can tell as many people what's going on in California. Illinois is in the house. I think Fred Vegas for Virginia. I don't know where that's at. Indiana, South Carolina in the house. Hold the forking line already, huh? Forget about it. Lakeland, Florida in the house. Texas in the house. Twisted, Oklahoma. Arkansas in the house. Canada in the house. Thanks for joining us. Springfield, Illinois.
Everybody's in the house. We're in the house.
Thanks for joining us, Terry.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody that joins and contributes to the show.
Get out of the house. We're in the house.
Delaware in the house. We're up to 1,500 already. Crank it out, guys. Georgia in the house. Texas in the house. Knoxville, Tennessee in the house. We do have a special guest tonight. I'm going to kind of turn the show over to Christy and special guest. And then me and Michael come in at the end of the show and tell you what we know and what we learned today. Okay, Lizard Lick, North Carolina. I've been there. I rode right by the tow truck place. That was a
Lizard Lick.
And he thought it was this big place. It's really a small tow truck company. Florida in the house. California in the house. We'll get you on soon, guys. Just be patient, please. All right. Durham, UK in the house. That's the longest one. We had Australia last time. Indiana in the house. Atlanta in the house. Birmingham, Alabama. Mississippi. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show from Kentucky. Arizona in the house. That's where it's all going down. World War III has started. Yes, it has. Pay attention to what's going on. It's a known fact. They're not going to let them keep shooting rockets over there. This is where it all starts, and we'll get into it. And the gas is another part of it, and then it's going to go haywire. We think there's a shooting at the gas station right up the road from our house. Nothing new, though. We carry a pistol when we go there.
Oh, God. He doesn't live in the greatest place, though.
Asheville, North
Carolina. To be honest with you.
Gulf Coast in the house. Okay, guys.
Newport News area. That's not really well known for being super cordial to people.
Moscow in the house, Mother Russia. Elizabethtown, Tennessee. Hey, guy from Russia, they're blaming everything on you guys for the oil pipeline.
Oh, no.
St. Louis in the house. Orange Park, Florida in the house. Cologne, New York. Is that right? Arkansas in the house. Crank it up, guys. We're up to 2,000 now. I want to break the record. 7,000 tonight. Florida, Flow Rider. Remember that? Alabama. One more minute, guys, and then we're going to crank it out about 30 more seconds. Then we're going to start. Cookeville, Tennessee. My friend lives in Cookeville, Tennessee, which is what, about 70 miles from Nashville? Pretty sure. Nice little town. Uh-oh. All right, so I'm going to bring Christine in. Christine, are you there, honey? Hello. Hello.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
Oh, God, that's the voice, guys. That's the voice. I know you guys have missed it. That's the voice.
But it's funny how God works in mysterious ways. I told you I was struggling, and he fixed that. You know what I mean? Daddy to the rescue. That fixed all that. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And I wanted to take her out to dinner, but I wanted to get the show done. And I said, "You're next available. Just tell me. I don't care if it's lunch." She could have called me from Florida. I'm on my way. You know what I mean? I'm on my way. So I'm going to pretty much let you take it from here, and then you introduce your guest, and I'll bring him right from the green room right over on here and explain what's going on. Okay. So I'm handing it over to you.
She's a guest, and she's got a guest.
My daughter's setting up the air conditioning in here. It's actually
okay.
kind of warm in here, but she's got it all controlled. So she's going to go get the control. So yes, first of all, I wanted to let you guys know how this kind of all came about. A little bit of background. I'm going to make it pretty short and brief. So the gentleman who I'm about to briefly introduce to you, he is a connection that I made through, maybe some of you guys have seen me post one or two videos on my personal Facebook page through Christopher Keys. I've kind of talked about him significantly because he and I have connected based on some of the things that we are trying to accomplish. He is in Alabama, and he's been very proactive with being very patriotic, fighting against a lot of the things that are trying to be imposed on us. And so, you know, we've kind of taken the lead here in our areas. And so that's kind of how Christopher and I connected, through a friend of mine who I think is probably watching now, Mandy. One thing led to another. He introduced me to
Mandy
Ewing, who's going to be coming on in just a second here. And he and I have had 2 or 3 conversations for quite a long period of time on the phone. And he has helped some of the states. He's had a lot of legal background. I'm going to kind of let him give you his information so I don't mess any of it up. And the whole purpose for me asking Doug and Mike to bring him on is because we feel like this is also a platform for resources and knowledge, and to give you guys tools that you can use. Obviously, if you're on here, you are for freedom, you're for patriotism, you're for what we are fighting for. So he's going to share with you some of the information that he feels he can give to you, that he wants to share. He is available, as I'm sure he will tell you, to connect on a one-to-one basis. I know he and I and Mike are going to be connecting with some other people here in North Carolina to get some documentation and things together. Also, we are going to be addressing through our Impeach Cooper group, myself and Kimmy Kim, who are kind of taking the charge in Raleigh to do some things to fight back against the corrupt governor that we have. So you can feel free to do that as well in your state or wherever you are, with some of the knowledge that he's going to provide to you, or some of the services that he can offer to you, because obviously he knows a lot more about these things than we do. So I'm going to kind of brief him as soon as Doug brings him into the show. We're going to go, I guess, Doug, you said till probably about 10:15ish. Turn it over to you guys.
Well, we'll go as long as we need to go. There's a lot of stuff happening. I'm gonna bring him in right now.
Okay, cool.
All right,
Thank
welcome to the
a
show.
lot of stuff. We got to go over it all, guys.
He's muted. I can't hear you.
You have to unmute yourself.
We cannot hear you.
Let me send him a message.
He's not unmuted from me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not blocking him, so he just needs to make sure his mic's plugged in and working.
Let me make sure he's got this. If you can hear us, Lewis, give us a thumbs up. Okay, so there should be a button down on the bottom where you have a little mute button there. Just kind of unmute yourself. I'll talk first.
Okay, I got it now. Can you go ahead and speak now?
Who is this guy?
You might have to go out and come back in.
Oh, God.
But I know as far as for us goes, we'll probably go till 10:20, however long Lewis wants to go, because we have a 10:30 call.
Okay, that's fine. Me and Mike have got plenty of stuff.
Can you hear me now?
All right, we can hear you now. Your camera's a little high. If you can tilt it down, just there you go. Now we can see you. There you go. Good job, sir.
Awesome.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Frog News Network. Carry on. Tell us what you know.
Okay, so this is Lewis Ewing, and he is a wealth of knowledge. I would suggest that you get a pen and paper out. I'm going to kind of just ask him some questions, ask him to go over kind of some of the information that he shared with me. He lives in Washington. He's self-employed. He has been an ex-federal lawyer with tribunal laws. And so he is a wealth of knowledge to us. So Lewis, if you want to kind of tell everybody, basically, I told him you and I connected through Christopher Keys. So I'm a little bit about.
I'll give you guys a little bit of my background. I am not a regular state licensed bar attorney. I never attended law school. I have never obtained a law degree. I have never taken or passed the state bar exam. But I've actually been authorized to practice law by 2 state superior court judges. You can look them up. Judge Carolyn Dimmick, she is a state superior court judge. She authorized me to practice law back in 1999. I turned 60 last year on December 8th. Again, in 2004, I was authorized again to practice law by Judge
So
Dillon.
he just started off by saying, I'm not a lawyer.
Among the wisest judges in the state of Washington.
Okay.
At that time, he was the chief presiding judge of all the King County Superior Courts in downtown Seattle. Now, that's the busiest court system in the state of Washington. You got to be a pretty sharp cookie to be the presiding judge of that court. Well, got news for you folks. This is kind of funny to tell you this story. He actually drove from downtown Seattle all the way to Kent, Washington, to Kent Regional Justice Center. He actually had plans to have me arrested for unauthorized practice of law because I wasn't a regular bar attorney. He had 5 sheriffs lying in wait in the courtroom, 3 on the left and 2 on the right. And I walked through the middle of the pews of the Church of Satan. That's what I call it. Walking through those swinging doors into the Star Chamber, Kangaroo Court. And basically, he threatened me. He says, Mr. Ewing, I'm going to warn you right now, if you attempt to represent your client in my courtroom, I'm going to have you placed under arrest for unauthorized practice of law. And I said, well, Your Honor, if you want to be on the front page of the Seattle Times and the Seattle PI and Channel 4, 5, and 7 News admitting that you've never read the State Bar Act and that you had me arrested for violating a statute that you've never read before, let's do it. Wow. Mr. Ewing, you cannot practice law in the state of Washington unless you're a member of the State Bar Association. Are you a member of the State Bar? I said, well, Your Honor, you've never read the unauthorized practice of law statute. 2.48180, subsection 7 says it's an affirmative defense to the charge of unauthorized practice of law if any other statutes, rules, regulations allow me to practice law. 2.48170 says if I am a member in good standing of any other state or jurisdiction, I shall be entitled to practice law in all the courts of the state. Which part of shall don't you understand, Your Honor? And 2.48190 says that if I satisfy a judge in a court of general jurisdiction that an attorney from the Washington State Bar Association is allowed to practice law in my court, automatic reciprocity, which they removed that word from the statute ever since I used it against them, automatic reciprocity is granted without admission by the Supreme Court. Sir, I don't need your permission. I don't need the Supreme Court's permission. I have the authority, the privilege granted by statute. Your Honor, I took the liberty of going down to the Archives Division of the Secretary of State's office, and I traced.
This be math is pure torture to listen to. He won't shut up and does not take a breath at all. Yeah, it seems already pretty bad.
To the Pierce's Perpetual Code, to Section 3275.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'll represent you in court.
1881. And it says if I present any judge in this territory a certificate from any other territory, I shall be entitled to practice law in all the territories in the United States. Mr. Ewing, where have you been authorized? Well, Your Honor, I've been authorized to practice law before the Muckleshoot Tribal Court, the Tulalip Tribal Court, the Lummi Tribal Court, the Snoqualmie Tribal Court, the Puyallup Tribal Court. Your Honor, I've also joined the Federal Bar Association because I've been a practicing lawyer for more than 5 years in the tribal court system.
It's only on. I mean, he's talking fast to begin with. It's only on 1.2. Here's 1.
That's the same requirement. You have to be practicing lawyer for at least 5 years.
That's not sped up at all.
And Your Honor, since I am a tribal lawyer, I've also joined the National Native American Bar Association and the Northwest Native American Bar Association.
Mike's breathing. Damn, dude. You got to get some type of breathing treatment or something.
You just saw an interview having on the show Russell Gould. You know who he is?
I've heard of him.
I was trying to get the link for the wish list. I can't.
Great stuff, man. Great stuff.
So anyway,
first of all, I was trying to combine the two. I finally got that. Now I got to get the link.
Against my motion, he denied it, but he made a finding there was no contempt of court, which I won indirectly because my whole motion was my client couldn't be held in jail in contempt of court because he hadn't committed contempt of court. And the Auburn Municipal Court judge was all pissed off because my client had skipped out his DUI classes and whatnot, 28 classes for violating one contact order. So he hit him with 28 multiple counts. He was going to give him 20 years in prison for violating one contact order.
Wow.
Sounds about right.
You're in jail for drunk driving. So how are you going to hit this guy with 28 counts of violating one contact order? It doesn't make any sense. So anyway, make a long story short, I've been authorized to practice law by several state superior court judges. The unique thing about Carolyn Dimmick, she also happens to be a United States District Court federal judge. So I've been authorized to practice law by 2 state superior court judges, a federal judge, and several federally recognized Indian tribal court judges. I was authorized to practice law under the common law rule, the same way that it was done prior to the 1930s, before law schools even existed. I did it like Abraham Lincoln and about a dozen other famous lawyers in American history. A lot of people don't know this, but there's actually several other ways that you can become a lawyer without having to go to law school and without having to.
Oh God!
You could actually
please don't.
Work for a judge for 2 years. You're eligible to sit for the bar.
Please don't do that.
The bar is not what really makes you a lawyer. There's another way. It's also called an intern. In most states, they call it a Rule 9 legal intern. If you work as a Rule 9 legal intern underneath an attorney who's a member in good standing of the state bar, you're eligible to sit for the bar. But most attorneys don't even know this. Taking and passing the bar is not what makes you an attorney. What really makes you an attorney is when you go to court with your first client and a judge allows you. When a judge allows somebody to represent somebody else in court, he's granted that person his permission, his license, his authorization.
Oh God!
There's actually no such document called an attorney's license. You can't go to the Department of Licensing and purchase an attorney's license. I mean, seriously, you can't have any dummy at the Department of Licensing counter selling an attorney's license to any goofball sovereign citizen who's going to go up knocking on your mom's door and your grandma's door and say, "Hey, I'm a real lawyer." You can't allow these people to hang up a shingle, pretend to be a lawyer, and go ask your grandma for $10,000.
There you go.
There's people out there that are clearly
what?
Who don't know the law.
Oh, this guy's lost it all.
People who are patriotic. I come from a patriotic background. I'm a constitutionalist. I have driven without a driver's license since December 8, 1996. I have flyers that I put out with my name.
Oh, sovereign citizen, flat earther. You can't stop me. I'm not traveling. I'm wandering.
And you folks are probably unaware of this, but
this is bullshit.
Which first caused
oh, you're premiering in 10 minutes? I got you.
Medical marijuana, then Washington, then Colorado, and about 20 other states. The government right now is in a mad rush to legalize medical marijuana because they're afraid everybody's going to find out about me and my ultimate user flyer, which shows you 2 state
I
statutes.
think this should be the Amazon link. I think.
Since the early 1970s, it clearly shows you marijuana is already legal. It has been since the early 70s. Now think about
It's just got everything on it from both channels.
Who were arrested, charged with, and found guilty of possession of marijuana, but the government had no proof of a sale, no proof of an attempted sale, no proof of a distribution, and no proof of an attempted distribution. Every single one of those people that they just had mere possession, they're in jail illegally. Their lives are being ruined because the attorneys have kept this to themselves. This shit, excuse my language, these statutes have been on the law book since the early 1970s.
So these are the people that you see all the time that get pulled over, like on cops and shit. And the cops always like, can I see your driver's license? They're like, I'm not driving. I'm just traveling, man. I'm just traveling in the free world. There's also weird things about how they can represent themselves in court and they can declare themselves judges, like the lady from Alaska. They don't need a driver's license. They don't need tags. They don't need to pay taxes. They can send a letter in the mail for 1 penny instead of the price of stamps because they use the old way to buy stamps of a different something another. They're just a bunch of stuff that they fuck around with. It is not good.
And it's been kept secret from the public. And so they're hoping all the dummies will say, well, let's.
And it's not true.
Gee, you're voting to give the government more power over you. They got everybody conned and fooled into believing you have to go to the government and ask mommy and daddy for permission, to go hunting, to go fishing, to own a dog, to own a cat, to get married. You have to go to the government to get permission to have sex next. You have to have a sex permit. It's ridiculous.
So, Lewis, let me ask you this. That was great, platform information. So with the things that you have already accomplished, maybe you want to hit on some of those here.
Oh, God.
Maybe in the last year and a half.
As a make-believe lawyer.
You have taken the initiative to do.
Look, all you have to do is have a judge say, okay,
in this world,
that's your lawyer. Okay, good to go. And you're a lawyer.
What you and I
If that were true, you know how many people would be sneaking in there to get law degrees? All you'd have to do is tell someone that you're a lawyer, have them hire you as their lawyer, and show up in court.
In that safe zone. But if you can kind of let the viewers know,
That's right, Denise. You got it.
What their rights are, as far as I told you, some of the things that have happened to me, as far as wearing the mask.
Well, without giving away your location, Rolo, I know the state you're in. And I don't know where you've been getting those fake permits, but sodomy's illegal. Okay? I know you think you're going to dodge it because you're the receiver and not the giver. It doesn't matter. Both ends of sodomy are illegal. Rolo.
As far as getting the jab, as far as potentially contacting you. So some of the things that you have done since all this has started and what you feel like you can offer to people right now.
Right. Now, what I do, folks, is that I specialize in helping pro se litigants. Okay, I don't represent people in court.
Actually, I'm going to put that Amazon link, the wish list link. I've got your video pulled up in the background for when it goes off, or when it comes on. I'm going to put that link in the channel description of all the videos. That way I want to do it every time. If people want it, it'll just be in the description.
All the lawyers, all the law firms are losing these cases on purpose. Now, there's some people out there in the background who put out information about the HIPAA law and the ADA. Well, that only helps people to have a disability, a mental or physical disability. It doesn't do anything for the rest of you folks. The ADA and the HIPAA violations doesn't do anything for you folks who don't have a mental or physical disability. And so I created flyers making the actual correct legal argument regarding the mask. I'm the only one in the United States that's put out this argument based upon the separation of power doctrine. So what I've done, right now I'm about almost halfway done through half the states, where I put out a flyer showing that the governor, and what I do is I name each governor for each state, and I go to your state constitution, and I'm putting the section that marks out the powers for the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. And so my argument on my flyer is the governor, he's the chief executive officer. Okay, he's guilty of official misconduct. So what I'm doing is I'm going to your state's criminal code, and I've looked up the criminal statutes for official misconduct, malfeasance of office, misfeasance of office, perjury, forgery, false swearing, presenting fraudulent instruments for filing in a public record, which is a felony crime. And I don't know if you folks are aware of this, but every state on the governor's emergency powers, in my state, it's under RCW 38, which is entitled Militia and Military Affairs. Every state has a similar chapter entitled Militia and Military Affairs. That's where you are going to find your governor's executive authorities, his emergency powers. Every state has a statute that says when there's a World War III, an emergency, a disease pandemic, the governor is required by law to issue a proclamation or a declaration. Now, I've discovered about 80% of the states also require it within that very same statute. The governor is required to file his proclamation or declaration of the pandemic in the office of the Secretary of State. Well, hey, that's a public office. Other states, they require the governor to file it in the code revisor's office or the statutory revision or law committee office.
Tony's calling. Is he not watching the show? All right, I think I put it in the description.
Taking the time to look this up, but you should go to your state.
Okay, the countdown has begun on M's show, so we'll watch that. Let me pull it over for you guys. We'll wait and watch it. It's where Scott gets his intel. I wouldn't doubt that a bit. Wow, I do not like this. I do not like this waiting music. I mean, I know it's not M's fault. It's just YouTube's music, but... So these people believe that part of the evil cabal is the law system, and from the law, that's the reason they invented lawyers and courts and judges. Like you're actually Scott McKay did it on one of his the other day. You're actually supposed to be able to show up, and you can be the judge for your friends if you want to, or you can represent yourself, and it's got to be in plain English. There's no convoluted, complicated laws. It's either constitutional or unconstitutional. That's the only things that matter. That's just not the way it works. It's just too complicated after that. Oh, we're watching M's video. It come out. It's an advertisement.
A quick sort of update video today for you all. So what's coming up? Well, tomorrow night at around 10 p.m. UK time, there will be an interview uploaded with Charlie Ward's son. This is his biological son. His second, he had three children from his first marriage. His name's Glenn. One of my friends has become good friends with him and has done an interview with him. So that will be released tomorrow night. So I'm really excited about that. Very revealing, some stuff that we didn't know previously about Charlie. And
one of M's friends from the police department, I'm sure.
Bless him. You know, props to him. He's come forward because he's recently found out some of the stuff that his father has been saying, and he, the same as me, just wants to make sure people know the truth about Charlie, and to not be sucked in by some of the lies and not be, financially caught up in it, or mentally or emotionally caught up in lies that are being peddled. So props to that. You can catch us tomorrow around 10 p.m. GMT. I will send out a reminder notification tomorrow, so you guys are well aware of the start time. That's coming tomorrow, so that's exciting news. Glenn has also said he would do a follow-up interview with myself and Mr. Truth Intelligencer, who was the guy who conducted the interview. So that's exciting news. Hope to see you tomorrow.
You can defend yourself at any time. You most certainly can, but they try to say that
recently, guys, if you haven't checked it out,
they can't use like laws on the books. Like they couldn't say
give a lot of respect.
Law, blah, 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 annotated here, blah, blah, blah. You got to abide by this. It's only if it's in the Constitution, not in the Constitution, and it has to be in plain English. It doesn't. There's laws on the books.
He just asked them honest questions and got quite viciously attacked by them. So he did an interview with me. So, guys, if you haven't checked it out yet, please go and watch that interview. It's really good. What else? What's happened to QFS? Charlie Ward, who's apparently in charge of the QFS.
I have it on good account. The QFS is already live.
Spoke to the cleaning lady.
You just you're not on the right level to see it yet. You haven't ascended.
Beginning of April. Charlie has said he's just waiting for God to switch on the QFS system. He's also said that it's been live.
No problem, man.
So God knows what's happening with that, but he seems to not be talking about it in his more recent videos. Speaking of more recent videos, suspiciously, he seems to have deleted all of his videos off of his
Goddess, but that's the way you need to change it. It's through the system.
On his website.
Not just claim it doesn't exist and tell everybody that you're a judge now.
He doesn't want us to go back and, pick out things that he said before, false promises, things like that. So we'll come back to the QFS in a minute, because I've got an advert to show you about the QFS system, which you'll be really interested to see, I'm sure. But yeah, what else have we got? What else? What other news? Griftbusters, hoping to do the.
I like this boob they put on my head.
Next week. Just needs.
I've always wanted a tit for a scalp.
So really excited for that.
I got a weird head shape. It's hard to make it fit anywhere.
It's a great atmosphere in the chat when we do a Griftbusters. So I'm very much looking forward to that.
Unless you talk about Lynn Wood, then it is a very bad atmosphere in the chat.
As always, good fun and very informative. Speaking of Griftbusters, if you're not already following them, please make sure you check the other guys out. If you're subscribed to my channel and you haven't checked the other guys' channels out, check out Tony from the Veritas Machine. He's recently, I think, done a video about Tim Ballard, which people might find very interesting. Will from Cold Beer Confessional, he does so many lives a week. He goes for like 3-4 hours and he reviews some of these people who we may call grifters, or even just investigates them to see if they are grifters. Again, a great atmosphere in their chat there. I like to join in sometimes, so go check out Will from Cold Beer Confessional, and of course Justice, someone who I've done many collaborations.
Thanks for the shout out.
And hope to be doing one soon. Just a quick note, one of my favorites, probably the favorite.
Trump is physically inserted into the machines. Oh, I got you.
On the
kind of like that murderer that fell into the Good Guy Toys Chucky dolls.
Intelligence service.
His blood was what made the Chucky come to life.
It was hilarious, so funny. So yeah, go check that out if you haven't seen it. It's quite an old video of ours. But we also did an expose on Huna Flash, who was also type of Greg Hallett, but David Mahoney, who did the Hidden King series of documentary.
Charlie, it's going to get to Charlie. It's going to get to Charlie when you have his son on, for sure.
Huna Flash, who was opening and closing Stargates and portals, and was a Huna or guru of Maori descent. So check that out. We caught him.
Well, but his blood was in the plastic. The very first original Chucky movies, you could see the blood in the plastic.
But he was where he was teleporting. But with a quick bit of video analysis, we made him admit, well, no, I didn't say that I teleported in person. It was just on camera. Talk about misleading your followers. But yeah, that was a fantastic interview. So check out the full story on the expose of Huna Flash and Just Truth. Also, Huna Flash and David Mahoney have recently filmed in South America and Mexico. That they were doing another
what was the
thing. They'd gone to, they're looking at Aztecs, Mayans, and things, which I think will be really
what
interesting.
Was the satanic chant he used to say?
Breakdown from myself and Justice. So I can't wait for that. So look out for that. Just Truth coming soon. Back to the QFS. Talking of Griftbusters, again, make sure you join us for Griftbusters 5. Here is a little taster of what we'll be previewing. This won't be the only skin
Here we go.
we'll be showing, but yeah, I recently saw this, a QFS advert. Check it out. Thanks, guys. Follow MC Secret Truth.
Meet Mert Hammer.
Good guy, and your bank still telling you no? Do you know what? I am so tired of being a good guy and getting told no, Do all these underdeveloped people getting approved loans really frustrate you?
And why do all the underdeveloped people always get loans? So frustrating.
Wouldn't you like to live in the cushy world of no income tax, no VAT?
I just want no income tax, no VAT.
It's like the worst infomercial ever.
QFS
This is good.
offers you absolute financial freedom if you happen to be one of the good guys. Here at QFS, we know how important it is to have our spiritual intentions predicted by AI, because nothing screams freedom like Big Brother watching over you. So the next time your friends ask you, what on God's green flat earth are you talking about? Just tell them to call QFS on 0800 any day now and ask for Charlie.
0800 any day now. Oh yeah, is that Charlie?
QFS.
Is that Charlie?
Out of this dimension.
That was pretty good. That's a pretty good promo for QFS. I had an idea to do one too. I might do one day. Oh, was that it? Oh, that was it. Thank you, Em. Thank you for the video. I appreciate it. Let's see. Great video. Good job. How are things going down at your office in Scotland? Is it called Scotland Yard? What is the... Is that what it is? Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard, headquarters building in Metropolitan Police. Okay, yeah. Do they know yet that Charlie and his goons found you with quantum computing? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. There we go. Secret message to M. Quantum computing. I can't believe they say they use quantum computing against people. Like, it's this brand new system. It can tell your thoughts. It can tell what's going on here. It can do this. It can get people there. It knows your intentions. It knows your heart. It's powered by God in space. Let's use it to attack this guy who doesn't like us. Fuck it. Let's see if we can get him. Let's see if we can get him sodomized in the streets of London by a 10-foot tall special forces guy. That'll be good. A good use of the system, right? It's the same thing with Nino talking shit about, I make people shit their pants all the time. I just show up and fucking press them. Like, don't try me, fool. Don't try me. Don't try me. And on a much larger topic, let's talk about bullying. Bullying is bad, okay? Bullying is bad. Don't bully.
Up the definitions. Go to the definition sections in the perjury, where the perjury is located. Go to the beginning of that chapter. Look at the definition of perjury.
Quantum meat hammers, dude. I'm fixing to make the the Thor hammer, the Thor hammer tomahawk, Patriot Street Fighter tomahawk, and I might make one that's a meat hammer too. But I got the idea from this video from this YouTube channel called Flight Test. They made Thor's hammer as a drone. So like you act like you call for it, like stick your hand out, but someone's actually flying a drone to you. Or you can put this thing called a tile. like a tile tracker in your hand, and it'll fly to there. But I'm gonna make the Patriot Street Fighter Tomahawk, and maybe we'll get a meat hammer as well.
Definition of perjury is if you don't know something,
not to carve it out of foam.
You know it to be false. Look up false swearing. Look at the definition for false.
What's up,
swearing.
guys?
Look at the definition of forgery. Forgery isn't just me stealing your checkbook and going shopping.
Would you let this guy? First of all, he should be on the big screen. I don't know or they should all be even. One of the two. This is bothering me. Second of all, would you let this guy represent you in court? There ain't no fucking way.
Forgery isn't me just picking up your credit card and signing your signature.
That's right, man.
Shopping. Forgery is when you create a fraudulent document that contains materially false statements, and you created that document.
Maritime law, you are a vessel. God, their chat's so plugged in.
With intent to use it for a fraudulent purpose.
Right.
Well, guess what? How does the governor? Is the governor a licensed medical practitioner?
I want to put in my order now.
And how is it that
flying meat hammer used to be my finishing move in high school? Now that my legs are swelled up and turned purple and I cough up blood regularly, I don't think I can do the flying meat hammer anymore.
Chief medical examiner of the state to issue his writing, because in every state, the chief medical officer of the state is also issued a statement in writing saying there's a pandemic based upon the information or the evidence provided by the WHO. I'm going to start singing that song. Who are you? And we're going to find out that, follow the money. Who's got a large money into the WHO? Bill Gates. So based on the evidence provided by Bill Gates
here you am.
And all the other criminals that are running our country.
My high school expulsion hearing.
But the chief medical examiner is issuing a false letter of a proclamation.
Oh, it's not the vape. I've got peripheral vascular disease. It's genetic. And it causes my blood vessels in my legs are too small, and plus I'm overweight, doesn't help. And my habits and shit like that, none of that helps. But I still have a genetic disorder as well. Causes a bunch of blood clots and shit like that. I'm not supposed to take any blows to the leg. It could actually kill me.
Three branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. And so my argument is
the stubs. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said legs.
He has the authority to enforce the law. However, as the executive officer of the state, he has no authority to make law on his own motion. He cannot make a law. He cannot. The mask mandate is not a law. Only the state legislature can make a law. Guess what? No state has enacted a statute that requires people to wear a mask. In fact, many states actually have a.
This is not sped up at all. Doug, Mike, we're going to grow like you and not believe God has blessed the whole B team.
Statute on the books that make it a felony crime to wear a mask, because you could be.
We are going to grow like you. No, we are going to grow like you will not believe God has blessed the whole B team.
You could be going into a grocery store wearing a mask to rip them off.
I interrupt you real quick. I'd like to ask the question: what's the difference between a state statute and a law?
Okay, the state statutes are only prima facie evidence of the law. So if you go to your state statute books, in the very first book on the shelf, there's a section called Rules of Construction, and it tells you how to read the statutes. And in that chapter, there's going to be two statutes. One that says that the statutes are only prima facie evidence of the law, which means at first glance, it appears to be law, but it's a rebuttable presumption. The actual so-called law is the underlying session law, the statute that's supported by a Senate bill and House bill. You're going to find that on file in the office of the Secretary of State, the Archives Division. So the cops out there on the street, they're not actually citing you.
He's technically right there, at least.
Law. They're citing you with the prima facie code, which is just a statute, which is printed by
Somebody must have said something in chat about his breathing, because he keeps moving the mic when he's not talking now.
A private copyright, which is technically illegal because the states can't own a copyright legally. That's right. Okay. So a lot of sovereign citizens out there, and this is what I call them, these people who...
This guy's good. I need this lawyer.
Start the law. I said, really?
Come on.
So if I punch you in the nose...
This right here is sad. I need prayers for my brother-in-law. Need a med bed now. These people think that technology is actually coming.
Rape your wife, and the cop arrests me and charges me with punching you in the nose or raping your wife. So I can go into court and I can say, Well, Your Honor, you have to dismiss the charge because the statute's not the law. And by the way, Your Honor, your daughter's real cute, so I'm going to do something to her here in the courtroom right in front of you. And you can't charge me with raping her or beating her up because
what the fuck?
Law. That's just silly nonsense.
What the fuck, dude? Why would you just say I'm fixing to I can't even say that word. They'll ban me on YouTube. They'll take my video down. They'll age restrict it. Your daughter right here in the courtroom, you can't do anything.
The cop arrests me and charges me with punching you in the nose or raping your wife. So I can go into court and I can say, well, Your Honor, you have to dismiss the charge because the statute's not the law. And by the way, Your Honor, your daughter's real cute, so I'm going to do something to her here in the courtroom.
Do something to her twice.
You can't charge me with raping her or beating her up because the statute's not the law. That's just silly nonsense. What statute not the law means is the underlying session law.
Jesus, what a dark-minded person.
Big trick going on in all the states. I've traced the Revised Code of Washington. I have a case from 1961, Perosa versus Tacoma. You can read the quote on it. It says, you shorten it up, the Revised Code of Washington is not the law. The Supreme Court warned the Code Revisor's Office to stop tinkering with the statutes. And here's what happens. The Code Revisor's Office, a group of bar attorneys.
So here's the problem. If the deep state cabal, MI6, underbelly of politics and big money and this and that is after you, just because you know some guy who knows a few legal jiu-jitsu moves that he learned in prison, the next step is they just kill you. Right? You have us believe that they're all powerful, that they're so smart. They can fool this and they can make that and they can trick these people and they can do this, but they can't. They don't understand how to win in court. They don't understand how to take care of that troublesome lawyer. And they're after Scott McKay and want to save him, but they literally advertise for 2 months where they're going to be at in Las Vegas and invite people to come out and eat and drink with them. Like the shit none of this makes any sense.
Because the statute's not the law. That's just silly nonsense. What statute not the law means is the underlying session law. Okay, but here's what I've traced. There's a big trick going on in all the states. I've traced the Revised Code of Washington. I have a case from 1961, Perosa versus Tacoma. You can read the quote on it. It says, you shorten it up, the Revised Code of Washington is not the law. The Supreme Court warned the Code Revisor's Office to stop tinkering with the statutes. And here's what happens. The Code Revisor's Office, a group of bar attorneys, okay, the Code Revisor's Office in every state or the Statutory Law Committee is made up 100% of state bar attorneys. And so at the end of the session, they go over there to the legislatures and they say, okay, children, you had fun pretending to pass laws. Now give us the law books. Give us those session laws and Senate bills and House bills. And those attorneys,
Senate bills, House bills.
They take those session laws and Senate bills and House bills and they walk back to the Code Revisor's Office, the Statutory Law Office. They close the doors behind them.
Yeah, I'm going to have to move on soon.
And they erase complete words and sentences out of the statutes. They add words. They add statutes. They put commas where they shouldn't have been. They take commas out. They put ors instead of ands. They put ands instead of ors. Sometimes they add complete sentences. And that's not the law. And then they take that, when they were done, they send it out to a private book publishing company, which has a private copyright, and they're publishing prima facie evidence.
I do have to get an intimate picture with Scott.
I send a memorized statute.
I'm going to have my meat hammer out.
Trying to keep people out of jail, okay? So anyway, the Bible clearly says only the sick need a doctor. The whole of the people don't need a doctor. Only the sick need a doctor. Okay, well, I'm not sick. I don't need a doctor. I'm not sick. I don't need a mask. I'm not sick. I don't need a vaccine. These people are violating our quick thing. Really good news for everybody. Like I said.
Wow, he's still talking.
To what she's saying.
Yeah. I'm going to add to what you're saying.
Excuse me, guys. I like to add to what she's saying. Yeah.
I don't know how much time we got left.
5 minutes. That's it.
5 minutes. Okay. Like I said before, there's a statute in every single state called presenting fraudulent instruments for filing in the public record. That's a felony crime. In some states, like
5 minutes, let's get it.
Statute obstructing a government record. If you file any document that contains any false statements, any public record, that's a felony crime. In Florida, another felony crime.
Well, technically, if you just show up in the operating room and someone agrees to let you lets you operate on them, you are a surgeon. That's the same way lawyers work. If you show up in the court and the judge lets you continue, you're a lawyer.
I don't know if you folks are aware of this, but there's another statute called concealing. Every state has a statute called concealing. So for the governors that removed the mask mandate, oh my God, I couldn't believe this. Go read the concealing statute. When you remove something from a public record, when you withdraw something from a public record, when you cancel something from a public record, when you erase something from a public record, destroy, obliterate, obfuscate, hide, when you take something out of a public record that contains evidence of another felony crime, you just committed a separate felony crime called concealing. This means we could pick and choose which governors we want to keep, which governors we want to get rid of. It's just a matter of putting together the right kind of paperwork. Now, we know they're going to fight it, so it's going to take a hell of a lot of paperwork to put this stuff together.
Right. Well, Mike, did you have a question for him real quick before we move on?
No, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to add to him that even though we may not have understood everything you were saying, Lewis, we are grateful for the information that you did share that we do understand. And guys, what he's saying in short, okay, in layman's terms to me is we have the power. We just need people like Lewis around to help show us where to get the information from to contain that power for the correct use. Okay. And that's what he did for the last 40 minutes or so, is share those things with us. And he did it rather quickly. So he's very versed in it. And I'm grateful to you for that. And I want to thank you for that. And guys, we need to work with people like Lewis in the country and get our states going in the right direction, where the people are actually for the government is actually for the people and by the people.
Right. That's right.
Because it's not that way right now. He's explained it to you 10 different ways by law and by them interpreting the law the way they choose to overrun us and our power, okay, and create a corrupt government that we are responsible for replacing.
Right. Well, thank you again, Lewis. I'm going to go ahead, and Lewis and I will leave the studio. Thank you so very much, Lewis. I will see you here at 10:30. And anybody that's in North Carolina that wants to reach out to me, we're going to be working at 10:30 again with the Impeach Cooper group to get something going here in North Carolina.
Awesome.
So feel free to reach out to me.
Gotta get rid of Cooper.
And again, thank you for allowing Lewis
All
to
right, come on, you shill. That's a little too much.
Talking and saying stuff. Yeah, well, we don't want this. We don't want that.
I want to see what happened here.
Appreciate you coming on, brother.
Yeah, and Doug, could you accept my? Could you send me an ad?
I want to see what they said. Oh, good night, Em.
30-day Facebook block, so I can't send you an ad friend request.
Yeah, we'll do it. I'll make
no
sure
problem.
All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, Mike, let me get you back in the stream. Let's get back here. Okay, guys, some of you guys are, and I love you all, but you don't need to be rude when somebody's talking and saying stuff. Yeah, we don't want this. We don't want that. He's giving us sound information. I know he's long-winded. That's the way lawyers are, guys and girls. Okay. So let's get that behind us.
He's not a lawyer.
Information. I appreciate him.
That's his first.
So, guys,
first thing he said, he's not a lawyer.
Today, in my heart, World War III has been going on for a while, but it has officially started when they keep shooting rockets over there on the Gaza Strip. JFK Jr. came slam out on his Telegram group and says, "This won't be tolerated. This is an act of war, and we will protect our friends." So it's the start of the war. The gas is the start of the craziness. Okay.
This is the start of it. Get ready.
The next thing, there's going to be a food shortage. This is why we told you to get all the stuff in previously. It's happening as we speak, but people just think it's the gas, right, Mike? It's not the gas. It's the gas, the food shortage, electricity shortage. Everything's going to be a shortage.
Well,
what do you think, Mike?
It's not only going to be a shortage, Doug. It's going to be a feast or famine for a short period of time, because yesterday's show was the prelude to it. Controlled chaos, guys. What is happening? And they're calling World War III, which will eventually turn into a nuke threat. Okay, that won't come to fruition, but it's going to be the big scare. World War III with a nuke threat. Okay.
Okay.
We were telling you yesterday, controlled chaos. This is the part of the movie that we're all going to have a hard time swallowing. Okay. But they saved Israel for last for a reason. And you're seeing that now, okay? Now, we'll tell you that if you've watched any of the videos that are floating around on the net of the kind of defense mechanisms Israel's used so far, I mean, Gaza has pounded them with bombs.
And they got what, drones shooting rockets down?
Yes.
That is crazy, man.
Yeah,
that's better
the
than
dome. They call it the dome. And it's
okay, the Iron Dome.
Guys, some of them noisemakers are getting through without getting caught.
Woo,
so
noisemakers.
If they keep going, they'll strike.
They said they'll flatten
the Iron Dome. That's right.
If they keep shooting the rockets, they basically said they'll flatten it, and we'll come in to help them because
I don't think he's got no problem swallowing.
So, but I just looked at the news. Our so-called commander-in-chief has not made a statement about a country getting bombarded by rockets, and they say that we got their back or anything like it. This guy's a missing idiot. He is, and it's all getting exposed as we watch this. You see what I mean?
And get your house in order, Tracy. That's exactly right. Very good. God, because we're dealing with God issues now. Okay, when you mess with Israel, you mess with God.
That's it. And we will defend them, and it's already been said. So they've been warned. They were shooting just a few rockets yesterday. Now they said over 1,000 have been fired today. 1,000. That's crazy. We will not. We won't let it happen. We'll be involved knee deep over there in the next day or so. Watch and see what I say. Then other countries will be pissed because we're helping them. This is how the war is going to start. This is everything. Y'all want to worry about when the 10 days of darkness is coming at any time now, because not. And we did see that video last night. It was from 2 months ago with Scott McKay and the other guy. So I didn't notice the background was changed because I don't watch enough of that to realize that. But what you see now, I mean, when it's daytime over there now, and when it's daytime here, it's night. It's daylight over there. They're just shooting rockets at them left and right. And like I said, this is the war that's going to start all wars. Watch and see what I say. It's biblical. Remember,
biblical. It's biblical.
Watch the audit. Absolutely. More news today.
Watch the water.
We're going to do friends at an audit too, just like they've done in Arizona. And it's all starting, guys. I mean, it all started. Good news for Doug is that I got.
Hey, Beer Man. I remember about your 3 6-packs. Thank you very much for the 6-packs.
I get a text. My daughter ran out of gas. The gas station's where she's at got no gas. I got it all.
No gas.
But it's just like God set that up so I could see my daughter. I ain't seen her since Christmas, and we got everything straightened out. God works in the greatest ways when you least expect it. You just got to keep your faith. And I shared that with Mike. I shared it with Christine about the struggles I was having, and there ain't no more because I kept my faith.
Was it cholesterol?
In charge, and he just fixed it with a snap of a finger. So just keep your faith up, man. Keep your faith up.
So Kathy says we're now shooting warning shots at Iran and in the Hormuz Strait. If I pronounce that correctly.
Yeah, I can't never pronounce all of them. You know the one I can't never say, Jerusalem. I can read it, but I can't just say it. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, because that's what's going to happen.
Deuteronomy 31, verse 6, New International Version, okay? Be strong and courageous. Thank you, Donna, for posting. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. In many cases, guys, in this war that we've been, this digital war that we've been in, okay, in many cases in this digital war, he's gone before us. And he's prepared the enemy before we got there. Prepared them in such a way to be defeated. And to let them know that they cannot win.
Absolutely. Come on, guys, share it out.
Defeated.
Share what we got.
Share. Oh shit! I didn't realize that cut yours off. I was looking at that other page.
The mainstream media.
Defeated. We're done. We're not sharing it. Watch the water. I know.
Absolutely.
It's already fixed that.
And
I didn't know at the time.
It's. I just pay attention to what's going on. Like I come home, and the gas station looked crazy up the street. I live where the Wawa, but it's not a very safe Wawa. So I passed by and I said, that looks like mayhem in the parking lot. They didn't have anybody out there directing people to the pumps like they did when we got my daughter's gas earlier. So my roommate comes home 20 minutes later and says, there's cops and fire engines surrounding that whole Wawa. I guarantee you there was shooting over probably somebody trying to get gas. Don't think it won't get crazy. Don't think it won't protect yourself. I'm telling you now, with the gas shortage, that means food shortage. That means prices of everything are going up.
Guys,
this is the end of all of it.
I do not believe that it will be as severe as some people are saying. Okay, we will see some feast and some famine, but we also have to remember, guys, when the military started moving after the 20th of January of this year, okay, these people, this military, were preparing for this time. Okay, they were preparing the whole time for this time. You got to remember that these truck stops, where truckers are worried about not having gas to deliver food and other necessities around the country, the military set up so that they would. All right. We have
an emergency supply of gas.
Gas, that's right.
What?
We have more gas and oil reserves than we can use in 30 years as a country. Okay. We're going to see some suffer, and it's going to cause some pain, but it's not going to be anything like it really could be if we hadn't gotten the power of God behind us. Okay. And I think that's the best way to put it.
Well,
because
that's what
God anointed Trump. God anointed the Q team. God anointed us Anons. God anointed every piece of this. And it is his time, and it's his time to shine. Did he say we were going to come through it without a scratch or a worry or something of that nature? No, he did not. But he said, confide in him and you will find peace and you will get rest.
Yeah, I would say, look at everybody panicking over gas.
We've
it
been
hasn't
instructed.
even started yet. It's just, steady yourself. This is just the first thing to set everything off.
Yes.
The gas shortage is just a steady thing to set. By Friday, things ought to be cooking so good, you'll probably be cooking on your grill outside. Make sure you fill your gas bottle up, get charcoal just in case. Be like a Boy Scout.
Just in case. It's all going to be locked down by the weekend.
I'm telling you.
All of it.
Shooting them rockets and continue.
Did HVU do a video tonight?
The Gaza Strip. I'm telling you right now, that's the start of all of it. I called Mike early and said, this is the start that's going to start the war worldwide.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was looking for.
There'll be another country that said, we don't leave.
Our boy JQ.
And blah, 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 blah. And that's how it's going to happen. I don't know about the blahs, but the blahs. Something like that.
Oh, what's really going to happen, guys, is that the NATO is going to step in and the United Nations, and this is where they get taken apart. Okay.
They're bad. They're bad.
Yes.
United Nations bad.
This is where they're going to get taken apart, and they're going to get taken apart by the alliance that he created when he first got into office, when he went around and had all the governments capitulate because he had all the evidence and he showed it to them.
Capitulate.
Right? So understand that there's a lot of different facets of this work right now, not just Israel getting the bad out of Israel, but also the United Nations, right? All right. Yeah. The United Nations has got to go too. Trump has warned them several times. If they step foot on the wrong soil, he will make a parking lot out of them.
He'll crush them.
Yes.
This is what's going to happen very soon. I mean, what kind of leadership? We don't have leadership in this country right now. Zero leadership.
On the civilian side, we don't.
If 45 was in charge, there'd be press conferences going on all day about what's going on over
there.
And letting them know that we got their back.
Come on.
Not one chirp.
All right, let's skip ahead and see how it ended. I can't do it no more.
People have asked for hats, so we'll get some hats made, mugs.
You gotta have hats too, mugs.
We can get it made.
So, literally have a person come to your house and mug you. It's cheaper than buying dinar.
Start mocking up some stuff and let me know.
So someone asked what's the latest news in Arizona. It was kind of quiet today, actually. There is a lot going on behind the scenes about the count, and most of it will come to fruition because what is tomorrow? The expectation of hearing some actual results, not just hearsay. Say it again.
About some of the books of the Bible that we're missing, and discovered, along with the Vatican gold.
I can't talk about that stuff yet. It's coming, though. It's coming, guys.
It's coming.
It is coming.
We rescued all the gold from the Vatican. We
Yes.
now are in possession.
650 plane loads.
$340 quadrillion dollars. And like we said, they could make everybody on the earth a millionaire. They're not about to do that.
There's 3 books that are going to be very pertinent when the new Bible comes about and the missing books come about.
Which one? Which ones?
Going to talk about the Jubilee
Enoch.
that we're getting ready to experience. They're going to talk about God's way.
Get your new Bible. We're selling it with official frog, Pepe the Frog on it.
On earth. Okay, in a way, and life is going to be so great.
What's the Bible that Jason Q reads?
Health issues are going to go way down.
Well, everything is going to be able to be cured naturally, and we don't have to take this demon pharmaceutical company stuff anymore.
That's right.
And when you get sick or something happens, you'll just go to a med bed. They'll put in your condition. You'll sit in there and you'll be cured in that med bed. And it was funny because they made a big deal out of when 45 was with Fauci and all them idiots, that lady doctor. And he says, well, can't light and heat fix it? And they looked at him like he was from another world. Maybe he is, because that's what the med bed is.
Come on. Light and heat.
That's how they fix you. And then a lot of it's
maybe we can just get disinfected into your body.
Everything broadcast. Okay. What is it in 400?
We age. We're going to show you how to revitalize those. All right.
Only when it's convenient is Donald Trump still in charge. If it's not convenient to push their narrative, then it's Joe Biden's mistake that he's making.
15 minutes, guys. We're going to call it a night.
Thank God.
Working all day.
The med beds were made by Tesla, the Tesla group.
But
the technology was kept
really
safe.
Super technology to them.
Right. Yeah, and the alien groups as well. But the technology was kept safe by the Trump family, yes.
Poser administration. That's a great line. What a pile of poop. Great one, James.
Hair on a biscuit.
Yeah, we're just hanging
Nicholas
like a hair on a
that's
biscuit
right.
right here, man. Right there. That guy was one hell of a man. They didn't let him. There was no money in him giving out free electricity. There was no money in him showing how to wirelessly have electricity.
Guys, the first med bed was made out of plywood and a light and several different kinds.
When does this end? Like, how long does this go?
And he used to heal people in that thing.
I've skipped to the end 4 times.
All right, real quick. I'm gonna put the Telegram link. I opened it back up.
Into the med beds, they have a model for. So they use the one the med bed that they're going to have at the zoo for like
at least just
when you're talking about hippopotamus and rhinos and ultrasounds and shit like that. It's the zoo med bed.
Here it is.
Mike stands in the. He has to bend his knee backwards and his lower leg on the body, but his entire knee up upper body is the neck of a giraffe.
Didn't do nothing. What the hell's wrong with that thing?
Cut out in custom foam.
Guys, we'll be instructed on what channel Confessions will be on. That will give us explicit instructions.
Hair on a biscuit is something Doug said once in his chat. Keeps repeating it at him.
Copy. All right, now it should work. That always.
Oh, somebody's calling me on the chat.
Same bad time tomorrow.
Cold beer confessional from Mason B.
So listen, guys, if we help one person understand more about what's going on, know that this is a place you can come. We've done our job if we help just one person. Excuse me. And know this is a place you can come to be not ridiculed, but you can share your ideas with us. No matter how great or bad they are, you know you're welcome here. We love you guys. God wants us all to come together as humans and live in peace. So this is what he's okay with our show. We wouldn't have these kind of numbers. And even to have 4,500 people on our show on at less than an hour's notice is totally incredible. I'm convinced we would have had 6,500, 7,000 people if I put the thumbnail out at 9 o'clock in the morning. But don't fear, because all the shows are recorded and they're on the YouTube channels and they're also on my Facebook page. So know that the donate links are up, guys. If you do want to donate, we would appreciate it tremendously. So look, have a great night. We'll see you again tomorrow night. And as always, God bless. Mikey, anything you say in closing?
God bless each and every one of you. We do love each and every one of you. And we're so grateful for God's gift to all of us in this time, this biblical time that we're all living in. How exciting can it be? Be sure to ground yourself in the Word of God over the coming days and prayer for Israel and each one of us, each and every one of you as well.
All right, guys. Good night.
It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. That was a frog. I wonder if they did a video today from an hour ago. Is this World War III? Let's see. I need to know. Is this World War III?
West Virginia in the house.
Florida, welcome to the show.
Chattahoochee, somewhere in Florida.
Chattanooga, Tennessee, in the house.
Saginaw, Michigan made it in the house.
Georgia, welcome to the show.
Little Canada, Minnesota.
Welcome. Northern California, welcome to the show.
Hey, Mountain.
Welcome.
Hey, welcome.
In the house. Welcome.
Maryland, welcome to the show.
Greensboro, North Carolina, right up your way. Welcome.
Nothing but frogs here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Welcome.
Spring, Texas. Welcome.
Sesame, Georgia.
There's my Lexington, Virginia. That is a faithful listener. Welcome.
And we got faithful listeners from Fayetteville, North Carolina in the house.
Northern Maine, welcome up near the Canadian border.
How the fuck did I just pause it?
North Carolina,
I swear I think it does it on its own.
Welcome, Michigan, from the devil governor.
Not even my computer wants to watch it anymore.
Fort Worth, Texas.
Pensacola, Florida.
OKC in the house.
California in the house. This is going to be epic. Yes, it is.
Yes,
it's already
yes.
epic.
Chile. Hey, Chile. They made it out of the mine.
Chile. Oklahoma in the house. Welcome to the show.
Indiana and California in the house.
Hello from Virginia. State of confusion. You got that right. Idiot governor. I live in Virginia. I think he's already been arrested. Buffalo, New York. Welcome to the show. You're live with Doug and Mike.
Everybody's here. They're not live when they're just watching.
Is Big Chuck on here? Make a comment if you're on here, Big Chuck. Any of my people that are in Newport News, Virginia, and the surrounding area, let's get some comments on there. If you're on here, say
Craig,
something.
President-elect JB, you might be going back. Epstein Island.
The whole dang world is here. I wish they were. We'd have about 80 million viewers, but we got 1,800. Make sure you like this. Share it out, guys. Let them know this is where the real news is. Newport News, Virginia. Welcome. This is where I live, Newport News. I'm from Denby, right up the road.
Scottsboro, Alabama.
Yes. Excuse me, guys. Northern Florida. Welcome. You're live with Doug and Mike.
Ireland in the house. Wow.
You're live. You're not coming on the show. This isn't a call-in show, Doug.
Sheridan, PA. Thank you, Sharon, for sharing
Dayton,
it out.
Ohio. Welcome to the show.
Stafford, Virginia. Welcome.
Hey, were you ever a little kid and you played with the bottle rockets? Kind of what's going on over at the Gaza Strip, but at a whole lot more serious level. Virginia Beach, Virginia. Welcome to the show. Nobody can work at their restaurants. Everybody's on unemployment, so I guess it'll be pretty shitty over there this year.
All right,
Wisconsin, damn it.
All right. How many's on the show with us, Doug?
We're going to try to get to 2,000 before we start 1947.
All right, 53 to go.
Well, we'll hit that just here shortly, guys. Don't forget to share it out and like it. You're live with Doug and Mike on the Frog News Network. I should make up a
Froganites.
Guys, there is so much going on.
I don't know what they want me to do. I'm fixing to lay my head down and take a nap.
Hickory, North Carolina. Been there before.
Griffin, Georgia.
You're just welcoming people, going around in circles. I'm skipping again.
Have you seen, since she don't have adrenochrome no more, she looks like a walking skeleton. You seen her, man?
Oh, God.
Charlie Sheen, arrested and executed. Some of these names.
That's
like
the list that floats around.
Bono, that
says what their crime was, what their punishment was, how they pled, and what their final, like, have they got their punishment yet or not. It's on all the Q fucking Telegram channels.
Turn one of their
all of
children
them
out. And what does that mean is whether they're a girl, they got to make them into a guy. Whether it's a guy, they got to make them into a girl. Look what they did to Cher's kid. Look what other stars are doing, trying to bring up their kids, if it's a male, as a girl. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what you're saying.
Christy
Will
Teigen,
Smith is a prime example.
Christian Aguilar, Christopher Bridges, arrested and executed. You know, you start to wonder. Chuck Schumer, arrested in that Gimbo. He's probably already had his trial. This is a long time ago. Cindy Lopez. This list is like 300 long. Courtney Cox.
Oh, God. We're going to read them all. Is that what we're doing?
Courtney Love. I can see him when Demi Moore.
Dianne Feinstein, she exiled to China. I'm sure they have found her since then. Dick Cheney, arrested and executed. That was one of the most crooked vice presidents. And I knew that guy was crooked. And I didn't know nothing about what's going on that we know now. I knew back then when he had, what were they, no bid contracts for the war. I know that guy was just crooked as could be. Do you know what I mean? Had 47. Heart attacks, but never died.
Also, his daughter got kicked out of her seniority today.
There you go again. Let's see what happens.
We all know Don Lemon. If you see him on CNN, it doesn't even look like the same Don Lemon. That's another. That's
I had to take a breather.
Don Henley, the Eagles, arrested in the Lady Tribunal. Donald Rumsfeld. Oh, yeah, that piece of crap he was. He was part of all that money missing out of Tower 7. Know that all our gold was in that tower. It wasn't in Fort Knox. And somehow that building came down and all the gold's all of a sudden missing. But we got it back.
Dustin Hoffman, Dwayne Johnson. That's Brock.
Okay, we got the Prime Minister of France.
It's a whole lot of words, but it doesn't go anywhere. Look at it.
Ellen DeGeneres. That's what I had on my list. She canceled her show starting next year. Well, the things are showing now what they call in Hollywood already in the can. She already recorded all these shows probably last year. So listen to what I'm telling you. She's been wearing a bracelet on her ankle for over a year and a half. She's been dealt with by now. I
didn't break it. I stopped it intentionally. Fuck this. Look at this. It's going nowhere.
He's probably at the Rock. Nope, he's below the Rock. Arrested and executed. Let me go down. No, she's not under house arrest no more.
Eric Holder.
Yeah, Eric Holder, arrested and serving life in prison. The way to get life in prison is if they cooperate, right, Mike?
Yes.
Eric Schmidt, don't know who he is, arrested and executed. Prime Minister of Norway, arrested and in prison. Pharrell Williams, arrested and executed. King of Spain, arrested.
They got your own eardrums.
Under house arrest. Prime Minister of Germany, Jimmy Kimball, arrested at a waiting tribunal. Joe Biden, been executed. Joe Diffie. We heard about Joe Diffie.
Jimmy Kimball
A while back. Writer, Joe Rothstein, or I can't pronounce that.
Weird dude.
The cabal starts feeding money into you, promoting you. This is how they make it to the top. Quentin Tanero, or whatever, Tarantino, or whatever.
Anybody who's also, it's not just people they don't like, it's not people that don't agree about politically. Anybody who's doing well financially, unless it's one of their guys that they really like. But if you're just doing well financially, they don't know you, then you've obviously joined the cabal to be able to do this.
Great movies. He's been executed. Ralph Northam, arrested on house arrest, awaiting tribunal. I haven't seen him. I'm not sure that he even met the president. That's our governor when he came to town. So I'm thinking he is at Gitmo or somewhere like that. Richard Gere, Rita Wilson. Oh my God, that's Rita Wilson. That's the girl from the band. Robert De Niro. What a good place for him to be underground. Robert Downey Jr. They said even back.
Yes, the gates were hung in India. That's right.
Sally Yates, Samantha Powell, Sandra Bullock. My goodness.
These people are so fucking bold. They told us the other day that a clone who had done absolutely nothing wrong was going to be taken to court, tried for charges that they didn't do, that the person that they're a clone of, or a backup, or a fill-in, or whatever, a double, was going to go to court, be tried on charges that were from the original person, not them, and then be executed on those charges.
I'm heartbroken and executed. Prime Minister of Finland, waiting tribunal. I mean, the list goes on and on. Simon Cowell. All these people we thought, remember, that were superstars and leaders in the world were nothing but scumbags.
Simon Parks, he just said it.
And what you don't see on here is there's another whole list that we haven't seen that has all the sports people in the middle. He ruled the country. So that's pretty devastating. And he went on to all these different countries, and all these countries capitulated to him under his terms after he showed them all the child trafficking, all the videos he had, all the leaders. And he says, either you capitulate or I show the world what your country's doing. And they're going to want to kill everybody in your country. And they all capitulated to him. He had to go back to one place twice, but the rest did.
They just learned the word capitulate.
They started working with us with the plan to get all the information to change the governments over.
That 35 times this episode. They'll never say it again.
Reading that, Doug, because I couldn't see that as I thought I could. I'm not falling asleep. Call me Sleepy Mike.
He's reading when you think he's sleeping.
Yep.
Look it down.
Oh, did he fall asleep?
Is updated from the one.
To get all the information to change the governments over to Nasara and the quantum banking system. All right, Mike, you talk.
All right. Thank you for reading that, Doug, because I couldn't see that as I thought I could. I'm not falling asleep. Call me
President of China, and where are they at? In the Forbidden
Lost
City.
City. Yep, the
The
Forbidden City.
Forbidden City. They wouldn't let anybody go there that wasn't Chinese. But when you succumb to Trump, you're going to go. You're going to do whatever he says. You know, you capitulated. He's going there. He's, you know, the next place he's going to let me come out of this. And the next place he's going to go is he went over to the. But that wasn't the first place he went. The first place he went was I can't talk and do something at the same time. Stop sharing, Doug. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Okay, I'm back. He went over to Saudi Arabia, and he was in the middle holding the sword, and the sword.
Nah, he's legit falling asleep. Look at this. His breathing even stopped because he's got apnea or something. That's part of the problem. Watch him. Actually, hell, we'll zoom in on him. Hold on. This is the most interesting thing that's happened tonight. On their show, at least. This has been bullshit. A bunch of stupid shit. All right, I'm going to zoom in way over here. He's not over there yet, but he will be in just a second.
Doug, stop sharing. Stop sharing. Okay, I'm back. He went over to Saudi Arabia, and he was in the middle holding the sword. He went over to Saudi Arabia, and he was in the middle holding the sword.
Nah, I'm not falling asleep. I'm reading.
Over to Saudi Arabia.
I keep notes on the back of my eyelids.
He went over
in front of my brain.
Saudi Arabia, and he was in the middle holding the sword. And he went over to.
Don't
Saudi
feel
Arabia.
bad. Hell, I've fallen asleep before too.
In the middle holding the sword, and the sword dance.
There's some nights I don't sleep at all or get like 1 or 2 hours of sleep. Hell, I've done it before too.
And 45 was.
But just go ahead and say, "Oh shit, I was asleep. This is boring as fuck."
That's pretty devastating. And he went on to all these different countries, and all these countries capitulated to
diabetic shock.
under his terms after he showed them all
Capitulated. We're capitulating. Don't capitulate.
Or I show the world what your country's doing.
You guys ever heard of capitulation?
Capitulated to him. He had to go back to one place twice, but the rest did. I think it was amazing what he done. And what that means is, including they're complicit in the military. That's why some of the generals don't agree with 45 because they're into the stuff. And that's going to get, if it ain't been wiped out, it's going to get wiped out real quick. Don't think they don't know. I'm still looking for the troll, guys. Come on, don't forget to like and share it out, guys. Let's get these numbers up. What's the latest on Israel?
What troll we got?
They're getting so. What the last I heard, over 1,300 rockets since Monday. They're taking buildings out over there.
And I'm still looking for the troll, guys.
These rockets that they're shooting. Okay, the difference between a rocket and a missile knows where it's going. These things are like, remember during the Iraq War or whatever it was with Saddam Hussein, they called them Scud missiles. They just shoot them up wherever they come down, they blow up. These are the same kind of missiles. They have no direction on them. They just go up and they point them in a direction. Wherever they land, they explode. There's nothing to them. They're cheap rockets, but they explode and make damage. If they hit a building, apartment building, it's going to tear it up. It'll crush it. But there's no guidance systems on them at all, from what I understand.
It'll crush it.
We got 3,500 on right now, not 1,000.
Where do you get your bomb technology from that it crushes buildings?
We got 3,500 on right now, not 1,000. Well, you might be seeing it on them at all, from what I understand. Make damage. If they hit a building, apartment building, they land, they explode. There's nothing to them. They're cheap. They have no direction on them. They just go up, and it was with Saddam Hussein. They called them Scud missiles. Then a missile knows where it's going. These things are live in these buildings, and these rockets that they're shooting. Okay, the difference between a rocket and a missile knows where it's going. These things are like, remember during the Iraq War or whatever it was with Saddam Hussein, they called them Scud missiles. They just shoot them up wherever they come down, they blow up. These are the same kind of missiles. They have no direction on them. They just go up and they point them in a direction. Wherever they land, they explode. There's nothing to them. They're cheap rockets, but they explode and make damage. If they hit a building, apartment building, it's going to tear it up. It'll crush it. But there's no guidance systems on them at all, from what I understand.
What?
We got 3,500 on right now, not 1,000. Israel. They're getting so. What the last I heard, over 1,300 rockets since Monday. They're taking buildings out over there. And people live in these buildings. And these rockets.
By the way, a Scud missile does have guidance on it. So Scud is a Soviet missile. It uses internal guidance. It can't be altered or changed or blah, blah, blah from externally. It uses internal guidance. Once it's aimed, it remembers that point, and that's where it's going to.
Don't think they don't know.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Don't forget to like this and share it out, guys. Let's get these numbers up. What's the latest on Israel? They're getting.
I heard the rockets capitulate.
They're taking buildings out over there. And people live in these buildings. And these rockets that they're shooting. Okay, the difference between a rocket and a missile knows where it's going. These things are like, remember during the Iraq War or whatever it was with Saddam Hussein, they called them Scud missiles. They just shoot them up wherever they come down, they blow up. These are the same kind of missiles. They have no direction on them. They just go up and they point them in a direction. Wherever they land, they explode. There's nothing to them. They're cheap rockets, but they explode and make damage. If they hit a building, apartment building, it's going to tear it up. It'll crush it. But there's no guidance systems on them at all, from what I understand. We got 3,500 on right now, not 1,000. Well, you might be seeing it on a different channel, but right
so
now,
he's using the word interchangeably. That's not the way it should be used. So a rocket is like a vehicle that uses a rocket engine. A missile is a type of rocket that are usually guided and they're almost, I think they have to be guided to be a missile. But anyways, and uses a rocket to get there, but it's explosives. A rocket and missile are not the same thing. If they told you that you're going to take a rocket to the moon, and you're like, oh, that's a Scud missile, do you think that would be interesting of a flight, or at least the landing?
Our StreamYard, we're about 3,600 right at it. So like it and share it out. Hillary Clinton was trafficking children and worse. Well, that's what the big ship in the Persian Gulf was all about, and getting stuck in the Suez Canal, guys.
No, you'll learn. We've already learned they just make up the numbers. It could be 1.3 missiles this year, and you'd be like 13 million. What?
Or on video
today.
The flesh of a child. Okay, if you happen to run across it, try not to watch it. It is absolutely horrific.
You don't want to see it.
Okay, kept me up for 3 days. But that is the wretchedness of what we're dealing with.
What I meant by the title of the show and the thumbnail, World War III is here now. This is the start of the supposed big thing. And what I said at the beginning of the show.
A rocket engine is a rocket engine. A rocket, when you just generally use the term rocket, it's anything that uses a rocket engine to propel itself. But it's a vehicle. It could have people in it. It could have fucking sheep in it. It could have high explosives. It could have nothing in it. It's just a vessel, right? But a missile is specifically loaded with ordnance and uses a rocket engine.
This Gaza Strip thing is going to turn into more countries getting involved, and that will set off the thing where it appears, check it, appears to be World War III. It's not going to get better for this idiot that's sitting in office now. It's only getting worse by the minute, not by the hour, by the minute. I don't know how much longer they can leave him in office when the things are going on and as much.
I guess you could probably say like high explosives guided rocket. If you gave some context for it, it would be like. It's the difference between saying a form of automobile and a monster truck, and you can be like, not all automobiles, or you could say these automobiles they can't have but two front doors and no seat belts, but now monster trucks. They have four front doors and they're full of seatbelts. I don't know. He's just used it interchangeably and wrong. It irritated me, but it's not that big a deal.
Our country wants answers. Now we haven't awakened everybody to the fact that what you're watching is the movie, and
a shell would be a projectile.
So they're going to turn that volume up little by little
without a rocket engine.
No, something's completely wrong, and that thing's probably sitting about 65, 70 now. But they want it in the 90 range before they do anything. That's just my opinion.
Where's Barry? They ask. Pushing up daisies.
He was taken out, and so was his clone, because the clone ran off.
And I guess you have bombs are
people like AOC were sponsored by the Young Turks,
are typically dropped by an aircraft. Just release. They can have guidance. They can have propulsion, but they're dropped by an aircraft. I guess.
Headline news is because the military is not that way. Okay, this happened at the Pentagon, and they wouldn't advertise it until they absolutely need to, and they will. When the dust settles, we'll hear about it.
Here's a comment by Carl, says, we vets are watching and it doesn't turn soon. We're going to take it back. Well, that's about where it's at now. We're almost there where people are ready to take arms and start yanking people out of office. And they're not going to let it go that far, but we're getting really close to that point now where we're going to have civil unrest and a civil war. They don't want that, but we're getting close to that. And we know that's a fact just by how many people show up and share their views with us on here. Thank you. We appreciate that comment.
Yes, we do.
Big Mike is dead. Big Mike's the one who turned Obama in, okay? Obama was groomed by the Bush family. And
those, with I've had close air support a few times, needed close air support and got close air support a few times. They used to have, I don't know if they still do, but the Marine Corps on their Apaches and Cobras, they carried those, I think they're called flechette rockets. So they have an explosive, but it blows right before it reaches target destination and blows off a bunch of like little fucking tiny spears in all kinds of different directions. Man, it fucks some shit up.
Word on the street is Malcolm X was his daddy, and his grandfather might be Hitler himself.
Walmart. Everybody thinks about the Walmart truck on the road, right? You would think nothing of it. That's Walmart's role in child trafficking. They put trucks on the road.
A daisy cutter is used a lot of times. I mean, so sometimes you're in an airplane, you're just loaded with shit. So this happens a lot is with artillery guys. If you just need immediate suppression, sometimes you won't have the right rounds on site. So if you danger close, immediate suppression, fire for effect. You haven't bracketed them in. You just gave them a grid. You told them where to start shooting, and we need it now. You don't have the right rounds on hand. The first round might be illumination, and the next round might be fucking smoke. But eventually the HE's coming. Now, if you've got time to call in an actual fire mission and set it up, you're getting whatever you ask for. Same thing with aircraft loadouts. It just depends on what's going on. Daisy cutters used to be delivered and used to clear LZs for it'll decimate a forest, like it'll level a forest in a fucking huge area. Things like 17,000 pound conventional bomb. They're pretty wild.
On the road to move these kids around, and it was under the guise of, hey, it's Walmart, it's safe.
Yeah, we know we got trolls in it, but you know what? When you got trolls, you know you're doing good. You're right over target. If we got trolls, we're right over target, and we're dropping massive bombs right on their head.
All right, so President Xi in China is a white hat, guys.
I'm sure they're still in service. Actually, the missiles that are on like F-16s and shit, the missiles they still use today are still from like the fucking 50s and 60s. Like the ordnance, the body, the tail section. The only difference is the nose, the guidance system up front, and then the fins on the back that help guide it and turn it and move it and blah, blah, blah. All that shit is still fucking old as shit. So I'm sure they still have, well, I'm not sure. They could have replaced it with something, I guess. They definitely could have replaced it with something. I shouldn't have said that. Something like that is still in service.
He's a part of the alliance, okay? He plays both sides of the fence to finish off the CCP in his country, all right? But Xi is on our side.
Here, let me get that one. The White Hats are running everything. That's why they're playing out this comedy of a movie with Biden and the idiots to wake up the sleepers. But some people of these
sidewinders are all 50 stacks. That's true.
How about Costco? I haven't heard anything bad about Costco, to be honest with you. I really haven't. There you go. Haters, cut it out. We see you. Trust the military is watching your IP address. It doesn't matter. Some of these people have no lives. They live in mommy's basement, wearing a diaper because they can't even make it to the bathroom. They decide to come over to our show and try to cause trouble. It encourages me. It doesn't make me upset. I know, like I said, we're right over the target, dropping bombs on their head, and it's hitting them with doo-doo. How's that? Yes, it's all going to happen in God's timing, guys. I heard there's some court stuff going on for Michigan right now, and we should hear something about that tomorrow. Wisconsin is coming up. What was the other one? I think it was Michigan that they want to do a forensic audit on that too. It's not going to go that far. You got to know that the results. You've seen it today. They obtained the passwords for all the modems, and that should be the end to it because they'll be able to download that information off of fast, and it'll prove that they went on the internet and they did all this blah blah blah. And I heard it's a wrap on Thursday with the results. Didn't take 40 days. They bring in twice as many people than they did it in 20 days. You follow what I'm saying? So the results come in Thursday. If they come back and the military sees that, they don't need to go to other states to prove it happened in every state. But I heard Michigan would be next with the forensic ballots. Excuse me. Blah 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 blah. Yes, we need to go through this pain so this never ever happens again.
You got to go through the pain so it never happens again.
The dude said, I'm over the target. That's why I got so many clones. I mean, idiots in the chat.
Oh, idiots. I'm sorry. Clones.
Earth pain. Do you trolls?
Over the target. That's why people don't like what you're saying. They're all deep state shills. MIA 1694
late Friday or Saturday.
States.
The pipeline is back online as of about an hour and a half or so ago.
Yeah, I believe the blackout could happen anytime. I've been saying that for 3 weeks, so I won't give no. But it's just getting closer and closer. And as I said, Mike, you're aware of this too. They got the passwords to all the modems for Arizona. They have machines. From what we heard, it's a wrap on Thursday. Now, do they need to go to Michigan and do the audit there? I don't know. That might be enough for the military to say, but that's just
I don't think you're a full-grown adult if you haven't shit on yourself at least once.
I have not seen any action towards any of that.
Could be wrong.
I do know that the new CEO of Walmart, the one that wasn't made forced to resign and arrested.
I got scared and left.
The reevaluation calls.
I really don't have anything on Canada, but when we turn, you're right behind us.
The new CEO was on the reevaluation calls. We're reevaluating this, guys.
Acted a couple of days ago, and they took out things against Bill Gates, and even though he's dead, they filed all this paperwork through their Supreme Courts up there just 2 days ago. So y'all are going to see released sooner or later. Yes, the White House will be destroyed. So will the Supreme Court. So will the Capitol. As I showed today on Google Maps, nobody seems to want to believe me, but Washington, D.C., the D.C. part has been on there forever. When I went on today, there isn't a map that I can go on that indicates D.C. anymore. It just says Washington. So know that something's up with that alone. We're great Americans. I'll get it. So whatever. Thank you. We appreciate that. Sam Walton would be turning over in his grave. You got that right. Yeah, and you know Bill Gates is still alive, and you know Obama's still alive. I don't know who you are, but you must be a troll. because that's the dumbest thing I've heard. And let me just knock you off. Later.
All right, guys. So Richard Branson and Gates were two of the biggest backers of the no beef burger.
All right, I just grabbed the very first map. I put in Washington, D.C. It is Google Maps. Washington, D.C. All right, now we have Washington, okay? And I'm sure Doug sees Washington on this map. But if you just look at this fucking square right here, it literally says District of Columbia, District of Columbia. Oh, over here on this line, Maryland, Maryland, Maryland. Why does he think that no maps say Washington, D.C. anymore? Oh, they've changed the name. It's just there's no D.C. anymore. There's something there?
The no meat burger?
Mm-hmm.
It turns out people are researching them things and are finding this nothing more than dog food.
That's baby meat burgers.
That was a big story yesterday or today.
Dude, that one we did in the last show that I did, he was allegedly, purportedly, pretty fucking obvious to most people. If you want to believe that way, I can't make any claims of certainty. Fucked up to death. Holy shit.
Chat's running pretty fast for it to only be 3,000 people.
Dude.
What about Disney? Disney, if you don't know, I'll explain this a little bit for you. I know I jumped up when somebody said Disney. Now listen to this. Walt Disney did not have the money to buy that land down there in Orlando. The CIA bought that land and then sold it to him, okay, at a discount under the thing that they would build tunnels underneath.
That is true. So a lot of that's true. He used his sometimes the connections he had with U.S. intelligence to hide the fact that he was purchasing that land for something that was going to make money. It was all land, unusable land. He got it for pennies on the dollar. But if someone would have known why he was purchasing it, what he was doing, blah blah blah, the land would have skyrocketed before he could have bought it all up.
And they would do what they want underneath Disney World. All the Disney
Scott says DC is part of China.
You know what I mean?
Of course he does.
It is so
Last
bad.
week it was part of London.
Disneyland all the time. All their cartoon has Satanism in it, has devil worship in it. Everything they produce. They've just made a new Barbie doll, not Disney, Mattel, and it's the devil. Who does that? What's going on? Lock and load. You got that right. No, DC will no longer be the capital of the country. Mike thinks it could be Pennsylvania, or I think it's going to be Texas, but I'm not sure. We don't know. There's nothing in writing on that. I'm hoping that the flag guy is working with 45 and they're working all this out.
I think there is some action there, and I think that the flag guy is one reason why he's not putting out a lot of stuff right now is because that is happening.
And here's somebody I haven't seen.
NESARA absolutely did come into play May the 1st. Okay, the Republic began May the 4th, just like Mindy's saying in her comment.
And by the way, the only doll that I can see that he's talking about that's like the devil doll are like those little cute, almost like Monster High things. And then there's a Mattel Collector Edition that is Cruella de Vil, and she's in red and black instead of black and white. And then you got like, okay, here. So you got shit like this. It's like the Cruella de Vil one, right? She's in red and black. And then you got shit like this. That's an old toy, a 1968 Dickens. Oh, they just made it. They got this one. This is like the monster dolls. They got one that's like a vampire. They got one that's like this thing. They go to some type of high school where they're all monsters. That's a very strange looking one. That's about what Mariah's C-section looked like. Anyways, I don't know what he's talking about. He probably saw a photoshopped image.
This is why DC is no more. We're no longer a corporation. Okay, but guys, people are reporting coming back from the bank with new currency.
Really?
Yes.
I want some. But you're not getting my silver.
People are reporting coming back from the bank with new currency. But they said they couldn't take pictures of it because all their cell phones died simultaneously.
Google and Facebook might not go down, but there'll be new people running it all the way around. Okay, they're so big they can take them down, but they can't. We'll just have to go ahead and see with that. As we can see, Mike Lindell.
They're so big they might not be able to take Google and Facebook down, but they'll definitely put new CEOs in there all the way around. Everybody.
Frank, he said he was going to make it into a social media place, but he hadn't opened it up. It's been 3 weeks. He hadn't opened it up to nobody but his content. It was late for him to get his content out, just like 45 put his own website out, what's like Twitter, so you can share his posts to Twitter and Facebook. Now, 45 has turned it around where he used to troll on their platform. This is the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. Funny, veggies are eating a doggy biscuit. What the hell is that? Oh, is Soros dead? I would think so. Any word on foreign exchange? What? I'm just trying to go through these. We're at 39, guys. Come on, like and share it.
Watch the Restored Republic, guys. The foreign exchange information is in the Restored Republic video in the group.
All right, let me ask this question. I didn't even run this by Mike, but I came up with this idea on the training that I do for live streaming tonight. How many people would and if you like this idea, put a 1. If you don't like it, put a 2. Would like to come into a private Zoom or a call and be able to talk to us one-on-one. And put a 1 if that would interest you. Put a 2. Well, we can't have thousands of people, but we can have 40 or 50, and we'll do that and figure out how to do it. But would anybody be interested in that? That we could have a show after the show for 30 minutes, and I didn't even run it by Mike, but or it wouldn't even be on the same night of our show. Just another way for us to connect with the people that are super deep into this stuff and maybe want to share some stuff we don't know either. Just let me know if you'd like that. Put a 1 in, and then me and Mike will talk about it tomorrow or something like that. 2 if you're not interested.
There's a ton of ones flying through. Goodness gracious!
I just opened a can of worms, didn't I?
That's all right.
But that's okay for the 2s. I have to go number 2 sometimes too. Yes. It doesn't matter if you're shy. Then don't come on. We'll make a recording of it, and you could get with that. But I'd like to keep it really private.
The doll that has lingerie appear on it is actually an old rumor that passed around. It pops up like every 6 months or whatever. I actually did research on it for like in-depth research. It actually comes from like 2018 or 2017 maybe. I can't remember the year, but it pops up every once in a while on Reddit and then goes to Facebook and blah, blah, blah. It is a color changing doll that when you put it in cold water, lingerie shows up, but it's not actually lingerie. It's one of the dolls. You put it in, and she's in it changes colors. She's in a bathing suit now, like it's bathing suit bottoms and a bathing suit top, because they were made to be played. They were actually a pool line of dolls. They're made to be played in the pool. So, like, usually, apparently, it's still weird. Like, you get them naked and then put them in water, and their bathing suit appears. I guess it's still weird, but I do remember searching that out. It comes that same photo and video. My daughter got this for Christmas, and I want you to see that it comes up like every 6 months. It's very weird.
Private, where people can come in and we can talk about all issues, and on a Zoom, or Google has something just like a Zoom now where you can have a bunch of people on there, and we can just ask people one-on-one. You'll be on video, and do it that way, and it kind of give you a private place to come talk to us, share your ideas. But if you're a troll, we certainly don't want you. You would have to kind of like probably qualify to get in this group, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because we have a lot of trolls in the group and a lot of trolls in a Telegram group. But I know we have loyal people, and a lot of y'all, we love you, and I wouldn't mind taking like 50 people after a show and bringing them over to a private Zoom and talking to them for 30 minutes and giving them a little bit more. It's just a new idea I thought up tonight. If it is, it is. If it ain't, from just the gathering, the ones I see in here, a lot of people agree with that. And me and Mike won't discuss that on here. We'll discuss it after the show. I might get my head handed to me after I just said that after the show. Sort of like my idea for the T-shirt.
That same company, though, by the way, got in trouble before. I'm pretty sure it's the same company that makes those dolls. Got in trouble before a couple years ago for making what was reported as anatomically correct boys dolls, like little boys who had all the right parts. I have not seen a picture of that, but even the company made in a statement that says, "Oh yeah, our boys dolls are anatomically correct," and it says it on the package. If you don't want that, don't buy it. I do remember that ballsy statement from them. I don't know how far that went. Anatomically correct, but I do remember seeing that pop up about the same company, I'm pretty sure, or a parent company or a sister company or something.
You just don't never know. I'm just trying to do something different that makes you guys feel closer to what we're doing, and that way we know that you're putting out the correct information. Do you know what I mean? And then as we talk to these people, Mike, my idea is we can find out the ones that have a lot of intel, and we can invite them as guests on our show. So it's a way to kind of like interview people to maybe to be guests on our show in the future. But it's just an idea. Mike's awful quiet. He don't like it, I can tell. PBS coming next. Number 1 or 2. Number 1 or 2.
DEFCON 5. DEFCON 5.
It's all good.
Okay. We have to do a lot of things in order for the med beds to work properly. What was that?
Doug's hanging like a hair on a biscuit over Charlie.
Okay. We have to do a lot of things in order for the med beds to work properly.
Well, the med beds cure diabetes. There's a cure for diabetes. There's a cure for cancer. There's a cure for heart disease. Prescription medicine will become null and void.
There's a cure for everything.
Because everything will be cured in med beds and through a natural healing.
Guys, that's one thing that you need to understand about these med beds, okay? And that's why I'm telling you a little bit about telomere science tomorrow. There's going to be an extensive detox period for your bodies, okay? You won't jump right in these med beds and be healed. It won't work like that, okay? We're gonna have to clean up our act. We're gonna have to eat good food. We're gonna have to detox, okay? We're gonna have to do a lot of things in order for the med beds to work properly. What was that?
Doug's hanging like a hair on a biscuit over Charlie. I don't disagree with everything you said.
Put a little gravy on it, Doug. It'll be all right.
Yeah. It's ice cream. You can like them. I've watched plenty of his shows. I've watched plenty of Simon shows. I just haven't watched a lot of them lately. I just decided the other people I wanted to watch, which I mentioned. That doesn't make him a fraud or anything. He's trying to make a buck.
All right. Rob Grove just posted Charlie's credentials in the link.
Where at?
Rob Grove. Rob, thank you, sir. I'm going to post it. There you go.
How do I, Mike, I don't know how to get that out of there.
Copy it.
I'm going to just take a picture of it because I can't copy it.
Hold on, let me. I want to see what this is. So I'm gonna type this. I'm gonna type this in. So you have to give me just a second. HTTP PS. Cool. I'm sure they're going to show up, but I want it for myself. www. Google.com/amp. swiki.projecttopics.org. Right? Yeah. 89693. Sorry, I got Slistexla. I can't do this too fast. Who is Dr. Charlie Ward? Dash everything. Damn, this is a long title, and they put the whole thing in there. You need to... He doesn't know how to copy and paste it, by the way. I wish I would have seen it, but I think it's from Facebook. It is. Everything you need to know, / index.html. And then / amp. So I got google.com / amp / s wiki.projecttopics.org wiki.projecttopics.org /8963 /8960 dash. Who dash is Dr. Charlie Ward? All dashes. Who is Dr. Charlie Ward? All dashes dash everything you need to know. All dashes. Everything you need to know. All dashes / index.html / amp. Let's try that. All he has to do on his thing is highlight it and then clamp it. So this is just a wiki page that anybody can edit, first of all. But it says, who is Dr. Charlie Ward? I can pull it over here to where you guys can see it too. Anybody can edit wiki. It's not the greatest. It's not the greatest fucking source to use for anything. But it says Dr. Charlie Ward is a well-known figure in the business world, but a new personality on the internet who could flourish the positivity during the global pandemic time. The very first sentence sounds like shit. Dr. Charlie Ward is a famous international financier and mover of the capital of the world's government. He is also the author of his autobiography. Okay. Quick facts. Who is 60 male English author, businessman, married, Nichelle, for Dr. Charlie Ward show. Dr. Charlie Ward. Dr. Charlie Ward is a well-known businessman who transfers physical currency, administrators, blah, blah, blah. Previously, Charlie Ward was married at the age of 18, although the details of the wife are not released. The couple had 3 kids together, later separated because of personal choices. Born, he's 60 years old. Active YouTube account with 85,000 followers. Charlie Ward is in various countries, ran businesses and hotels, shared partnerships. He retired from profession in 2005. Official ideas to build up the contract to run the business of transferring current. Later, Ward stated his official ideas to build up the contract to run the business of transferring the currencies. He has been a part of it for more than 60 years. He's only 60 years old. He has been a part of it for more than 60 years. At present, there is no wiki profile for Charlie. However, one can find immense details about him on his official website. Beyond the YouTube channel, Ward shares views. Yeah, somebody just made this from his. A fan of his made this. This has nothing to do with it. Holy fuck!
Here, Ishkin.
All right, I'm
sending it to you, Messenger.
Yeah, we're fixing to watch that.
Screenshot. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, if it is what it is, I'll be on tomorrow night with an apology.
That's his wife's name.
I'm not too big, not too suck it up and say,
No, he's not a doctor. He just gave himself that title. There's no proof that he became a doctor at any point.
in one way is not good.
Excuse me.
You can throw me under the bus. I've been thrown under the bus so many times doing this show. I still got skid marks, and they're not in my drawers. Silver. Speaking of silver.
Yes, JFK, from what we understand, was sworn in as a VP. That's a temporary thing, though.
Gene Decode sounds like General Flynn. No, he don't. Unless they're using some kind of voice box. Proud News is #1 with me too. Thank you very much.
Sue me.
If silver goes, where did it go?
Good job, Sue.
Silver will go to 10,000 an ounce. If it does, I'm traveling the world as soon as it settles down. Because I'll be set. If we're going back to 1950 prices and I got over $1 million, I'm gonna do what the hell I want at 60 years old. I'll come visit my house like every 4 months.
There you go.
I'll do the show from the road.
I wouldn't visit that often. Fuck
Yeah, they say pine needles can turn the jab around. I don't know, Mike. What do you heard about that?
I've heard a lot about that. I also have gotten information from Dr. Tenpenny that says don't mess with the pine needles.
Mm.
What did Christy say? She flew through there.
Lots of pine needles. We need them.
I'm looking for it.
Y'all keep us engaged and sane. That's what she said.
She's like, everybody wants to know you got to have a show tonight. I said, okay, we'll have a show.
All right. So,
Go ahead, Mike.
what haven't we covered that y'all would like to hear covered tonight? Why is JFK temporary? Because his big thing is to travel the country and help heal.
Yes, he wants to go to the healing centers.
Yes.
Any reports from Mustang Medic? No. I haven't seen anything today. Of course, I don't follow him.
Yes, it's about that time, Rob. I agree. For the Three Gorge Dam.
Next Thursday, by the way. So I might miss a day or two. Or if you see me and I don't look comfortable, it means they cut my belly button out. I'm hoping that everything will happen before the surgery day. I'm feeling a lot better, but I still have pain.
Oh, God. I hate this. Already, I hate this so much.
Dong.
You'll be able to exchange them at the bank as soon as it's time. They'll also have a website for you to do it at.
Dude, these people think that these currencies that are like 1/1000th of a dollar are going to be 1-to-1 for $1, and they're all going to be fucking billionaires. But to believe that, you also have to believe that all the money was taken from the Vatican. You'll never pay taxes again. You'll probably get a free house and a free car and enough money to be a millionaire for the rest of your life. So why even buy the first shit if you could just wait and be a millionaire with everybody else?
Of exploding at any minute. So
agreed.
I was thinking I could be friends with you. I love when people send me that kind of stuff on Facebook. If you're thinking you need to be my friend, we're not friends. Whiplash said, what? Whiplash said is a storm again over there at the 3G dam. They said that today, sometime today, a solar storm from space that was on the sun, a spot on the sun that shot out, is supposed to hit us. Thank you for praying for me. I appreciate it. I take all prayers, seriously. They're not going to give me any jab at anything. If they even try to test me for 19, I will deny the operation.
Yes, the straw man account money will come to fruition. Not all at one time, but it will come to fruition. Your first draw will be 2%. Okay, and that's just to get you started.
Did you see the videos where 3 women had taken the jab, put a magnet up to their, and yeah, I've seen that. Where's the website? I'll put that in our Telegram group. It's been floating around.
What did he just say about a magnet? Hold on. See the video where 3 women that had taken the jab put a magnet on the spot and it stuck.
3 women had taken the jab, put a magnet up to their, and yeah, I've seen that. Where's the website? I'll put that in our Telegram group. It's been floating around a little bit. If you got that website, could you share it in our Telegram group, please? If not, I'll bring it over from the Rumble.
I actually think we'll hear about Nassar and Jassar before we hear about Trump official.
Yes.
Oh, God. I doubt it.
Anytime now between now and the 23rd for Nassar and
Y'all,
Jassar.
this is so fucking dumb.
Between the 23rd and the 4th, even maybe into August before we hear Trump official. Like I said, people are reporting getting new
August, Trump official.
Here in the United States.
But we already know. It's just us. We'll already know.
I don't recommend places to buy gold and silver. I can tell you where I bought it, but JM Bullion.
Kelly, what I was saying, your straw man account will draw you 2% from the get-go. Unless you have certain things done, you can draw it all. But at the very beginning, even if you're not prepared, you can get 2% of it right from the get-go. It's a nice little chunk of change, 2%. Okay? But you will get that money.
My bank was closed today. I couldn't even use the ATM. Wow. Jubilation. All right, guys, we're about an hour and 20 minutes in.
Yeah, going poor and not be able to pay your bills. Jubilation.
Your corporation name has been traded and used to open businesses all over the world. Has been traded on the New York Stock Exchange as well. All right? That money is owed to you, and the government the new republic doesn't plan on taking it or keeping that money from you. So whatever it adds up to, you can get 2% on the beginning until you become fully aware and prepared to get all of it.
We don't recommend you buy silver, gold. That's all the stuff's up to you guys. Do your research, find out what's going on, find about the COMEX rule, decide if it's for you. Okay. Okay, I'll send it to you a little bit. A little bit. But I'll have to do it after the show because I can't go to the website right now. Yes, Trump did travel in time. Tesla papers found by President Trump. Uncle goes to Gunner's wife. On here reads speech. I can't even make that out. Yes, Trump did travel. Tesla papers found by President Trump's uncle. President go to Gunner's wife. On here she says speech very good. I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay. God bless. Good night. Yes, they're
Yeah,
going
Buzz, gonna.
supercomputer for the CIA is
We
under that.
gotta go.
And
Gotta
there's
get out of here.
A big one, another CIA supercomputer somewhere over near Sweden or something that, and they know where it's at to take it out. Gunner's wife lip reads. Okay. I got some silver and solar. Okay. I want to jump on that new Doji coin, but I don't know enough about cryptocurrency.
I put the link in the group, the Telegram group, Doug. I'll put it in there again for you. Or I'll just send it to you personally. I'm sorry, I thought you had it. But there is a group on Telegram that is very, very good at helping you understand the Doji, okay, and helping you get started in the right place.
The Doji. They're talking about Doge.
The other CIA.
They're talking about buying that Doge now. After everything's over, Doji. You need to get that Doji coin. It's got that doggy, but they call it Doji because it's funny. Right. We're young and hip fellow youths.
He did say he's going to start them back up.
Yes, in May.
I don't know how to set up a strawman account. He just told you he would post that in there, and they can give you all the guidance you want.
A strawman account was set up for you. It's just a name. Okay, guys. There's several instruction videos already in the group. It's just a name of how your all capital letters name got used by the cabal, and they owe you for it. Fraud eviscerates everything. They did it without your consent. That's how it's fraud.
Somebody said, "What intel do you guys really got?" You should have watched the show, I guess. What was on Frank? I'm on Frank. You have to sign in every day. I know, but it doesn't work like a social media platform at all. All it is about getting the news, which is cool. But when he made it, he said, "I'll make it like Facebook and Twitter," which he hasn't. And maybe that's coming, but he's just using it to get his voice out right now. And he's evidently got some more stuff that he said that is coming out that's just crazy. Wow, a little late on the one, about 20 minutes late. Somebody put a one in.
Terry, you fill out the paperwork online right now. A lot of the banks are
do it online.
And a lot of those that are under NDAs until they're turned loose.
Who said, "I'm awake"?
Credit's going to be a lot different than what you're used to, guys.
Frank cannot be accessed in Canada.
They will make us aware of what banks, guys.
Please talk about nanobots. That's not our game. Mike might want to.
Nanobots?
I already follow Whiplash. NDA,
yes,
non-disclosure agreement.
The Galactic Federation is also where a lot of the large sum of the medbeds are coming from.
You trust what the FBI
Galactic Federation is where the large sum of medbeds is actually coming from.
It's been an hour and 25 minutes.
Good to know.
We'll be back again tomorrow, provided we're up and running, because we don't believe there's many days left till we go dark. So from here on out, we'll try to come on every night. Like I said, if it still stays up till next Thursday, don't look for me. I have an operation that day. But anyways, if we help one person understand tonight a little bit better about what's going on, we feel like we've done our job. Know that this place
Jesus, this is the third time he's done this.
Your ideas and what intel you have with us, and we can talk back and forth, because that's what God wants us to do. He wants to share.
This is the third time he's done this same exit.
But we want to thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Send me 2%. We got to get it from your strawman account.
Mike, anything in closing?
God bless each and every one of you. God bless you, Doug, and thank you.
Brad keeps leading on to something huge you're not going to believe. He doesn't even want to say it. You might draw too much attention, blah, blah, blah. He keeps saying that shit. Nothing's happened as far as I can fucking tell. Except his website failed just like I predicted.
Watch us every night. And
you can't go from barely being able to work a cell phone to coordinating the launch of a website where you expect traffic spikes of 30, 40,000 people. That's not how it works.
We're all grateful for that. So thank you, Doug.
I appreciate that. And guys, me and Mike will talk today, tomorrow about how we want to do the little Zoom or something when we bring people in. And then we can sort of like interview you guys to see if you'd be wanting to come on the show or whatnot, or you could just share information and we can share it back with you. That way we don't have to worry about getting clipped. If we have it in video and we can take it right down, there's no fear of that. But anyways, thanks for coming on. We'll talk to you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Man, that was a handful. I don't really know what to say. I don't know. It's a lot of things. It was a lot of things. I got the Scott and what's her name video. This says it's very important to you be on tonight's live with Brad show at bradbartonusa.com. No login needed at 10:30 Eastern. It's going to take care of all of us to pull off a single greatest and largest patriot rally in U.S. history. Please share. Oh, this is where he's trying to get his rally going, I guess. I don't know if the replay stays up or not. I don't think it does. Yeah, I'm assuming it doesn't. Oh, replay. Maybe. Well, I don't know which one's which because there's no label whatsoever.
All right, folks. Well, let's get her rolling. Well, listen, I am so excited to tonight.
Oh my God! Look at that. Look at this microphone.
Text me saying they can't hear me. I'm assuming that.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, so we're hey.
At least it's not too loud.
Show with Brad without technical difficulties, did you? I mean, come on. That's what I'm best known for, right?
Does he have a studio audience?
Mr. Computer Illiterate. Okay. And but
does he have a studio audience?
I told you we've got the Mama Bears from Iowa, Miss Emily Peterson, and Miss Kimberly Reich. And they do. Let me just make this big. And Dr. Meehan, you and Emily, and
come on up, ladies. Let's go right up to children, and they're doing their stories because these stories are pouring out everywhere. We got hundreds of emails yesterday after I picked a fight with the Edmond, Oklahoma superintendent. Today I would like to pick a fight with the Deer Creek superintendent.
Right now.
We just
met yesterday. It says, when children are masked, forced to breathe their own exhalations, incapable of seeing the smiles of their friends and loved ones, separated by plastic shields, and commanded to remain 6 feet apart from each other, they are not in school.
They're in prison.
Join the fight. That governs emotions. And if it's deprived of oxygen for as little as 1 minute, the brain cells will start to die. Got infected in both groups. Masks make no difference. Masks aren't making any difference. Lockdowns aren't making any difference. So we have science, and we have 100 years of science that say masks. 100 years of science that say masks cause
of our show.
Oh, I didn't know it was paused. Stop pausing.
Because, and I'm gonna give you something to think about here, because
this obviously isn't the one where he's like, that's not it. Let's try this one. This is only 30 minutes. I can jump through this one quick.
Who's coming on board tonight or anything, but we'll get started here in just a second, and I'm gonna holler out to Derek here. Derek, can you see how many people we have on already?
Let's go. We just counting people, or you got to count them one by one, or what?
Okay. For this, an arrest warrant issued by Millie, and he was the real president. Milley was confronted by Marine Commandant David Berger, Chief of Naval Operations, who told him...
Where's this? Hold on. Where's this from? This sounds like bullshit already.
Was Kirk... All right. Trump still loved to have been there. This intel came from a Special Forces contact and the level of... Okay. Sound is good. Your face is washed out from the bright light. Well, we're working on that. You don't want to see my ugly mug anyway. So, anyway... I want to give you a little bit of information, though, before we get into tonight, the main topic of tonight. And this is some intel. This was dropped by a Special Forces person. I'm going to just kind of read through it here for you. This intel came, Moab confirmation, and boy, would I have loved to have been there. This intel came from a Special Forces contact, and the level of detail is absolutely incredible. Here's what has been going on. Now, some of you may have heard this already. Some of you, probably most of you have not. All right. Trump still being treated as the only commander-in-chief by the military. Top military been flying back and forth from Norfolk, Virginia to Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
816 military personnel staying in the compound next to Mar-a-Lago, planning and executing arrests since December of 2020. On Wednesday, April the 14th. Now that was about almost a month ago. U.S. Army General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now we talked about this last night. I got some more on this. Is the reason I'm going with it. Okay. Was cursing out the other members of the Joint Chiefs for not supporting Biden, the fake Biden, and insisting that Biden and Harris were elected fairly and he was the real president. Milley was confronted by Marine Commandant David Berger, Chief of Naval Operations, who told him that he, General Berger, U.S. Air Force General Hayden, and 8 other 4-star generals and members of the Joint Chiefs are not committed to a man, but committed to the Constitution and we the people of the United States. And as such, to Donald Trump, the only duly elected president who was elected by 80% of the real non-fraudulent vote on November 3rd. General Berger handed Milley, you ready for this? An arrest warrant issued by the Navy's JAG Corps, which Milley ripped up, shredded. 12 armed members of the Pentagon's Force Protection Police Forces came into the room, arrested and handcuffed General Milley. How excited I am.
There's just more lies, I guess. It's all we figured out so far. Oh, they had to handcuff him. Without further ado. You can introduce partner.
My webmaster. And his name is Mr. Derek. I don't know if he wants to be incognito and tell you his last name or not, but I'll let him determine that. But I'm going to put him on right here. Derek, do you want me to have the first one up there when I bring you on? I can't hear you, buddy. You're still muted on Zoom.
Okay. Organizations that make laws. See right now, we are launching our.
I don't know what the hell that was. He said something about it. So the new video is not up, actually, I don't think. What happens if you just click watch? It takes you right there. Unless it's that one. Because he did say something about another video got cut into his video, and he had no idea why. That's fine. It doesn't look like any relevant information. Let's check out what Kirsten had going on today.
I'm going live.
Oh, he's yelling at Goldilocks. Hey, going live.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive,
okay,
it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying.
I'm not going to tell you stuff I've got. Well, got to fight this battle. Common sense. If it does, use it to build a can. She goes, because I'm a girl.
Future security. The world
Here we go.
is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott McKay here. You are on Patriot Street Fighter 11. It is May the 12th, 2021. The war continues. The battle is on for humanity. We are winning. Got some great intel for you tonight. Update from our call her the crazy Asian, Kirsten. She's a brutal machine. We talk all the time about how do I get away with saying this shit that she can't. She goes, because I'm a girl. That's the problem. That may or may not be true, but I know one thing is Yeah, she definitely drops the hammer. She says, I'm like a dude, and she doesn't care. Anyways, she is coming on here right quick, and she has some killer intel. Told you the last time we had her on for intel, she had a lot of stuff. Definitely checked out with stuff I've gotten from Protege, the Bloodline group that gives me information. It checks out with theirs. Who's writing all this intel? Who knows? I just put out what comes to me. I let you decide. Go compare it with whatever you've got going on, and see, quite honestly, see if it matches up to any logic or common sense. If it doesn't,
Yep. Everything's matched so far, Scott.
Build upon what you see coming at you every day. In this,
When you said Biden would never be inaugurated, that matches up.
there she is. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Awesome. I'm just covering my incidentals, so hang out with me for a second till I get through all that stuff.
Can you hear me well? Because I don't have my mic. It's another room.
Yep, I see you look like you're in a storage room right there.
No, I'm at my friend's house. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got to fight this battle on the run. There is something in the background that sounds like a radio. Do you hear anything?
No. Do you? No.
Okay. So, anyways, going to run down through a list of the incidentals, and then we're going to jump right into the intel.
Okay.
I got to say this again. Marketing, hate marketing. So we have the event coming up, Dallas, May 16th, right here at the Delta
Dallas,
Marriott.
May
I haven't
16th.
even checked to see.
You do a fundraiser to get there.
In terms, I know I'm trying. I can't remember which one was sold out. VIPs. I think VIPs were sold out in State College, PA. We added some to that, but 16th. I think I told you guys we have that event coming up. We have the All Access folks are coming in Saturday. We're going to have dinner with the All Access folks, have some fun, one-on-one. A bunch of us kind of go to a cool dinner, hang out, and then of course Sunday, which is the event. I think the doors open for All Access at 11:30 a.m. Events from 12 to 6. A lot of that's going to be you guys hanging out, listen to Mike Adams, a few other things, meet and greet prior to with All Access and VIP, hang out with those folks for a bit. I think the action really gets underway probably around 1:30, 2 o'clock, something like that. Mike Adams is going to come in virtually. He's going to speak virtually from there. And then you're going to have to
virtually
once again. We'll have a bit of a different message on Sunday, tied into other things that I don't spend a lot of time on. And then after that, there will be time for me to meet you, the general admission ticket holders. So everybody, we get to at least shake hands, say thank you for coming out. Thank you for supporting the mission. Hopefully by the time you're done with that, it will be battle ready. That's why we're calling down the thunder. It's time to get we, the people, all of us on the playing field, fighting our fight, whatever that may be on any level in this war.
I don't know why Kirsten's like gigantic. He's not even on the screen. His name was there, but I got to take a piss. This is horrible.
I think I told you yesterday, we did add in another 40 VIP tickets because they sold out quickly.
Oh, 40 VIP tickets at $500 a pop. Imagine.
Scheduled from 1 to 5.
God damn. That's $20,000.
Those who VIPs can come in the back, whatever that means, hang out maybe earlier, handshake, you guys want to take pictures. If there's any value in that for you at all, I'll be there for you. And then the event, of course, is 1 to 5. And then we're going to have a conversation again. We are calling down some thunder on that region. It's been captured. It's a captured operation. State College, PA. The leftists apparently got full control of it. Some of the stuff coming now. Hey, this has been the best show I've done so far because my video's not even on. They didn't have to look at me. All they do is have to hear me. Like, crap. Wish you didn't discover that. Now you got to look at the guy too. I know the shills and the milk toast pussies and the trolls, wearing their combat boots or saddle shoes, whatever the hell they're wearing tonight with pink hair. They're like, crap. We thought
they finally figured out the camera.
Now we got to look at them too. So
$20,000 in VIP tickets were just added.
For me,
20,000.
I can't believe it's become captured. The sea of red, tiny little dot there. The leftist university mentalities hit them right down to the point where now we have the football coach at Penn State now encouraging kids to get the shot, to get the mRNA shot, the genetic altering shot, not a vaccine. Do the research.
RNA shot.
It's a spike protein. And those of you who already got it, don't get another one. Those of you who haven't got one, you need to start listening to the experts here, not marketing people that are controlled by the cabal, or they simply don't know what the hell they're talking about because they don't do their own research. Telling you right now, don't get the shot. I went to Apple again today. Don't let them put that probe to your head to take your temperature. They do that shit to everybody. They walk through the line. People.
Are you a patriot? I'm absolutely a patriot. I'm probably the best example of what a patriot should be. These people are not.
People just stand there. Yeah, here, shoot that into my brain. Do you have any idea what that is? Do some research on that. I'm going to
shoot it into my brain. That's where I get all my shots. Straight to the dome.
Hit me in the wrist. What do? Okay, boom, wrist. Why do you think they didn't put up an argument? I guess probably because I've been there enough. They look at that guy like whatever he says, do it, because we're going to get a seminar if we had to push on the guy. So, anyways, come to State College. Come and listen to my spiritual ascension / human consciousness message we're bringing to the C3 Sports Complex attached to a beautiful church there. Josh and Lance and the guys there. My soon-to-be friend Rose, one of our supporters there. Come there. It's going to be a nice time. You also are going to get a chance to run into yours truly again in Gettysburg. That's going to be a powerhouse event because you're going to see, you're looking at her right here, right now. Kirsten W. is going to get to be unleashed at that event in Gettysburg with our friends, of course. The Fostics have a great operation. And that is the weekend of get the dates wrong, 26th, 27th of June. So I'll be flying in for that event. What a great
leaving the tour, flying to Gettysburg, doing a different event, come back to the tour after you already started the tour late. So awesome.
There too. So Kirsten's on deck. Bishop Larry Gators is on deck. Imagine that weekend. They got the three of us. So any other interesting news? I'm going to talk to Kirsten about this after she rains down some of this kick-ass intel you're going to get today. And we're going to talk about General Mark Milley. By the way, I said this earlier, looks like another deep state player. I watched him do the secret Illuminati cabal handshake where he was handing something off to somebody in the halls of the Senate or Congress. You see all this bullshit over time. You watch what they're doing. You study them and say, keep an eye on them. They'll show you who they are. So yeah, there's some things going on there right now. Anything other than there's some changes on the website today. I'm going to take a quick peek here. If you haven't been to scottmckay.us, that's where you can get tickets for these events. You're also going to see up near the top also, there's a new add-on, and that add-on is Invest in Your Future. Click here to get started because I have aligned myself. People have talked to me since 2007 or 8, have heard the same conversation. Precious metals is where to be. People ask me today, financial advice, last guy to give it to you. All I can tell you is my perspective. I've been saying since 2008, this is just before the crash was happening. If I had cash and it wasn't being sunk into startup companies, I would right now be buying silver like crazy. I said that back then. Precious metals. Now today people are saying, what's going to happen with all these changes? Like I'm not thinking about where can I take if I have any money to put it so I can make a bunch more. I'm conservative. I'm not the financial guy. I just say I'm putting mine into precious metals because if shit goes south on anything, guess what? My stuff is rock solid. It's going nowhere. Absolutely. If it goes anywhere, it's going up. I'm not counting on any of that.
It's perfect. It's going straight up.
So silver is where
any of my stuff gets hit. It's going straight up.
That's where I land. These guys actually sovereign advisors.
Guys are idiots.
Dr. Kirk Elliott's got multiple degrees. Been doing this 25 years, and they see things moving up in gold. They'll take your investment in silver, move it over to where it's going to actually have increased wealth. And again, I just follow that lead there. So I did put that on the site.
I'm saying 1,000% they are not patriots.
Because that's how all these things work, If
they use that buzzword to get viewers.
A small percentage of whatever comes. That's standard business in the world, anywhere, on any level. And so he's great. I like, that's really the first thing I
literally just answered
to, other than Mike Adams putting together our Street Fighter Wellness line, PSF3. That's underway. Of course, you guys know that. So, and I'm also a big advocate of cannabis. I know people talked about CBD oil, that stuff.
Okay.
A surgeon friend of mine.
CBD oil, that stuff.
Did some free work when I was in California. He's a world-renowned foot and ankle surgeon. He's got patents, medical patents. From Russia. He's He's a known commodity in the world. People fly around the world for have him do work on them. But he's a businessman too, has a lot of different clinics around the country. Great guy. Again, he stepped in, one of those people that stepped in and helped me when I was, making a comeback after that catastrophic crash. But months ago, he had shown me
catastrophic
in the CBD line, highest, most potent source on the market anywhere in the world, at least at this point in time. So I said, I'm a big proponent of CBD oil. So he and I are going to put that in as part of my wellness operation. We'll certainly contract with them to bring that product under the PSF3 banner as well, the wellness line. So that conversation's now in motion. It should have been months ago. I just don't have the time. Too busy fighting the war. So some you'll see on the website, there's a place to get tickets for Dallas State College. You guys heard this before, blah, blah, blah. They tell me I got to do this, folks. I freaking hate it. But I got to cover it, make sure the word gets out there. I was on with Baby Trump today. That was a great time. On with Nick. I always say Nick's name wrong. He says it. Well, I saw Benjamin. It's Benny Amin over in the UK. Great guy. Did a show with him today. These are just great people. We're meeting wonderful people all over the world here from what we're doing. Lucky. So those are just, I'm saving all the, you guys want intel. I'm going to give you the intel. I'm going to turn it over here. Kirsten's the one that's going to give you some serious bombs of what's dropping and around the world, again, in this war that the alliance powers have control. Patriots are in control. So one last thing I will just some of you folks.
Kristen's former protege is McKay's intelligence source Overwatch.
That I'm not going
AKA
to
the protege.
Possibility
maybe
I'll be in Anaheim in July, right around 16th, 17th. Got a few things I have to do, but I am foregoing.
Already invested in silver. Spell Patriots backwards, and that's what they are.
We're expecting you there, but can't be there. But it looks like Southern California, Anaheim. That's we're on the schedule for that. We'll see what happens. I'm going to be on tour, and now time to turn the dogs loose, folks. This is Kirsten W. She calls herself to me the crazy Asian, maybe, but she gets some smoking intel. She's the one that introduced me to Bishop Larry Gators, introduced me to a number of people, introduced me to my buddy Gene Decode. Everybody loves Gene Decode. He has fascinating information. I got to get back to him too, Kirsten, but love that guy. So as always, very interesting intel that comes from you. Oh, before we jump in, I picked up some of my mail today, and I always tell you, Kirsten, he's just I so many wonderful things. I only picked up one of these envelopes. I carried it to my desk because I had something heavy, and I'm like, what the heck is in this? So somebody sends me these rocks, right? Sends me these rocks that are painted, hand painted, and they have big magnets on the back. You can see the magnets, and on the front, somebody takes the time to hand paint this. It says law, land, air, water. That's where law comes from. There's one here. This is a cool one. This one here says, get the scumbags. It's a teal colored rock that the light's not really giving you the teal color. Pretty cool. Here's one says Patriot Street Fighter. So somebody painted the rocks, and these will go, just pop them in the refrigerator. Here's one. It says hold the line. You can't see it probably, but you hold the line. I guess it was too small to get hold the fork and line on there. Here's one. That's one for Goldilocks. Has Goldilocks name on it. So she was all excited. She was so fired up about that when she goes, oh my God, they painted my name on it. There you go, Goldilocks. These are the things I get every day. I absolutely love this stuff because it shows me the heart and soul of the people. I'm anxious to get to the ones that came yesterday that I couldn't get to, and the ones that came today. The other one's It's always fun to open up Christmas every day here in Dallas, Texas. And, this here, somebody made this. I got tumblers. People send stuff like this. Patriot Street Fighter. I have big tumblers that come. I mean, folks, my house is littered with what you're sending me. Littered. It's littered. Keeping it for the Patriot Street Fighter Museum. All right. So now I know there's some chicken who was in here the last time. Scott, shut up and let Kirsten talk. First of all, Kirsten jumped in early the last time because I started 10 minutes early to get this BS.
Shut up, Scott, and let her talk.
Fork yourself. Get out of here. Go somewhere else. My channel. Get out. We don't need your low energy frequency here. See ya. Okay. And the rest of you, it's great to have you here. Kirsten W. Drop the hammer on this intel. Give it to them like you gave it to me this morning, like full throttle. It was awesome.
Okay, KirstenW.net is my new site. All right, we have the gasoline hacker situation here, as you know, in the South. I hope you can hear me. I don't have my mic on me.
You're good.
But, yeah. And why would a billion-dollar company that provides 45% of the gasoline and kerosene for the United States not have any cyber security? First, look at the name, Colonial Pipeline. Remember the name Democrat. Remember the name Liberal. They're projecting what they'd like to be. This is definitely a cabal-owned company, Colonial Pipeline. They said they were hacked by this company called DarkSide. Ooh, DarkSide, and it's from Russia. And they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay the $1.3 million for all of the hacking that's done on their ransomware to take it off. In other words, okay, so they are going to lose billions of dollars.
All right, come on, Kirsten. We got to speed you up. You're going too slow for me now. All right, what'd you say, chat? Giving to you the intel. Yep, she's the intel source. She's admitted that twice. My line is not forking, being held.
All I have to say,
extra annoying.
Intel is more cyber attacks incoming.
More cyber attacks.
Attacks incoming. Blackouts incoming. Now we have the blackouts from the great satellite that I described, the Starlink satellite that was put up by Tesla. That is controlled.
That's Tesla satellite, Starlink.
In UK, blackouts in UK, Canada, India, and China. The Three Gorges dams is going to be flooded. And what is under the Three Gorges Dam is a huge DUMB, demilitarized underground base, and they're all
full of painted rocks. Please find something to do with them.
Three altogether, including the Three Gorges Dams. We have a DC is now a prison, basically. There's a lot of action going on, but basically they're going to hit the power grid because they are losing, big time losing, okay? And that is...
what an idiot.
I have a little cure for you, all of you that are concerned that have taken a little jab. There's this stuff called NanoSoma that you can get on with this guy that comes on my channel every Wednesday, lifeenthusiast.com. It strips out whatever it's in and returns your own DNA. NanoSoma, okay? All of this stuff is basically, my information is free. I don't charge for it.
So they can mitigate this, Kirsten, for those who were,
yes,
I want to say, unenlightened enough to get the shot. So they have a solution to mitigate the damage of this thing. Am I right?
Yes, it strips out the bots and replaces your own DNA. It restores. And all you have to do is spray it in your mouth. It's amazing. Amazing product. Amazing product. Okay, so we have from the Starlink satellite, QFS financials now going into play. We have QFS voting and the best, QFS internet, which means they can't change the voting, and the internet will be censor-free. That means Microsoft's going bye-bye, bye-bye, Microsoft. And as you know, we have...
Yeah, there's no way I can stay alive as a company. There's no way.
Around the same time period as Jeff Bezos. You know Bezos is linked to the CIA, and he's probably involved...
So was Walt Disney.
So he had to give away half of his fortune.
Blackouts, hackers, companies shutting down, new CEOs. There's your intel, Scott.
To his wife, which half is the CIA going to get? And then we have, of course, Mr. Bill Gates and
her biggest thing when she come on M's channel was, I don't give out dates.
His best pal, Mr. Warren Buffett. And who works for Warren Buffett in two companies? That would be Patrick Byrne. Patrick Byrne, who was on my channel and bragged about it, okay? That he works for Warren Buffett, again, you know, that beautiful real estate company. Look it up. They own a huge real estate company. So Bill Gates controls Warren Buffett's $73 billion, along with his $324 billion. That is over the amount of Jeff Bezos' net worth. So together, they're worth more. They're over $200 billion. And he just had to wire $2.4 billion into his ex-wife Melinda's account because they're...
Can you wire $2.4 billion?
Is because
they're like a limit?
Order to seize their funds because they were involved in nefarious activities. And you know what I mean by that. It's got to do with child, you know what, okay? All right, so we have, what do we have? We have the reset on full blast. We have the Tokyo stock market. I told you the stock market was going to crash. It's crashing, 700 points down today. Taiwan stock market down 4%. And my birthplace, which is the Switzerland of Asia, Singapore, probably the wealthiest country in Asia, the QFS system went into play, and it caused a lot of unsubstantiated.
I told you it's already working. It's in play in Taiwan, wherever the fuck she just said.
Three Gorges dams that dump under the Three Gorges dams. What's going to happen is that
Hey, Beer Man.
Bitcoin.
Hey, Beer Man. Drink up, Beer Man. Brent Irwin brought you 2 6-packs. Thank you very much, Brent. If you want to leave a tip and a message, send it to the stream. You can do that at buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer or cultclub.com, spell with K's, KULTKLUB. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And the other one, the Big Pharma, is going to take a little flip. As you know, China is providing all the fentanyl for Big Pharma.
By the way, is she like in a halfway house or something? Where the fuck is she recording from?
South America. A lot of it was lost during Hurricane Dorian.
Oh, a friend's house. So she said.
Held the Dorian hurricane over the Bahamas, and packages of cocaine in big letters were washing up on the shores of Melbourne Beach in Florida. Let's get to a few exciting things. We have General Berger having a confrontation with General Milley, and General Milley and
You mean General Milley, right? You're talking General Milley, right?
Milley. No, sorry, I call him Milley. Milley, you're correct. General Milley. I'm sorry. General Milley and General Hawkins are basically detained. Shall we say detained? We have a lot of rendition flights leaving D.C. They haven't stopped. Virginia and Florida, heading to 2 places. That would be Gitmo and also the Alaskan Gitmo, which they had to open because supposedly there's over 10,000 at Gitmo right now. And rendition can't even pronounce that with my rendition flights. Okay?
Rendition. That means they put their ass on a plane, fly them to a remote location, beat the shit out of them, dump stuff on their face, and that's basically rendition. Yep, get them off.
Rendition flights. They interrogate them on the plane, and they are arresting not just current politicians, but they're arresting retired politicians also. And who's in charge of this? That would be Department of Defense. Chris Miller that took over for Mr. Esper, who wanted soft helmets and no weapons in D.C. We have Chris Miller still in charge of the DOD, working with General Flynn that is pushing for all the arrest. He is going full ham on the arrest, okay? So General Milley, General Hawkins are detained because they were pushing for Biden, and they've been detained. All right, so we have all the rendition flights going, and we have to go to now back to Ever Given, okay? We have the losses, the vaccines, the humans, the weapons. Oh, by the way, the weapons, they had so many weapons, not just weather weapons. They had 6 stories high of weapons on Ever Given. 6 stories high, okay? That is just done. It's pretty much done. And of course, they lost their other 2 ships. That would be Barak 1 and Mossad. They're gone too. So I told you they're short of cash. They're very short of cash. And that is what's happening so far. But the blackouts will be starting soon as the Arizona audit, and now they've seen the Antrim, Michigan audits. They were totally fraudulent there. So that's going.
Yeah, none of them made sense. None of the numbers made sense with it.
Hampshire are going, and the QFS financial system is in play. They are just waiting for the blackout so they can take over. Again, as mentioned before, the Operation Mockingbird, which is Cabal, will switch over to Project Odin. They have identified 39 Cabal buildings that they want to drop the rods of God on.
Does she ever? This is just like M's interview. Does she ever stop?
You know what, Kirsten? Some people don't know what the rods of God are, so I'm going to tell you what they are. they're basically like they're tungsten.
Had to get in there. Had to get in there.
Out of space, and they come down at 1,000,000 miles an hour, whatever they come down at.
Number 224.
Just nothing but utter destruction. That's what they use the rods of God for.
But no radiation to the other, it's safe basically. And that's what they used when they destroyed the dam under Beirut. So the Beirut, when they had the big explosions, they destroyed the dams under Beirut. The deep state's going crazy.
I don't know if she believes herself or not. I would doubt it.
150.
I can't see an adult believing this.
More. Israel's fighting back. They're taking them out. You saw my video. They were shooting the rockets as soon as they lifted up off the air. The tech that Israel has is all of our tech, that cloaking tech activity that was stolen from us, from the people that were missing on Malaysia flight. They took all of the tech. That is American tech that Israel has, that they can catch on everything. So yes, we have a lot going on. So the Starlink satellite is coming to play. If you have all of your Zim or your Vietnamese dong, you can cash them in. The stock market is going to take a huge crash during the blackout, so I would sell. Sell. It's already gone down 700 points. These people are not going down without a fight, and so they are planning to keep the gas no flow.
No way.
Gas. That would be to 17 states. 17 southern states, including New York and New Jersey. We will be locked down, is what they're trying to do. 17
southern states, including New York and New Jersey. Okay.
So just do the blackout, everyone, so we can get back, have the Patriots take over, and the IRS will, once Project Odin takes over, the IRS will start the debt cancellation. Debt cancellation will be happening. And I think that is it from this portion. Do you remember something I told you from the other piece of paper, which I can't find this morning?
When you were hitting me this morning, I felt like I was in a wind tunnel. You had so much shit coming at me so fast, I had no idea. It's like I started to duck after a while. Let's talk about General Mark Milley for a second.
Okay.
So first of all, people have been asking me if Bill Barr is in Gitmo for treason. Have you heard anything about Bill Barr?
No, Bill Barr is a patriot.
Yeah, I've never bought into that. People were beating up on Bill Barr whenever he's moving on. And I said, guys, sometimes you got to step back and you got to look at the whole playing field. So what did Bill Barr do?
That's right.
Bill Barr, he's got John Durham on the trail, number one. Number two.
Yeah, okay. That you guys realize that's going to be a nothing burger. From
the Southern District of New York's U.S. Attorney's Office. Got rid of this roadblock scumbag, okay? And what happened 1 week after they sent his ass downriver? They brought in the next U.S. attorney. What did that?
The power's only going off for 10 days of darkness to fulfill the prophecy. There is no reason. I mean, you could say they're going to reboot supercomputers that fucking, run the current financial system and move into quantum. It wouldn't take 10 fucking days of darkness. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Attorney brought in Ghislaine Maxwell. So Bill Barr is a black hat, like opening up these kind of doors. I'm like, come on, guys, you gotta think a little more deeply here. Well, here's what happens. A lot of people hear something or they just look at something and they grab one little piece of minutia and then that becomes the whole world. This is why you have to learn to think critically, even when it comes to intel. That's why I tell people, here's what I'm hearing. Can I validate this stuff, verify? I wasn't there. I don't know. Here's what I'm getting from my intel sources. You decide. Use your own brain. Try to find these puzzle pieces and put them together. And so with that, I look at a couple of major puzzle pieces that Barr put in motion for this whole takedown operation, which is critical. So now he's going to be in Gitmo for treason. Look, anything's possible. Maybe he did cut a deal, so at least they let him live for the rest of his life instead of killing him.
Well, they attacked him even while he was recently, as a week ago, saying that he basically blocked the Department of Justice, which we know is totally corrupt, with the 500 senior executive services attorneys that were put in by Obama. So what they would do was Bill Barr had to fight them every day. They were all slow walking all of Trump's things, and they now are fast walking all of Biden's things. So the Department of Injustice, as I call it, is really under the alliance. The alliance is telling them, if you try to stop this audit that's supposed to be over on the 14th, you are going to be arrested. There were 103 attorneys sent there. There were other things going on. Oh, I forgot this is what's happening. So we have, if you remember the drops, they always say if people do not run again, that they have been under control. So we have.
I was asleep that time. Sorry, I fell asleep.
that's not running.
Watching.
She's
What?
out. They've gotten her out.
Good.
And so we also have Liz Cheney. We have Rhino Kevin McCarthy that used to promote Liz Cheney. He is
I fell asleep listening to Kirsten that time. Done.
Jewish patriot. Besides Ezra Cohen Watnick, the head of the drop team, you know what I'm talking about.
All right, I got to skip ahead. I can't stay here and watch this. I'm gonna be back asleep.
Her father on a Sunday, but like every other day, I get blindsided. Her father, a distinguished soldier, and he wasn't
Minutia.
He was a staffer, high-level staffer in D.C. for decades. He has the goods on McCain. He was in the Hanoi Hilton. He's willing to tell the truth on McCain, what a traitor he was then. Most people don't know McCain was pardoned for treason by Nixon in 1972. So, anyways, that being said, if you happen to see this, man, pardon me, I guess.
There's got to be something more interesting in all this video.
Talk to your father specifically out of honor and thank him for his service and what he's done for this country. But I also want to get the goods on McCain and put this out there for you folks so you can realize this is who these people are. These people you think are political or military heroes. They've built these marketing campaigns for these cabal players to make you think they're great guys. Look at John Kerry, same thing, traitor back then, traitor now. The Swift boat soldiers outed this scumbag like big time in the world. But anyways, I got in a little bit of a rant there. Sorry, folks, but I have.
Okay, so McCain, known as the Canary, he sang like a canary, and he got all the Americans arrested by the Vietnamese. He did it.
God, they hate McCain so much.
Huh?
I mean, you might too, but they hate him with a passion. It's like universal.
Look, I don't. If they're torturing you, look, if they're doing brutal things to you, I'm not going to have a judgment on you being broken. Everybody can be broken. Everybody.
Right.
But when you go along with this bullshit lie in his story that you're a war hero, you know, he's a war hero. He's a war hero because he got shot down. He basically killed 137 sailors on the USS Forrestal because he was a hot dog pilot, a C-rated pilot, and he decided to hot start his jet. I forget which jet it was back then. He hot starts it so it blows a flame out the back, like I don't know how many feet, 50, 60 feet, pumps all the fuel in there, boom, hits it to freak out his buddy who was a pilot. What happens? It ignites something, launches a rocket, boom, and it nearly sunk the ship. 137 sailors dead because of John McCain. They covered the whole thing up. That's who John McCain is.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump, as I mentioned, has moved out of Mar-a-Lago and to New Jersey. Most of his comments are from New Jersey now, but before he moved out, they had hundreds of military meeting with him in Mar-a-Lago to discuss what to do about different
That's called a wet start, by the way, not a hot start.
situations. So yes, he's been in control all the way. Now we're at the final hour, so I would suggest if you can unmask, that would really help us out a lot. Scott and I do not wear masks, so that would really help us because we need to get back where we're getting to. And yes, I think this hacking situation from Colonial, I think they most probably hacked themselves. We don't know. Why would they suddenly turn off their whole pipeline and do it for weeks? Now we're stuck, and there's going to be other hacking situations. Get ready, and we'll just have to suck it up because we're at the end of the road and ready for some big changes. Once the blackout happens, hopefully Scott and I can make it to Pennsylvania on a flight.
Oh yeah, well
yeah, they won't have any gas.
We're in Texas. We're basically self-sufficient here.
Yeah.
Military, weapons,
Yeah.
tech companies, independent power grid. You know, whatever. We're good. I'll be there.
Tesla, the Tesla cell.
Tesla's here now.
Yeah, the Tesla cell in Texas can give electricity, can power the whole world. That's what they said. So we'll be getting some free energy soon. We will be getting all the med beds that we need, and we will be getting new internet that's not censored. So
All the med beds that we need. How many is that?
Hold the fork in line.
hold the fork in line.
Check this out, Wild Bill. Dun, 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 dun. You know what that means, buddy? Here I come, Wild Bill. You're gonna get fork in tank. Dun, 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 dun. There's Wild Bill.
Yeah, the problem is Trump's not in New Jersey.
Bye bye.
Oh.
Be raining this stuff down.
Oh.
Bye. See you, Wild Bill. Everybody,
See you,
wait
Nick.
for Wild Bill. Bye, Wild Bill. Bye. Back to Mommy's outhouse for duty. He's gone.
Good. So
Damn, what'd he say?
getting new intel every other day. So when I get it, I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Okay, so who's
Yeah, he hasn't got to talk enough to use enough military lingo.
who do you think
They
is
would be there if he was speaking, I guarantee it.
going to shock people that they're a deep state traitor?
Well, nothing is going to shock us anymore. But now we've seen a huge company that is part of the cabal. That would be this company right here. I don't think that anything is going to shock us because we're pretty much prepared. If you are red pilled, you know what's going on. I mean, you know that Christopher Wray is not good. Okay, That is not a good one. That's in charge of the FBI. That is going down next. The CIA is going down. It's down, 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 down. They ran out of cash. There has been a ton of arrests at the CIA. Those are part of the rendition flights, okay? Going down CIA. That's why they all split.
Somebody said the 10 days already happened in December. What 10 days?
And that's why most of them are escaping and going to CERN, Switzerland, along the agents from Langley, the agents from Frankfurt that did the firefight with Gina Haspel, and the agents from Guatemala that were kicked out of North Korea. They're all heading to CERN because they're all getting arrested. That's where the 13 booms were. Then, of course, they have their little patsy that worked for them that was shot and killed. They said that he's the one that caused all the commotion. Take a good look at his picture. He's like 95 pounds, like soaking wet. Give me a break.
Yeah. Oh, typical milquetoast pussy criminal. They all are. Look, here's the thing, folks. And I want to get
Milquetoast pussy.
By the way,
Dime store douchebag. Bobby socks and saddle shoes. It's all there, folks. You just got to look around. You'll see it.
You ever notice? Here's the thing. And it's my theory, my philosophy, but here's the thing. The world used to be ruled by survival of the fittest, right? It was
He's not drawing as much attention. His dad's still on the phone for all the shows. I've seen him recently, but he's not drawing as much attention to it. Maybe because
survival of the fittest, the strongest soldiers, whatever.
Maybe it's because they make fun of him. I don't know.
It isn't. It doesn't build a society of equal value of everybody if the capabilities are only physical, right? So to get to a higher level consciousness, you had to create a framework or a civilization structure where people could use their intellect, their brain power to contribute. So that basically the strongest and mightiest decided to take an Aristotelian approach and allow everybody basically a seat at the table of influence, really anybody. And where the intellect became more important, in my opinion, the intellect became more important than the brawn. So, and what it did.
Yeah, she's a big name dropper, a huge name dropper.
Segment, demographic, or type of man, call woman, but man at that time, an opportunity now to lead, right? Now to lead. And of course, what that transitioned into over time was the milquetoast pussies, right? The milquetoast pussies, the ones, the bankers, I'm not saying all bankers, there's some rugged guys out there, but the basic ones who couldn't go do the job when it needed to be done, like a war, taking out evil, using their physical military fighting prowess to do what in the end ultimately wins is that strength. So we got away from that brute force so there could be get rid of tyranny, like just brute tyranny.
Right.
What do we have today? We've given these people like the Bill Gates, the high intellect people, the milquetoast pussies, we gave the people that are very strong intellectuals, those people who couldn't go into a battlefield and do what soldiers do, where if it came down to protecting their mate and their family from other intruders or oppressors or wild animals, they'd be running away right now, leaving the wife there. Man, it's kind of like the one that drops down when a bear's coming. Two hikers, right? Two campers, two hikers. Here comes a bear charge, and one drops to his ass, starts pulling off his hiking boots and putting on a pair of sneakers, and the other dude's looking at him and says, "What the hell are you doing?" He says, "I'm getting my sneakers laced up." He says, "You think you're going to outrun that bear?" He says, "No, I don't have to outrun a bear. I just have to outrun you," right? That's kind of how the milquetoast pussy thinks. These leaders, the leaders to today are these people, right? So now we hand over the ability for them to rule. They should be governing, but to rule mankind. What did they become? The worst oppressors, more so than Brutus, right? These people are not like Brutus. They go find other people who are like Brutus and send them out and become enforcers of destroying humanity. Just a theory I have, but they allowed these people in and said, you know what, it's not fair that if you don't have the physical strength to compete against us for leading humanity, we're going to make it so there's an opportunity. You can use your intellect or whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Basically been intellect.
This grift is strong.
The most evil people in the world are them. Not all the people of intellect are evil, but the most evil people in the world are these people who don't have that capability if it came down to it. Anyways, that's just a personal theory. I think if you look deep enough, you would find that, yeah, that's pretty much how it turned out.
Well, when you force others to do
anytime he can use an analogy that he thinks makes him look either intelligent or funny, it's going to be shoved in there. It never flows right.
things that they don't want.
That's just like the old joke that, and he tells the whole fucking thing. He could have just said the old joke with the two people in the bear, and he says they just got to outrun you. They could have very easily flowed better. Everybody's heard that fucking joke. I don't. He's such an awkward human.
Want to do, it doesn't endear them to you. It makes them revolt against you. And speaking about evil, the most evil, I have to say, at the Supreme Court, Justice John.
Both in wheelchairs.
What did you do with that $3 trillion? We see that $800 billion that you tried to hide has been exposed. $800 billion of money that John Roberts stole from Building 7 out of the $23 trillion, not billion dollars, has been exposed. Okay, John Roberts, you are going to jail, and all of your funds are going to be taken from you. You've been to Epstein Island multiple times.
You misspelled your.
Just like Bill Gates, and even the person that is calling herself Melinda Gates right now is against those trips to Epstein Island, supposing that was the impetus.
I've thought that way before too, Huntsman. I don't know.
You are going to have all of your funds seized, and we've already found $800 billion of your stolen money from Building 7, and the rest of the $20 trillion was split between the Cheneys. Liz Cheney, you need to ask your parents where that money is. Also the Bushes, and of course the Clintons.
Exactly.
All right? So,
Yeah, I think Roberts put $3 trillion in account for him. That's what these people do, folks. Most people don't know this. Believe it or not, the U.S. The Supreme Court, actually has power over the Treasury, and that's how he was able to transfer. What the hell does the Supreme Court have any connection? Or this is what they do behind the scenes. These politicians, the scumbags, mind you, they create this structure so these criminals can get away with this shit, and they're lining the pockets of the people that enable them, like paying off everybody. So the Chief Justice can now get in the Treasury, transfer $23 trillion, put it in different accounts, $3 trillion for him, some for W. Bush and the Klan, Cheney, and of course Clinton. Now the military caught that, and this is a number of years ago.
I thought Milquetoast was a cartoon character, like a comic character or something, and he was like very shy, very timid. Everybody like ran over him. That's what I thought. I don't know. He could be a food. I have no idea.
When it was underway, and reversed all of that, so we got our money back. But this is the stuff that when you look deep enough behind this curtain. Now, here's my question: if I know this stuff, Kirsten, if you know it,
and I think that if the character theory is right, which is what someone told me or I read, I can't remember, he was actually named after Milk and Toast because of how bland and plain and shit he was. I don't know.
Politicians in DC know it. There is no secret there. There's no secret. Why do you think I call them scumbags and criminals? They get into DC.
Oh, there you go, Valerie.
Eventually,
Valerie had it.
The rumor mill. They're paid off. They're bought off, right? How come it takes a guy here behind a microphone, a computer, raining all this stuff out there, and it's not one of them? They're there. Why? Because they want to stay there. Because they love it. They've been bribed, and they're hot rods, and they think they got the world by the balls. And I never thought I'd be here. I was just a nobody, know nothing scumbag. Now I'm a big deal scumbag. That's what it comes to. So they stay
exactly. There. People don't run around and give away intel on YouTube channels. Like, this is so fucking stupid.
The veterans, all this shit, and now you find all this stuff out. Why do you think I get so pissed off? Why do you think I don't care about how people hear me talk today? Because I don't care about any of it. I want these bastards in jail. I want them done.
A long list of crimes. That would be bringing those 2 children in from Scotland or Ireland illegally and adopting them. That would be going to Epstein Island. That would be arranging for the replacement of Judge Scalia before he was deceased. That would be a lot of things going against Trump, and also blocking the fact that
I'm going live.
He's what the hell? He's very fixated on the fact that somebody else is getting and or not getting laid.
Make moves that puts us in a position where humanity or the American people are going to suffer greatly. They're going to make sure that they're not until they can guarantee the safety of the American people before they, make the ultimate death blow on these scumbags. But
yeah, I'm telling you, they're running out of cash because they can't pay Antifa anymore to do all these riots. They're running out of cash, so they make a gas.
Did we watch it all and it just restarted?
They don't have any gas, and they're fighting over the gas and creating havoc. So relax. The Patriots are not going to let you have no gas. Okay, so just relax and take it easy. We're 3/4 of the way done. So really, let's just get ready, because everything will be done and exposed at the latest by August. So there we go. I have an actual date, but I won't say it. Okay.
Yep. Right. I don't utter a single date. Not even my
I learned my lesson from other people.
Not.
So when I get it, I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Okay. So who's right now in the crosshairs, Kirsten, right now? Who do you think is going to be the person that surfaces next? That's going to shock people that they're a deep state traitor.
Discern, because they're all getting arrested.
The Mackay clan is alive and well over there in Scotland. By the way, You ever notice? Here's the thing, and it's my theory, my philosophy, but here's the thing: the world used to be ruled by survival of the fittest, right? It was it was bronze over brain, right? And so somewhere at some point in time, those who had brawn and had brains and said, you know what, this rule by force, this survival of the fittest, the strongest soldiers, whatever, that really isn't. It doesn't build a society of equal value of everybody if we don't have, if the capabilities are only physical, right? So to get to a higher level consciousness, you had to create a framework or a civilization structure where people could use their intellect, their brain power to contribute. So that basically the strongest and the mightiest decided to take an Aristotelian approach and allow everybody basically a seat at the table of influence, really anybody. And where the intellect became more important.
Anybody.
The intellect became more important than the brawn. So, and what it did was it
As
gave
a competition bodybuilder.
What would you say?
/ badass.
Demographic or type of man, call woman, but man at that time, an opportunity now to lead, right? Now to lead. And of course, what that transitioned into over time was the milquetoast pussies, right? The milquetoast pussies, the ones, the bankers, I'm not saying all bankers, there's some rugged guys out there, but the basic ones who couldn't go do the job when it needed to be done, like a war, taking out evil, using their physical military fighting prowess to do what in the end ultimately wins is that strength. So we
be going to
I've already heard that story.
arranging for the replacement of Judge Scalia before he was deceased. That would
Did it just end randomly? Is that what happened?
Kirsten, behave yourself.
I will. I won't. No.
No, there's an end in here somewhere, but somehow I skipped it.
So I think there's about 16,000 people like your personality.
Well, I think you guys should not care about my personality and care about the intel, which is pretty accurate. The last video I did has over 117,000 views, the highest number in the whole week. Plus, Scott said it got taken to many different places. So
oh no, that video's got a million. I saw on my channel had that much. Look, there's I think over 100 channels that grab my stuff and they take it, boom, they put it out there, and that's okay. Except you guys that steal my name and my logo.
Exactly.
I'm not going to go on that. Yeah, don't worry. Don't back up. Don't back up. Stay there. I'm not going to go off on you tonight. I'm not going to. Maybe I will.
It's funny because I was looking for Patriot Street Fighter 11. I found it, and then it had all these videos of an Asian woman doing stuff, like little Asian girls doing stuff, and it was Patriot Street Fighter 11. It had your logo.
Yeah, well, you know what?
You're big in Asia. You're huge in Asia too.
When I started seeing some of those videos a while ago translated in Japanese and other languages. I'm like, do these people not have any fucking stuff to do? Like, seriously? But
you're a hit worldwide. Millions of subscribers. Holy moly! Wow.
As long as they're getting the information, take their cut, put them in their foundations, and all that, it just goes around, comes right back here at home, goes in their pockets. That's why I hate them so much. Now, again, there are the good guys and the good women in DC and state houses around the country. They don't worry. I'm not offending them because they know that I'm telling it like
milk toast and pussy, breakfast of champions.
Yeah, he's freaking right, man. These people are all scumbags. I'm going to see them. But because of that bullshit, that's why these are the things that sent me over the edge where it's like, if I can't actually fight a physical war, it'll be verbal and whatever I got to say to wake people up that these people are scumbags for that shit. But soldiers should never, ever have to worry for the rest of their lives about having a sustainable lifestyle.
Oh, goddamn. You keep bitching about taking care of soldiers. What the fuck are you doing? Why didn't you raise all that money for your bus and give it away to soldiers who needed a year's worth of income because of COVID?
FYI.
You attacked me, and I'm literally a disabled soldier who can't get my money from the VA.
Definitely like your information. You got a lot of good.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Put in here earlier. Disney just dropped Critical Race Theory. So guess what? That was a great catch, by the way. I forgot who did it. But yeah, we are winning this war, regardless of what looks like in the surface, regardless of what you see with the cyber warfare going on, the attacks on the continental pipeline, whatever it is. Those things are going to play out because understand, the cabal is not going to go away easily. They're going to fight to the death. They're going to try to scorch the earth. But I can tell you this: the alliance is not going to make moves that puts us in a position where humanity or the American people are going to suffer greatly. They're going to make sure that they're not until they can guarantee the safety of the American people before they, make the ultimate death blow on these scumbags. But
yeah, I'm telling you, they're running out of cash because they can't pay Antifa anymore to do all these riots. They're running out of cash, so they make a gas shortage where people are freaking out that they don't have any gas, and they're fighting over the gas and creating havoc. So relax. The Patriots are not going to let you have no gas. Okay, so just relax and take it easy. We're 3/4 of the way done. So really, let's just get ready because everything will be done and exposed at the latest by August. So there we go. I have an actual date, but I won't say it.
Yep. I don't utter a single date. Not even my
I
fork and
I learned my lesson from other people.
not even my fork and birthday. No dates in my world. I'm not taking a beating. I'm not that brave. I'm not taking a beating. Anyways,
thank you.
It was great to have you here tonight. Awesome intel, and the people loved it. It said right here in
Okay.
Thank you. KirstenW.net is mine. Links to everything.
KirstenW.net. Okay, between now and the next time I see you, Miss Kirsten, behave yourself.
I will. I won't. No. You know me. No.
All right. Thank you. Love
Great
you.
Stuff.
Love you too. You guys have a great night. Patriot Street Fighter signing off.
Wow. Do we miss anything else? Anything actually important? Constitution class, Dallas event, May 6th. Oh, that's a promo. Hold on, that's a promo.
With us about the Dallas Patriots Street Fighter event that's coming up on May 16th. Listen up, folks.
Yeah, so May the 16th, a few people put together an event. I've had people through the course of the year, but Scott, you're right here in DFW area. Why don't we have an event? Why don't we have a Patriot Street Fighter event for us? And of course, I've always been too busy. And not only that, I'm thinking, who would really turn out for that? They hear me rain this down on YouTube. But of course, Tulsa kind of showed a little different picture that it was really important for the people to be able to come out and say hello and get a handshake, a hug, a picture, an autograph, which still baffles me.
Intimate photos.
She didn't have anything to write on, so she said, would you autograph the back of my hand? So I did with a marker. It's very endearing. But so anyways, after the event, some of the people that are around me said, we really need to have a Patriot Street Fighter event here locally in Dallas, DFW. There's a lot of followers. They get a chance to come out and actually meet you. And what it'll do is it'll serve to help raise money for the tour that we're going on. Robert David Steele's put together an unbelievably powerful tour. 5 motor coaches, Liberty Prevos, really nice rap. They're all going to be rap branded. Arise USA, the Resurrection Tour, Sheriff Mack, Sasha Stone, Late Dundas, Trent Luce, Kevin Clark's added on, and maybe forgetting somebody in there. But so anyways, Robert asked me, honored me by asking me to be part of the tour. So we are actually branding Patriot Street Fighter. The bus is going to take my Harley Davidson along. It's going to have its own hauler. It's all going to be wrap Patriot Street Fighter. So as we're traveling our country, I'm not going to be on, 8 or 10 wheels on those things. I want to be on 2 wheels as much as I can. So, and we'll ride with a number of patriotic bikers around the country on that tour. But it all costs money. And since I'm funding this through donations, fundraising by our viewers and our listeners, it's an expense. It's about $450,000 to cover the whole thing, include my security detail, which is the biggest part of the expense. So this is just we've had amazing donations for the last 3 weeks for this, and we've probably brought in about 100. And I have to go look at the latest, but it's under 200, but that's an unbelievable amount to raise. So it seems like people want this message.
It does seem like a lot of money to raise.
Calling down the thunder of we the people to take action, to go after the tyrannical governments from the towns, the counties, the cities, states, and of course this message hopefully continues to go worldwide. So these people around the world do have the courage to stand up, take on their tyrannical governments. So that's what that's about. It's a fundraiser on the 16th. If people like to come out, it'd be great to see you face to face. You can get tickets at scottmckay.us. scottmckay.us. There's 2 buttons there. One is for May 16th in Dallas. That's at the Delta Marriott in Allen, a few miles north of the city. And there's also one at State College, Pennsylvania, Penn State Country, where is my home turf. We are flying in there on the 22nd, having an event there as well for the same cause. So appreciate that opportunity to talk about that.
There you go. There's his little pitch. Same cause. The cause is give Scott money. That's the cause. He claims he hasn't taken a single dime of any of this money except to fund the mission. What is the mission? Make videos so he doesn't have to go back to his regular job. That's the entire mission. I don't, there's nothing on here short, is there? No, that one that we just watched. Who haven't we checked out? Who's the, what's the name of the oh, there's Nino. Hold on, let's see what Nino's got. It's just 12 minutes.
Well, all I can say is, well, first of all, good morning to everybody. And all I can say is I hope you can hear me. Because I had problems with my microphone yesterday, but my Zoom calls were great. Everything was great yesterday, except for when I went on YouTube. And now my chat is down.
I don't think he's ever been able to see chat.
My microphone's working. I hope it is. It's been working for every other thing. So I don't know if they're messing with me or what, folks. What are they doing?
You just asked, right?
I have Kathy O'Brien coming on, Nino'sCorner.tv, MK Ultra Survivor. That's going to be interesting. There's a lot of questions I have to ask. Basically, how does this even happen? Was she born into it? Does it have to do with a family lineage? And how do you get out of it? How do you get out of something like that? So I think that's going to be a very, very good interview. That's happening in an hour. I got to jump on with her in 45 minutes. So I think that's going to be a crazy ass interview, man. Crazy. So I named this video The Death of Hollywood, or Hollywood is Dead. Just read today that NBC cancels Golden Globes for 2022. they canceled the Golden Globes for 2022 on NBC. That the HFPA must address problems. What problems? That nobody's watching? Something's going on, folks. Like I've been saying, things are happening. Oscars down 58%. Now they're canceling the Golden Globe Awards for 2022. Just saying. And deservedly so.
Words just fall out of his mouth. He has no idea where he's going or where they came from.
Washington Post, what they claimed on the Washington Post. Before I do that, let me knock out this. This is a new commercial. This is not new. This isn't keto with Nino, but this is health with Nino. Health with Nino. And collagen products sales are spiking for a good reason. Collagen is revered for giving skin its strength and elasticity along with its power to reduce wrinkles. This isn't
These random pauses. Reduce wrinkles.
back up these claims. However, typical collagen supplements you'll find in store shelves.
So here we are.
Because they're filled with cheap or low quality collagen and sometimes harmful ingredients, which leaves users unsatisfied when they don't see results. This is why I love collagen. Collagen is a solution for aging that America is going crazy for. It's the best anti-aging solution on the market with the highest quality collagen blends. Our bodies need to look and feel younger. I highly recommend Health with Nino.
Health with Nino.
Try today for 51%.
Nino Keto.
Link below. Visit the link below, guys. Get collagen.
I was hoping Nino would come out of this shit too. Recovered. But man, 107, those people got their claws so deep in him, who knows what'll ever happen.
I'm 43. I've been taking
Hard to say.
ever since this happened. When I got knifed, I started. Look how well this healed. I really believe it was. I started taking massive doses of collagen. So I say get on that because I know I feel like it works. All right, let's get to the Washington Post. These are things you got to pay attention to, folks. These are small. If you're paying close attention, you can see the war at hand, but the war that we're winning. And there's small battles that we're winning now. And the hints they're putting out, the red pills that they're putting out. Washington Post says Donald Trump is president of the Republican States of America. Now, why would they say that? Could be because they're trying to ignite a fire, trying to divide. It could be a lot of reasons. But the fact that this is coming out now, the Washington Post says Donald Trump is president of the Republican States of America. They know what's coming. They know people are fed up with this horse shit. Arizona's going into audits. Now Michigan. I just talked to a lady from New Hampshire. Big developments coming out of New Hampshire, folks. Keep your eyes on the ball on Arizona. Keep your eyes on Michigan. I mean, on Michigan too, but New Hampshire. New Hampshire, there's developments coming out right now. They're trying some shit. They're starting with their shady business, folks. But the people are speaking up. So I'm waiting to hear more out of New Hampshire. I'll have Felicia on. And things look like they could be going in the Patriots' way. They're pulling out all the stops. They're pulling out all the stops to stop. What are they scared of? What are they scared of? What are they so terrified of? If you didn't cheat, everything should be okay. You should want this. This is an American issue, not a conservative or Republican issue. This is an American issue. We need and we must have fair elections. Bottom line, that's an American freedom. That's an American right. My collagen. I gotta wake up, man. I took a sleeping pill last night.
Exactly.
A little bit groggy.
Everything you got has been droggy.
But there's just so much shit. There's so much stuff.
Just random. He's just like,
can't just.
Look how good this healed up. I took massive amounts of collagen.
I need to go on a fishing trip. That's what I need to do.
Well, maybe we'll hop back into this and
So,
Thumbelina.
oh,
Hey, did anybody that's in chat right now get merch? Did it come? Did you get it? Did you receive it? A lot of people have been telling me their stuff came in.
Colonial Pipeline website. So there's all kinds of battles being waged here. So many things going on. Rumor. There's another rumor. There's a rumor. Ayatollah Khomeini is on his deathbed. Watch Iran. Remember, folks, we got to watch Iran. Got to watch Israel, too. Dan Scavino's been putting a lot of tweets out on Israel. We must stand with Israel. Look, is it a false flag the white hats won? Is it a false flag the black hats won? I can't answer that. But try your best to keep your focus on the audits. But pay attention to what's happening to Israel and Iran. You got to have your eyes on the watch out for the distractions with the audits. Absolutely. But know your surroundings. It's like when I'm boxing in the
What
ring.
are these pauses?
But I know what's happening in the crowd and in the ring. And Israel and Iran, something's up. You know,
Okay, keep talking.
like I said, this is going to be a hot summer and it's going to be a nuclear winter, man. I have no doubt about this. What's coming out now every day, Donald Trump is president of the Republican States of America. This is insanity. I mean, the fact that they're putting that out there. I talked a while back about the states potentially at some point breaking away, and Trump absorbing the Republican states, and then the liberal blue states will just kind of fall in this.
No, he's talking about balkanization. He'll never say that word, but that's what he's talking about.
Takeover. It's like, from what I see, it's kind of happening.
No, I don't, Rusky. I just haven't put it on the side. If you want to send me a message, I think I was just talking to you on Discord and tell me what size I can make it work and which shirt.
Military intervention needs to happen.
I just haven't set it up yet.
The right time. It has to be the exact and right time for military intervention. But as you can see, people are waking up. People are waking up to this. We know we're in this fight. We know this is a war that's being waged on not just the American people, but on humanity. Fox News reporting dark money.
Another big pause.
Dark money within the Biden administration. There's nothing new about that. It's basically that they don't publicly disclose their donors. But the fact that they're linked to Clinton, all Biden's donors are linked to Clinton. A lot going on here, folks. And I can only report on so much. I just take what grabs my attention and I go with it. And I come on here and say, guys, kind of look at this, look at that, look at this.
With a lot of pauses in between.
Washington Post, when they put it out on mainstream like that, the Republican states, that Donald Trump is the president of the Republican States of America, are they starting a civil war? Are they instigating this? Like, what is this all planned? Like, what the hell's it? Sometimes this is too much for me to take in. I can't believe we're living in this reality. Keep your eyes on Arizona, on New Hampshire, on Michigan. Things are happening. What's going to happen in June? Because the Time magazine shows Trump saying, "King me." That tells me a lot. I look at future headlines. You got to look at the future headlines, folks. But we must all keep our eyes on the ball. A lot of shady business happening in New Hampshire, but I'm hearing that there's hope. There's hope for New Hampshire. Arizona, I think, is going to shock the entire. Well, they're not going to shock the people that know, but it's going to be a nuclear bomb, I believe. Like I said, a hot summer, but a nuclear winter. That's what I'm going on, folks. That's what I'm going on. And we're in it now. It's May. I guess it's it's Tuesday, May 11th, man. I mean, I just see this escalating every day. And I think probably
It definitely escalates every day. It's just
speculation. If I had to
your
guess,
videos get worse weekly. They're not. It's not like an everyday thing. It's hard to pick up on.
I mean, use your common sense, people. What do you think? I can't see the chats. So that's probably a good thing. So much is coming out on mainstream media now. It's just incredible to see. Makes you wonder if it's all just orchestrated. I'll tell you that. Guys, you can Venmo me, D-Rod 1977, D-Rod 1977. Love everybody. I'm getting on with Kathy O'Brien, MK Ultra Survivor. Going to be talking to her in 40 minutes, and then I'm going to be talking to Mel K on ninoscorner.tv. Later, folks.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back over to this other page. Hold on just a second. I figured I'd try the pause strategy. The fuck is this froze for? Hold on just a second. OBS is froze. Okay, it's working again. Anyways, Nino with his latest 12-minute update. Nino puts out a couple videos a day, but they're always leading to his private behind the scenes bullshit. He's putting less and less out here, like actually out in the open. He just he doesn't do it. He says he has to keep it over here so he doesn't get banned, but he never brings up. No one ever says anything about BitChute. Like he could put all of this on BitChute, but he doesn't. Why? Because he doesn't make money on BitChute. He makes money right where he's at on his secret fucking paywalled website where he can charge you $3 a month for his content. Yeah. The hell is this? Look how many people are on HVU.
Are we live now or?
Hang on. Not quite yet.
Yes, it's muted. All right, and we are
Yeah, a
live.
little nuke prediction at the end, of course.
We represent High Vibes Up, and we have 4 brilliant minds with us. As we know, Jason Q, welcome back. Maria Bernardis, welcome back. Earl Tibbert, welcome back. And we have a new face today, Matthew. So welcome, you guys. Thank you for being here. And I want to say thank you to all our listeners. If it wasn't for you guys, we most definitely would not be having the show today. So may today be a blessed day, and let's get going. So who would like to start?
I would like to start first, if it's okay with everyone.
With Earl.
So
go ahead.
One night I was thinking about this whole, divorce thing that's going on.
So if you don't know who Earl is, clearly he has issues. They use him almost like a mascot, I would say. One time Jason told him that the reason that he was fucked up is because his parents and the choices they made to deal with him being vaccinated as a child before he could go to school. He said, Jason said, "Yeah, I know you're fucked up now, or I know you're messed up now, but we're going to get that fixed as soon as the med beds come in." Then the guy got really upset because his family forced him to take one of the new medicines. One of them. He didn't get the second one, but he had taken the first one, so he was upset. So Jason took him on Charlie Ward's show and said, "Oh, he's got the first one, but he doesn't want to get the second one. He wanted to back out. Now he doesn't. He's afraid he's going to die. Blah blah blah." And Charlie's like, "Well, just stay alive, and what I'll do is I'll call the military and make sure you're in front of the line. You're in the front of the line when the med beds gets released." Like that, they did do some really fucked up shit to this dude, and he just thinks they're friends, but Charlie Ward doesn't know anybody who runs a fucking med bed or the military or anybody else. What do you mean he's putting him at the front of the line? Yeah, okay.
Going on with these rich people. I'm starting to think to myself, okay, something's up here. Why would every rich person be getting divorced? And there's only one thing that came to my mind was, what if it's a way for them not to scare the market, Is a way for them to get the money from these rich, fat cat bad guys. So, because they're going to jail anyway. what they're gonna need it for. So yeah, just a thought.
Well, I can certainly add something to that. As far as what I've assessed so far at this point, the alliance is basically trolling the deep state. I mean, that's what they're doing. And because they're trolling the deep state, what you're seeing now is simply a reverse engineering of that which they're going to put in place so that this so-called, because remember, more recently, 4,000 bankers of various sorts were arrested because they tried to take their money out recently because they saw what was coming. So the so-called divorce is actually code for what? It's code for, there's several layers of this, mind you, but one of it is, where are the assets, right? So we start with the assets that they're trying to scurry away and all that. Of course, because Gates and his wife have been long since gone. So, so you have to look at the foundations of how what that actually represents. Because again, they're just trolling. So now, like when they were talking earlier about, oh, they're suddenly buying up all this property, and they're buying, and I'm like, wait a minute, who or what is buying up the property? You see, there's still remnants, that are working within those illicit foundations, mind you. But when you're talking about this, what happens in a divorce? Well, now let's go into some symbolism. Divorce can mean two different things. It can mean what they traditionally mean, but can also mean a divorce from what? From their control. So that's another aspect that you're seeing now, because you're seeing I had a friend 25 years ago, I kid you not, he said, oh, you'll see recessions, depressions, you're not going to see. I said, open your eyes and ears when you start seeing CEOs of large companies stepping down. Now, how long has that gone on for? That's been going on for some time now. So now you're seeing a tipping point now. You're seeing again a reverse engineering where the divorce represents a separation from that control, and also the separation from the processes by which they can move their money around, because obviously now they've stomped down on the old system, and now they can no longer get their money, and that's part of how they exposed them. They waited to see. So when this came in, they all tried to grab for it, and when they did, well, guess what? They put their head up so that people.
I don't like the giant panel. I just want to see if Jason Q is all fucked up. Allegedly.
Somebody did just comment, Supernovas. I think the divorces are to get money, liquidate it for each partner, and then crash the market.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And that's just a matter of when, not a matter of if.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely.
So, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No,
Use that fake tech on TV.
You go.
I was just going to ask.
Exactly. Even if it was 100, even if I believed that 100%, 1000%, if I believed they were right around the corner, you could see them, touch them, feel them, I still wouldn't get somebody's hopes up like that. And his hopes are different than someone who just, let's say you broke your leg and you're going to miss a baseball game, so you want to get it fixed so you go play. He's been like this his whole life. He's never been, as Jason Q put it, fixed. Imagine what his hopes are and what he's got going through his head when they told him they're getting him out of the front of the line and shit.
You think of the gas station closing down
or becoming empty.
Yeah.
Okay. See, there's one thing that there's a deal made with RV, right? Now, with Saudi Arabia, gas had to go up a certain amount and stay at that amount so that they can make some kind of money, clean money, just to be on, just because for, playing ball with Trump, right? Well, also, now look.
Playing ball with Trump, you got to have clean money.
Now, well, funny. Shit never happened when Daddy was in. Now what? Who's to blame now? You can't blame Trump for this. Who's to blame? The Democrats. What about all these 80 million that voted for him? I hope they got divorced from that Common Core shit too. So, but also when you talk about divorce, they got divorced from the foundation, because remember the Bridge 1 and Bridge 2. Who supplied all the money for that? You had the Hewlett family, or Hewlett Packard. They had the deal with the all the stuff in Israel. Then you have the Gates Foundation. Then you have Google. Huh. Funny. Who's really in control? How long have they been in control?
There you go.
What?
How long has this actually been going on? Would it be safe to say that this was all being done back in 2012? And it's all just now manifesting now, stair-stepping, because they had to let this happen. They had to let the COVID-19 happen because they had to bring Big Pharma down too. Because if you're going to get them all, you got to get them all. Because here is what we found. Oh, I had it right here.
So the reason Jason Q prints everything off the internet, he said the other night he goes to a website called Scribd, SCRIBD. He's kind of like Medium. Anybody can get on there and post and upload, blah, blah, blah. He's afraid that the government's going to take it down, so he's got to print everything he sees.
It's like
Wait. They're putting gasoline in garbage bags?
Yes.
Wouldn't that eat up the plastic?
Yeah, I mean, when we were kids, we used to make napalm. It's just gasoline and styrofoam. But we were assholes then. But we've grown up now. Now we're more
Jason?
educated assholes. Yes.
I
Yes.
love
Earl?
the smell of napalm in the morning.
So do I.
You know, I am not an expert in gas. I've been a housewife and a mother, and I've worn many different hats, but not for gas. And I know better than to put it in plastic.
Wow, a plastic bag.
There's video evidence.
Maybe they put it in the plastic bag that they put over their head.
I remember one time I was at my aunt's and someone poured gasoline into
Come on, we're
clear cups, and it just ate up like the plastic cup like it was nothing. Like
Earl, that's napalm, baby. Napalm. Use styrofoam next time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe what it could stick to.
That shit will burn like crazy. It kind of bubbles and burns. You dissolve as much styrofoam as you can into gasoline, basically. Well, is there any way to send him an eye opener? What?
Might be banned for a couple weeks. Who knows?
I think he's just too deep, to be honest with you. There's a time where I thought we could save a lot of people and talk them out of it and get them past it. I just don't think it's possible anymore.
All this has to happen.
So
it's just like the lumber. Why is plywood $95 a sheet? Aren't people gonna ask questions about that?
Say what again?
Aren't people gonna ask questions about that? You know what they're gonna say? Hey, wonder why? Where would they bring it from? Think Suez Canal.
Right. Right.
See?
Yeah. All connected.
Yes. It
My
is
na-
all connected.
My
That's it.
neighbor.
And one of the things that's wrong. And the one thing you can do in America that's going to make people think is hit them where their pocketbooks are.
Yep. Because us explaining to them ain't working. So let them go see what the prices are. And then when they have to see for themselves, it's like, well, why is it so much? It's like, just like gas. Why is it going up? It's like, it wasn't like that 4 years ago, the past 4 years.
Right.
I mean, weren't we paying like $1.30, $1.40? And we were actually self-reliant on our own fuel. We weren't, and you're going to say it's a cyber attack? A cyber attack on a pipeline? Come on. I mean,
So
that's, they're playing this perfectly.
They are.
Perfect. And they have to.
They
The construction material is outrageous. I needed something for one of the models. A piece of plywood. It is pretty fucking outrageous.
Nobody will learn.
People putting gas in grocery bags doubled up. Holy shit.
They haven't.
They're waiting in line in my little ass town, but
what's there?
it's panic. We don't even really have a shortage. It's everybody going and saying, I gotta fill up. I gotta fill up. I gotta fill up.
Flaw or issue in the exchange that caused them to, as they say, for this to happen. So,
Microsoft is bigger in this than we think.
Mm-hmm.
and deeper.
Oh no. Oh way,
Deeper and
way,
deeper.
way. You understand? Microsoft, 100,000% on our side. There's a reason why they mention a certain word that is actually a name, because when Simon Park said that he met Q, who was in charge of Q, he wasn't lying.
Interesting. That's a flip.
It is.
We thought Microsoft was wearing the pointy devil horns.
No.
Interesting.
Remember 2015, that's when you had Bill Gates and Melinda Gates hung. They hung them in India, right?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Right? Well, Paul Allen and all that, thinking he's like, he was all on those islands up in Washington, right? Easily get rid of them, no problem. But Microsoft, there's a specific person for Microsoft that even Bill Gates said that she is above his league.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
And her last name is all over the drops. Think biblical. Her last
Think
name's
what?
biblical. It's not a last. It's a word. It's a word that everybody uses. It's a feeling. Love.
Happy. Well,
Julie Love. She's the one that's running the quantum computer.
Huh.
Yeah. Thanks, Simon. Oh, and another thing, these videos with this Kirk on YouTube with Durham, how he plays John Durham. Yeah. See, that's even bigger than people realize because nobody watched any of his previous ones from 6, 7, 8 years ago. Oh, did he put up? Oh,
No one ever watched any of the previous ones from 6, 7, 8 years ago.
drop some bombs like you would not believe. And let's just say that in a future show, because there's another person in on this that actually was there and has a lot of intel to bring to this.
He had to explain biblical. That's what it was. Hold on, just say it.
Bigger.
We'll grab it. I need a soundbite of that for when what's his name says biblically. Doug says biblically.
He put up. Oh, he dropped some bombs like you would not believe. And let's just say that in a future show, because there's another person in on this that actually was there and has a lot of intel to bring to this. This is going to be bigger than anybody ever realized. And it's just like, and the person, when she told me
Weird pause.
was in the middle of this, I was like, son of a bitch. It's, yeah. People are going to be pissed off. People will be pissed. Guaranteed. But that's for another day because we want to make sure that we have everything, our ducks in a row. We want to make sure, you don't want to half-ass this, because if you're going to out them, you're going to out them. So we're going to out them. Now, 11-4 actionable. Remember?
At him now.
ABC 1, 2, 3. It was in a drop, right? ABC 1, 2, 3. So this field manual of the treatment. Did we go over this last week?
Did we what?
Not last week.
I don't think we did. No.
Okay. Can we let me see. Can we screen share? Let's see.
Yeah, you're able to screen share if you would like.
Okay. All right. What we're going to do here is. There it is. Okay.
Come on, say something.
We stumbled upon a field manual.
There it is. The field medical.
Right? If you notice one certain thing, who is under the president? The Marine Corps, right? Now, when you look at 4-11.1C, remember ABC 1, 2, 3. C is a 3. What's 1 plus 3? 4. It's a 4. 11-4 actionable, right? So, Chapter 1 introduction. Yeah. You don't think that they didn't have this planned a long time ago?
Wow.
But-
Jason, does this tie
Yep.
back to the document that was released this week, and it was on Australian News, where they found a document from the military in China talking about this being a biological weapon, and that they were going to use it, and the document was dated 5 years ago. Do you think that there's a link between this and that?
It gets bigger. Because we already know what they were doing over there. So, but the funny thing is, right? Civilian populations, right? Now, if you notice something, look at the date. July 17th, 2000, right? What happened on July 17th, 2019?
Oh my gosh, the CARES Act.
Exactly. The House passed the CARES Act.
The CARES Act.
When did COVID actually strike the U.S.? Not until October, November of 2019. So who was in on it? The Democrats. So here's what they were really aiming for. Chapter 1 overview, defense against the effects of chemical and biological warfare agents, right? Now, if we, if we just look at something, look at this, the Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland, right? Everything's in Maryland, Fort Detrick in Maryland. Yeah, a lot of stuff coming out of there, right? Now, when they say pain 23, right? Chapter 23, plague. Notice what's highlighted.
Pneumonic plague.
That's what they're going to bring. It's actually in Obama's deal. It's in his playbook. I'll have to dig it out. I got it right here somewhere. I think it's right behind me. That's what they were going to do. They're going to do just like they did back in the 1300s when the fleas were all infected from the rats coming over from the Silk Road.
Give everybody the plague?
And
Surely not.
when they started biting the people, they started giving them like Black Death. They call it Black Death. And that's the pneumonic plague. Notice how the P
You're
is
not 58. I don't know. How old are you, Nick?
in the drops and it had dots under it. Planned Parenthood was one of them. What was the other PP? Right there. What did they get out of California that they sprayed with that that foam and they put on that Black Hawk helicopter?
Oh.
Right there.
Oh,
The pneumonic plague. If that released, you have no idea. The case fatality rate of COVID is what? Maybe 1.5%. Pneumonic plague, it's at least 99% case fatality rate. You're gonna die. That's where the plague doctors came in. The ones with the big noses, the masks. Notice how they want you to wear a mask?
Mm-hmm.
Big masks. Yeah. Now, I mean, how can we back this up mathematically? Remember, everything's mathematical. What numbers do we go by, right? With the Tesla code, 369, right? What's 23 plus 3?
Ah.
17.
26?
Wow.
Do we have to say any more?
Oh my God.
Oh, right there.
Guys, I'm gonna call it here. It's only 20 minutes into this video. I'm probably gonna watch it and pull out what I see Jason talking about. He doesn't seem very fucked up in this. Not like his other videos where he's pretty fucked up. But it's almost 3 a.m. here. I'm starting to nod off. I fell asleep once about an hour ago, and now I'm starting to nod off again. So I'm gonna call it here, guys. Thank you for your support tonight. I do really appreciate it. So we had tips come in from quite a few people. We had a couple come through the regular site, which doesn't seem to be updating, but the ones that came through buymeacoffee.com. Let me refresh that for just a second. Let's read them off. Oh, I can get them right here. Activity feed. Denise tipped 50. Delcroix 911. Glimmer of Freak 5. Solitaire tipped 10. And Mason started tipping with 100 right off the bat. And over at the buymeacoffee.com, if it'll update, I'll read those too. Thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight. Don't forget to check out the merch store, cultclub.com/merch. cultclub.com/merch. You can check that out. Cult Club, of course, is spelled with K's. That's our website over there. I'm probably going to have a live stream there one day as a different place to watch with like uncensored chat maybe. But yeah, check it out. I'm gonna actually drop the merch link. We got some pretty cool shirt designs. Even if you don't like merch, some of it doesn't have our name on it. There's a pretty cool shirt, like a limited runs of the shirt over there. That's at cultclub.com/merch. Let's see if this is not. Oh, there it is. Brent Irwin bought 2 6-packs, then 3 6-packs. Those are back to back. Misty Midnight with a 6-pack. Someone bought 8 6-packs. Craven bought 2 6-packs. So we had quite a few coming through. We got a robe and all kinds of shit. Veritas Machine was the last one from the last show. Guys, thank you for tuning in. I'm trying to get the airplane together. And a little video build montage so I can put a video up and then we can live stream about it possibly towards the end of this week. I know I'm behind on the other channel, but make sure you're subscribed to Cold Beer Creations. Cold Beer Creations, that's where me and Liam hang out and build shit. It's mostly me, but Liam and Ollie are on there sometimes, or will be. Cold Beer Creations, that's the other channel where we're building shit, inventions, and trying to make a piece of dollar store foam board fly like an airplane. But other than that, guys, we'll see you on the next one. Have a good night. Thank you again for the tips. Check out the merch. Join us on Telegram, Discord. Email me if you need me. or use Telegram or Discord, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you. Have a good night.
Getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches with all their secret meetings.
Thank you, Valerie. See you, Eddie.
Believing in reason.
Gotta see you.
Bullshit, Will Bird, motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Nick's a clone. I could have told you that. I saw that coming.
Bets, you know that stage is set.
Nick's the only person in the world with access to a med bed.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit.
See you guys. Have a good night.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you
Yeah, hit the like button before you leave. I appreciate it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Well, my true believer, y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Opened his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me his. Oh my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Round 3.